Die Europäische Zentralbank legte den Referenten.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel.
And now, a show the likes of which America's never seen. So appalling, so offensive, yet so entertaining.
It's not your normal show.
Beamed from satellites in space down to you every single day.
What planet are we living on?
It's the Opie and Anthony show with Opie.
We're experts and we already know this is going to be great radio, so shut the fuck up.
And Anthony.
I live in a big house, I make a lot of money, and I fuck attractive girls.
And little Jimmy.
I don't even like in our opening, it sounds like a little...
What?
You dang over there, don't listen to dang over there. Stop with that shit.
And now, here they are. Why am I introducing these buffoons? I'm William Shatner, goddammit.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Opie and Anthony show.
Hi. Hi, audience. Hi, people. Hi, fans.
Oh, little air guitar.
Yeah, but I wasn't good enough for the air guitar. Remember?
No? Yeah, air keyboards. That's what
I was air keyboards. I guess I gave a lot of people the chills of the douche variety yesterday.
Some of the douchiest of chills.
Sometimes it sucks sharing on this radio show.
Yeah.
Look, we all have those little things.
Yes, we do.
But usually you push them down, you're like, it would be best no one knows about this one.
And most people have the ability to do that, right. To not talk about some of the embarrassing things in their life, but we have to.
Well, I mean, we've been at this so long. I mean, some days you're reaching, you got to find those little nuggets.
There are no secrets. It's so nice to have no secret stuff.
Yeah.
It really is, because it's so freeing. There's nothing anyone could really approach me with and say, like,
right.
I know this about you, Anthony. It's like, I've said it all.
But it makes you look like a douchebag sometimes.
Well, yeah.
Now everyone knows I was a fucking
air keyboard player.
Oh, thank you. I thought you were going to call me, way worse. Faggot.
No, that was...
Quay.
Some things just...
Pussy.
Some things just speak for themselves.
Talking about me being an air keyboardist.
Air keyboardist, and very douchey, because he was just air guitaring again for me.
Because
I liked it.
Because I'm hoping some of those air bands out there maybe acknowledge that I could maybe be the lead guitarist in an air band instead of the keyboard player. That's what makes that story way worse.
The fact that it's a band.
Half the time I just had to kind of sit there.
Oh, God. Yeah, what if there's no keyboards in there? Do you play an air tambourine?
Actually,
you just break one out?
Actually, it was Won't Get Fooled Again.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Where I had to do that. I just had to sit there with one finger. But I moved like this. I moved. Fucking working the crowd as my one finger's hitting the fake non-existent keyboard.
Dude, you should have talked him into doing some Emerson, Lake and Palmer.
Right.
You could have fucking 3 tiers of fucking keyboards all around you.
Like
Elton John.
Yeah. Elton John.
But I was just there with the...
Yeah.
And then fucking lead guitarist is waiting for that fucking chord head.
Flock of Seagulls, you could have done that.
No, man, we were rock gods.
Oh,
in the
classic
air
rock.
band fucking world.
Yeah.
It was the Clash, it was the Who, it was Zeppelin.
Hence the keyboard player.
It's not around a lot during Zeppelin, for the most part.
Just watch them rock.
I had to watch them rock. It's an art form to watch the rest of your air band.
Is it?
Yes.
Dude, why not just play an extra air guitar?
Yeah, why not?
It's not like you're going to
They
feedback.
wouldn't allow me.
Right.
I wasn't allowed.
I would have switched instruments right in the middle of the show.
I was just flattered that I was recruited.
Wow.
I think it was only one gig, though.
One gig.
I think. I'm not positive.
That's so terrible.
That's so terrible.
That's terrible.
Terrible.
Well.
Hi, Jimmy.
We're back.
Hi, guys.
After yesterday's program.
Yes, the Metallica.
How great was Tony? I felt really bad not talking to him. He seemed amazing, right?
He was fun. He's a
fun
nice
dude, man.
He's just a
How
nice
would you know?
guy.
You left us.
I know. I had him
You
for a
left
few.
us.
All day I thought of what interview he liked me in. Probably wasn't even me. It was probably Patton Oswalt. Fucking someone else.
You left us to try to get the Metallica picture.
Yeah, I had to play that one out.
A lot of people don't know what happened.
Didn't even know what happened. Yeah.
Because they might not follow us on Twitter, or maybe they didn't listen to the after show yesterday. We kind of left them hanging on the regular show.
I didn't even address it on Twitter.
When I walked out of here, was there a hustle and a bustle out in the lobby area. It was very crowded. There's something had just happened, it looked like. People were talking. And I saw Florentine there, and he was talking with...
Young Sam Roberts was out there, and Club Soda Kenny, and Roland. And everyone was on high alert and very, very nervous.
And from everybody that I had spoken to as I was leaving, the scuttlebutt in the lobby was all about Jimmy Norton.
That's right. They weren't nervous because Metallica was in the building. They were very nervous because they were all trying to get Jimmy's picture with Metallica.
And it had already happened or not happened.
Right.
But that's what everyone was talking about. When I walked up, I saw Florentine. He was standing there, and he looked at me, and he just shook his head, and he shook his head no, and just went, oh. Like, it didn't happen.
It did not happen.
Yes.
So walk us through it after you left during the Tony Danza.
Well, I didn't know how long they'd be in, in Howard Studios, so we were hanging outside. I just wanted to, preparedness, like a good Boy Scout.
Yes.
I wanted to be prepared. And there was just a lot of standing around and speculating. There was, there wasn't much that could be done until they walked out of the... I didn't want to just stand there and look at Howard's studio. So I was standing back a little bit, but I was like looking into the fishbowl. But the reflection, I could see the door. So this way I looked like I was casually chatting.
That's not crazy at all.
No.
That's
Jim, actually, we had left during a break to take a piss or whatever, and Jim was the only one in here. And Sam handed Jimmy some copy, and Jim is reading the commercial. As he's reading the spot, he's scrolling through his phone, waiting for that text to come through.
Have to be there.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So it was paramount.
I knew this one wouldn't. I mean, I wasn't pissed about it though, because people tried to make it happen. It wasn't like anybody was a dick about it. It was one of those things where they all just came in separately.
Yeah.
And they all just left separately.
Well, sure.
But
I guarantee they don't hang out anymore.
Who was the first guy to leave?
Kirk Hammett. So as soon as I was standing out there...
When you saw Kirk, though, leaving, were you thinking like, I gotta keep him?
I knew, though. Because when Kirk... It wasn't like... When Kirk Hammett walked out, he's walked out with this... He's a big, bald guy. I forget his name. He works for them. Who I've seen a million times with them. He's always with Kirk or James. He's got a big goatee. He's a big boy. And when I saw him walking Kirk out, I knew they were going right down the elevator. He waved at people.
Asshole.
Yeah, but it was like, the guy's just leaving. And then, so I just said, fuck it, and I just went and got my stuff in here. And when I came out, James had just left, like, you just missed James. I'm like, I didn't care about seeing them individually. And then I went to hop in the elevator, and Rob Trujillo got on the bassist. So I wound up talking to him, and he's just a great guy. So, I appreciated people trying, and what are you going to do? I didn't feel that bad because there's no way I could have. It was like no one was a dick about it.
Right.
It wasn't like they took a bunch of pictures and just didn't include little Jimmy.
Yeah.
Are you relieved today, though?
Although
now that it's over officially?
I'll tell you what made me...
Because you've been working on this for about 3 days.
But I got the picture. Roland sent me the picture last night that we all took.
Right.
And it bummed me out that James wasn't there.
Oh, it's so obvious it's a wasted picture. I saw mine. I'm like, without it,
because it's a beautiful picture.
Doesn't work, though.
It's a fucking beautiful picture. Like, they took the series, whoever did photography, took beautiful fucking photos.
I saw the Sam Roberts one.
Let me see it.
Lars's
head. That's a perfect photo. I mean, of course, James is in there, but that's how you want a band photo.
I tweeted it last night. Lars's head is turning into the bad guy from Tango and Cash. The big jaw guy.
Yes.
He really is. And only love for Sam Roberts in that picture. Yeah. I heard AIDS, you're a mutant. Plenty of love from the fans.
Oh, that's nice.
AIDS!
And it's always, it always hurts when men don't find me attractive.
Yes. Whenever men have a problem with your looks, your hair, your shoes, your clothes,
anything.
Oh, it really just busts me up.
It's just a little creepy.
Yeah. We had our own run-in with, not run-in, but
oh boy,
our James Hetfield sighting.
Oh boy,
when we went downstairs, me and Ope went downstairs, and there was a fan standing there, and he had some pictures and whatnot, and he goes, "Oh, guys, big fan. Can I take a picture?" And he had a buddy with him, so he hands his buddy the camera.
We were feeling good.
Oh yeah,
like, oh, look at us getting recognized, and someone wants our picture.
Yeah. We stand there, ready to snap, and he goes, "There's James," and it goes, "Whoa," and runs off.
he goes, "I gotta get James.
I gotta get James," and he walks up to James. He's like, "James, could you just sign this?" And James is just like, not even acknowledging him, just walking.
I don't like that at all, man, and I'll tell you why. There was no one else around. I've seen it a bunch, and we're lucky enough to be in this spot where we see celebrities leave, and they're leaving in an area where there's no real fans around at all. I mean, outside the building is a whole different story.
Dude,
this guy happened to be in the lobby, and it would have taken James fucking 5 seconds tops to take a quick picture with this guy, and not only did he not take the picture, he just kept walking, and he was kind of just nodding at the guy, but more like looking for the door and get the fuck out. I saw Lady Gaga do that shit and a few others. It's like I saw Miley Cyrus do that.
Did you think
because we leave with a lot of the celebrities because everyone's ending at the same time?
That guy seemed like an eBay guy.
That's what I was going to ask you. And
he didn't seem like, because he had pictures in his hand, a folder.
Whatever.
A folder?
Yeah, they got a lot of those guys.
Man, whatever. If we are lucky enough to be that famous, I don't give a fuck if someone makes a few bucks on eBay off a photograph.
Yeah, I think a lot of those guys hate them. Like, I think they don't.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think they just hate them.
Yeah, they hate them.
He was looking for a picture though. So that's
was he?
Yeah, I heard signed. Someone told me he tried. Someone told me he tried to get James to sign. I heard that story about James. I didn't hear about you guys.
Then me and Ann are standing there.
We watch him run after James a little, and then we're just like...
And we're like, fuck this!
This guy.
We ain't waiting around.
So he didn't get a James picture or signature, and he didn't get our picture. Right. Fuck him. We just left at that point.
We're like, fuck, we're not waiting around now as he tries to get something off Hetfield.
Waiting with our arms still out for him to come in there so they're around him.
Look, a lot of celebrities do that. I don't like it. I've seen it with my own eyes, and, I'm sure they have their reasoning. Yeah. Their reasons, whatever, but... It's just, I don't know, man. I understand, like, if they're walking through, like, a busy area and they stop, that could be a problem, because then everyone's like, oh, fuck, who's that? Oh, fuck, I need a picture, too. Then it becomes everyone starts swarming. But when you know it's only one or two guys and no one else is around, I don't see what the harm is, really.
I heard on the Sam Roberts after show yesterday that... Jim Florentine was on it, and Jim said every time the Howard area door opened, he saw like flashes going off from people taking pictures with Metallica.
But it might not have been Metallica, like I'm sure they took band pictures.
Yeah.
But after that show ended, because I think Scott knows Lars pretty well, because Lars was the last one out, and then after James left, it was Trujillo left, and then Lars was still in there when I left. So I imagine they were back there all talking. I don't imagine they were just standing there for long taking a bunch of Metallica pictures. And if they were, they were. But I have no access to that area. I don't feel...
Which is crazy.
Nah, you know what? I don't know Howard. I mean, we've chatted briefly in the hallway. That doesn't... I don't expect to be brought back to his studio by one of his people.
Family.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect that.
We're supposed to be one big happy family where we try to take care of each other from time to time, Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's all about him.
And we're supposed to...
It always will be.
We're supposed to show that loyalty for the company, and we're told a lot of times, it's not good for the company if you lambast them or go off on this or do that. And it's like, okay, but there's nothing that is put on the other side. Like when they have guests over there and they keep them long so we don't get them. If we ever did that, they'd be hell to pay. There's a double standard, obviously, with both the shows, and I think one of them is the fact that we would get shit on and not have an opportunity to maybe just walk through that sacred fucking door into the Wizard of Oz and fucking take a picture with Metallica. It's crazy. That fucking door is like...
it's pure lunacy, man.
Right?
I didn't
pure
ask,
fucking lunacy.
It's not like I asked Gary Delabate and he said no either. I didn't, I asked Ron Zapin as he walked in, and he actually walked in and asked Metallica's people, but...
Did he ask?
Know.
Yeah, I think he did.
As soon as he closes that door behind you, then, he can make believe he asked.
Nah,
I'm just saying that's a possibility.
Hey, going to Gophers?
Right.
Got any extra tickets? What, are you crazy? Yeah, I talked to my manager, and he's going to take $100 off that True Coat. He did not.
He might. No, because he went and he knew who to ask for, and I think he would just... If you don't want it to come back that you didn't do something...
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he? If he did, he did. But I mean, whatever. I think people did make the effort, and I appreciate the effort.
But he's in the Wizard of Oz.
Yes, the Wizard.
Yeah.
Pay no attention to the man behind that door with a fist on it.
And the wizard himself is starting to look like an old aunt.
Auntie M.
Auntie M.
Auntie H. Auntie H. Auntie H.
I think he's wearing girls' clothes now.
Is it?
Yes.
That scarf was a little weird.
I think officially he's wearing girls' clothes.
Grandma's scarf was a little weird.
Yeah, a little strange. There might be a picture floating around where he looks like an ant.
Yeah.
A little frilly. A bit frilly for my taste. E-Rock, you handed me a note over here. Is this your handwriting?
Yes.
What is this?
Well, we found out after the after show from several people in the hallway that I guess while Jim was waiting in the lobby to find out what was going on with Metallica,
right?
At one point, Metallica wasn't even in Howard's area. They were in the hallway over here in Jose's office, just hanging out.
All of them?
All of them. And then Kurt went back in through Howard's compound through the back end, got his bag, and that's when he left. The other guys were still over in Jose's office.
The whole band was in Jose's office?
That's what was said to me after,
Wow. I didn't know. And Jose knew we were looking, but I don't know if he knew I was.
I don't know, but that's what we found out when everything was done and we walked back to the office.
You're usually pretty good with details, Jimmy. You're usually pretty good with details.
Wow.
Walk by Jose's office, the whole band's in there. Hey, Jose, what's up? Oh, hey, guys, you mind if I get a pic? And then you sit there.
Wow. Oh, fuck, I wish I would have known that. No, I didn't know.
Hey, if we knew, we would have said something, but...
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have told Jimmy that.
You missed Tony Danza.
Yeah, he was really cool.
Yeah, it was a whole musical thing.
How did he react when half the room left?
It was so funny. Right in the middle of the conversation, Jimmy gets up to
totally
leave,
cool.
And he just goes, "Oh, Metallica!"
Yeah,
he knew. You even got Tony Danza involved.
He knew. Tony Danza was nervous.
Right.
Yeah, he was cool.
I'm looking at my almost Metallica picture right now.
Yeah,
it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I
mean, they're all superstars in their own right. But you know, when you're in a group thing, why did it download this instead of the actual picture?
Oh boy,
fuck!
What happened there?
I don't know. Where's the picture?
It's fun though. You get to pretend you're the fourth guy.
That is true. It's almost like taking a picture with the cardboard cutouts.
Yeah,
and you're the singer. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. That's what. Just Photoshop James in there somewhere.
It doesn't matter.
Get a picture off of Google.
Yeah.
Fucking just crop it out. And fucking
beautiful.
Yeah, be beautiful.
Let's see. I don't
He's
know.
tall. You could just put him behind everybody.
Yes.
So cheesy.
Huh?
That'd be so cheesy if somebody actually did that.
Do that. Fuck it. Fuck. And then downstairs, I guess.
What, Jimmy?
That's irritating. If the whole band was in Jose's office and no one says anything, like, ugh.
They should say so. They should have said something.
Yeah,
of course. We all knew that you needed the picture.
Yeah,
Everyone
why
was on
wouldn't he
high
fucking
alert.
tell him?
Is that true?
Yeah, I heard that.
What were they doing in there?
Saying hi, I guess. I don't know. They told me after I got off the air, like at 11:30 in the morning, they said, they came to say hi to Jose, and they were all hanging out in his office.
Who knows if it was the whole band or if it was fucking...
They said it was a band. I mean, I don't know. Like, obviously, I didn't see it. It was a kid in the lobby, but...
Was it the whole band?
Because they said, Howard's got that back door.
Yeah.
So they went through his back door, hung out in Jose's office for a sec.
Sexy.
And then went back through the back door and around.
Don't you have another opportunity?
No.
Oh, I thought you did.
Nope, that's it.
That's it.
That is it.
You sure?
Yeah.
Not good.
No.
It does suck.
Yeah, it does. I knew that, right? But that one I kind of saw coming, though. That one I was like, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, you could tell the vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
bad
and I don't
vibe.
really know anybody well in their area. Like, I don't know their individual managers or the band's manager. I don't know any of the people I would need to know to walk right up.
Should be able to. We're in the same fucking building.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Amazing.
What are you going to do?
Life goes on.
Life
they
goes
say.
on, right?
Life must go on.
And then, of course,
You didn't get a Tony Danza picture.
I already have one from years ago at NEW.
Oh, perfect.
And then I have a big cum stain on my shirt. I forgot. I didn't have it with me to get signed. I thought they did. But I remember at NEW, I had a giant load on my stomach.
Yeah.
What, when you got the Tony Danza picture?
The black shirt, you could see it, like, it's a washed out load stain.
Were you edging?
No, that was a full batch.
No.
And I hate playing those things out on the air because the fans I know, some of them like it.
Awesome.
No, but some of them like it and some of them hate it.
Really?
Yeah, I know some of them do.
Well, you know what? That's just how it goes.
With everything.
But I
With
wound
everything.
I wound up in a Twitter battle yesterday.
Over this?
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
This is just how it goes. They're just assholes.
I get
as soon as you accept that they're assholes, you can sleep better.
I get a tweet from some girl because it was a cancer benefit for this fan that they've been asking me to do.
Right.
And me and Levy had texted about it, but I don't know if I'm going to be in New York. It's on a Saturday afternoon, the October the 19th here in New York, and I just don't know if I'm going to be here. So I guess I didn't see the emails from a couple of the fans.
Oh boy.
So this girl goes on Twitter and says, like Jim Norton's fanboy is disgusting. He does something. I'm paraphrasing. He doesn't even care about a guy with cancer or something. It was like some real cunty thing.
What? Trying to connect the two?
Well, just saying, like, I care too much about a Metallica photo, but not about a fan who has cancer.
You should get cancer. You should only get cancer.
That's a stretch because, like we have to say this. Jimmy's done a lot of good and a lot of charity gigs.
But it was just like,
that's just not fair. Man.
So I say something like, "You're a twat." I said, I didn't even. She's like, "Oh, you could answer the email." I'm like, "I didn't see the emails, you twat," in a private message on Twitter. And then she posts the private message, which you always know that could happen, and then says, "Look what I just got for Jim Norton." So she makes it public. So I blast her back publicly. And then she's like, "Oh, he's trying to rally the troops." It's like, you fucking bitch. You blast me publicly. Then I send you a private message. Then you post it again publicly. And then I address you publicly. And now I'm trying to...
Now you're trying to rally the troops.
And then everyone's telling me, no, she's not a cunt. She's just worried about her friend.
Really?
And it's like, look, you white knights. She was shitty.
Yeah.
And I blasted her for being shitty. She was shitty to me for no fucking reason. And they're like, well, she really likes you. It's like, well, then you know what? Well, then I'd act like it. And don't be a shithead publicly for no fucking reason.
Fuck her, bitch.
I addressed it with Bob Levy. I don't have an answer yet. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know where I'm going to be. I'm trying to book. I just booked Rochester for the end of October. So there's 1 week in October that's open. It's that weekend. And as of now, I'm in New York. But I'm trying to fill it because I'm warming up for a dice gig. So I want to make sure that I'm on the road those 3 weeks.
You're going to Rochester? When?
I literally just booked it yesterday.
Well, if you go, I go. Period.
Whatever. The thing is, I don't tell you. I think it's the last.
Not around Halloween, though, right?
No.
All right. We're going to do this.
But it's amazing how...
I got a Rochester weekend in my plans.
These fucking fans want to tell you what great big fans they are and how they follow you. And I'll never unblock another person on Twitter.
No.
Never. Because the guy yesterday, one of the white knights, why'd you block me? Because, they all want to at-mention you. It's like, you can shit-talk me, but don't at-mention me, because I don't search my name out. I search out my at-mentions. So if you at-mention me, you're saying something to me. So you want me to react or you want me to hear it. So...
Oh, I love a good block.
But I've unblocked a lot of people.
Blocking me? I don't unblock.
I won't anymore.
I think I've given 1 or 2 reprieves over the course of it. And that was because it was a blatant error. I hit the wrong fucking block thing, and they were able to convince me of that. But because at whatever point during when I was reading Twitter, I decided to block someone, I was pissed at them. And no matter how much time goes by or anything.
Right.
Blocked.
Twitter's evil.
It is evil.
I'm tweeting less.
It's such, there's a lot of,
I'll wait for the next fun thing.
Nastiness there. Yeah, the next
less.
fun thing.
I don't mind the nastiness, but then they apologize, and then you unblock them, and then like this douchebag from Long Island. Hey, dude, really sorry. It's like, okay, cool. And then they do it again. It's like, why would I have unblocked this asshole to begin with? He's just a twat.
That's how they are. That's what type of people they are. So you don't fucking unblock them.
So this girl, everyone's sticking up for her, saying she's a nice girl, that she just had her friend's really sick with cancer. Look, the benefit's October 19th. I don't know the details yet. I know Levy's doing it. Colin might be doing it. I just don't. It's here in the city. It's in the afternoon. It's from like 2 to 5 p.m. But here's a word of advice. If you want to get a thing where you can guarantee comedians in advance, don't hold it on a Saturday afternoon. That's when our road work is.
Everyone has gigs.
A lot of, it's harder.
You got to do it during the week.
It's harder to know where I'm going to be on a weekend.
Yeah.
I just booked a benefit in February on a Tuesday, because chances are I'll be here unless it's a TV show, like, Leno or something. Mm-hmm. But for fucking a weekend, it's really hard to commit to that because I don't know if I'm going to be gone or not. And they don't understand that, and then they fucking attack you for it, and then you blast them back, and all the other fans, these white knights line up, go, hey, whoa, what are you? She's a good girl.
Oh, God, I hate them. White knights, a scourge on the internet.
God.
Hey, don't listen to him. What do you think? She's going to fucking end up at your house, knocking on your door? Thank you so much for the help. Please lick my pussy.
Especially when it's like when she's fucking blasting me for I don't even know who she is.
Yeah.
And she's telling me I'm disgusting and I don't care about people like a guy with
Fuck you,
cancer.
then.
Really
Fuck
irritating.
her. Had it. Twitter people. God. I had a couple of good times on Twitter last night. I was just fucking around.
Good
times.
Late. Yeah.
Of course, my retweeting of various teens that decided they were playing the knockout game with a 70-year-old man, put him in critical condition. And
wait, what happened?
Did the Post call them savages like they did the little teenagers that raided the upstate New York place and had a party?
No,
of course not.
No, they didn't. But I was tweeting the fact that like they'll blame a game like GTA for murder, but then they call murder a game, the knockout game. They don't address it as it's fucking murder. They're murdering people. So yeah, this poor 70-year-old guy is just coming out of 7-Eleven and gets attacked and blindsided.
Where was it?
Where was this?
Syracuse.
Syracuse.
Is he dead?
Good old Syracuse. No, he's in critical condition, but a 51-year-old guy, they were playing the knockout game. Oh, sounds like fun. Where the object is to walk up to somebody and with one punch knock him out, blindside him. And they punched this guy, he fucking cracked his head on the ground, he never woke up. That was it. And it's, teens. Oh, they're just playing a game.
Yeah, just punching people in the face.
It's a game. It's called fucking assault. Oh, they're just unarmed teens. Yeah, okay. So I was going off on that last night a little bit.
So my kid has a chance to eventually play the knockout game?
No.
You sure?
No, he has a chance of being a victim of the knockout game, but to play it,
what's the difference?
Apparently, you have to be young, male usually, but females usually join in after the guy's on the ground with the kicking and stomping part of it. And black. You have to be a black person.
Why?
Black people. I don't know, because they seem to really be the majority, the vast majority, the statistical equivalent of 100%. Of everyone doing this game.
But aren't they playing catch in the backyard with their daddies, too?
No, because their family structure dictates that 75% of them do not have fathers. They are from broken homes. But that seems to be fine. Instead of talking about how bad that is and how it's affecting society, you just accept it and say it's an alternative lifestyle. It's okay to have one incompetent mommy and ditch the kid off with the grandparents, and oh God, there's no hope. There's no hope left.
Let's say hi to Jeremy. Jeremy Spoken in New Jersey. Jeremy.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hello.
Yeah, so recently in the news, I'm from Hoboken. This homeless
guy.
I'm
dying.
Apparently, he got
very old guy
killed.
knows that.
Mm-hmm.
He got killed the other day from two teens in Jersey City that were playing the knockout game.
See? Yeah. It's just, and what happens? They just crack him in the head, he falls down, and it's all funny. There's no concept of right and wrong. And I get into arguments all the time on Twitter about this, and people love to blame it on poverty. They go, no, it's poverty. And so it's like, there are poor people all over the world. And what you're saying is that if you're impoverished, you lose your concept of right from wrong and the appreciation of another human life. That goes out the window. You all of a sudden have no concept of that anymore, because that's what these people are doing. And there are areas of different races of impoverished people that do not act like this. It seems to be that it is very, very prominent in the black community to perpetrate unbelievable acts of random violence that you just don't see in other communities. You'll see violence and stuff, but like the randomness of it, of the black on other races violence, is the scariest part, because then you're susceptible to it. If you're not fucking somebody else's wife, or you're not robbing somebody else's house or something, the odds that someone's going to fuck with you are pretty slim. But that randomness, that you know, you're a 70-year-old guy leaving a 7-Eleven, you get blindsided in the head for no fucking reason. That's the part that is very hard to understand.
Yeah.
And to blame it on other things, I'm sorry. You're saying then, you're in essence saying that the black community is incapable of reason and incapable of right from wrong and knowing that there's a value to human life? Is that what the excuse is? Because I don't get it. I don't get it. That's what I was doing last night. And tweeting kitten pictures.
Wow, that's
people love the contrast
no
of my.
Kidding, that's a little strange.
It comes off looking a tad psychotic.
Well,
I must say. Little Beavis. Oh, he was so upset when I got home last night because I was away all weekend. So I opened the door and I just hear from upstairs. I'm like, oh no! I opened the door. He couldn't get enough of me. Oh,
yeah,
crawling up my leg.
It's adorable.
He was pouncing at my face and just the cutest, biting my hand.
That's going to be horrific in another year.
When it's literally a tiger pouncing on me through the door.
You know how you say that maybe people aren't being raised right in the community?
I hear ya.
You're doing the exact same thing in the pet world.
Yeah.
You are raising.
I'm raising a scourge of society.
You are raising
a
tiger, basically.
Yes.
At 12:50 this morning, last night, all I could hear was,
oh no!
Scratches at the door. Scratches at the door.
Uh-oh.
Let him in.
Who was it?
It was Bruiser Brody.
It was Bruiser Brody.
Well, let him in.
Then we won't be sleeping.
Why?
Because
he'll find a spot on the bed and you'll be cool.
Because he just headbutts and paws you.
Yeah.
For what reason?
Because he wants attention.
Because you're another horrible parent.
He doesn't understand how you could be laying down
in this fucking room.
I was playing fetch with a pen with Lil Beavis last night. I was laying in bed and I would take the pen and throw it on the floor and he would chase it, gets it, brings it back up on the bed, and drops it right in front of me. I got a little fetching kitten. He's adorable.
Let me say hi to Pete.
Another video if he would do these cute things when I actually hit record. He knows to stop being cute when I hit record, the little fucker.
Because
I only got limited time. He's getting big.
Pete in South Carolina. Pete.
Yeah, good morning. What's happening, man?
What's up, Pete?
I got a comment, man. I've been listening to y'all radio show probably for the past couple of months.
Ooh.
And you know, I dig the show, but, man, shit is so racial all the time. These kids who knocked this dude out, it's not the whole fucking black race with 4 black people. It's a couple of dumbass kids. It doesn't have to be so fucking racial all the time. I have the issue, you know, sometimes listening to y'all because of the shit that comes out all the time.
But it is always young black guys that are playing the knockout game. It's every single time.
I am a black guy, and I grew up around other black kids, and nobody ever did this shit.
I'm not saying all black people are doing this, but I'm saying everyone that's doing it, the majority are black people. People. Why do people mix that up all the time? I'm not saying all black people do this. I'm saying this is done by all black people. It's a difference. There's a difference there. But I'm not persecuting an entire people.
But I think what Pete's saying is, hold on, Pete, I'll make your point. But I think what Pete's saying is that overwhelmingly, most kids aren't doing this. Most black kids aren't.
Of course not. It would be insane. It would be like a zombie attack if they were.
But I don't get on Twitter like, look, all fucking mass murders and serial killers are white people.
Because they're not, but okay.
No, they're not, but you look at the numbers, it's generally, you know, older white people.
Of course it is. Statistically, it is white people profile. So I could then profile and say that this knockout game shit is predominantly young black men.
But here's the deal. I've never heard of this shit, man.
Have
you heard of this before?
Well, watch the news, go on YouTube, punch it up. It's kept out of the media for the most part.
I really dig the show.
I think what he's saying is he lives closer, to the black people, and he doesn't see this around him whatsoever.
I'm not people mix that up all the time.
To the left, man. I mean, like Jimmy always jumps in like he's a ballad. But, you know, it's always like it goes too fucking far, man. It's hard
the truth does go too far. People hate when I fucking spout out actual FBI statistics and talk about things. There's a huge problem with violence in the young black male community. Sorry. That's what it is. It's a problem. No amount of reverend's dialogue or hiding it under the carpet is going to fucking fix it. It has to be addressed. People have to be shamed. People have to be shamed and look at their problems and say, why are they doing this? It's a goddamn disgrace.
Who the fuck is doing it? I never grew up with this shit.
Well, you're a lucky man. You're a lucky man. You must live next door to me.
I'm telling you, no, it's not true. I went to predominantly white college, man.
Well, exactly. There you go. That's why.
No, I said college, bro, but I grew up around black people my whole life. I still have black friends. This shit never fucking happened. I never heard of this shit.
Can I tell you the first time I heard of the knockout game? It was, I was reading something about, I forget, what's the guy's name? There's a guy who started the Crips. He's in jail now. I forget his name. He's Chuki or so. He begins. There's a T. He's a big dude.
Yeah.
And they said that this is probably in the 60s or the 70s.
Yeah.
That in the neighborhood that he was in, they would play the knockout game where you would have to walk up and just see. I don't know if they called it that, but you would have to see if you could knock somebody out with one punch.
I just want to say this, fuck it off, man. Just really, I think it's a small segment, but because the shit is, it's put out there in the press, people think it's a large segment of the black community, but it's really not. It's a small segment. We think they're fucking idiots too. So it's not just, there's a huge problem in the black community. A couple of dumbasses doing it. You put their ass in jail. But don't paint everybody with the same stroke, man.
I don't think putting people in jail is the answer either. It's amazing to me that people go, well, he was arrested, so it's okay. No, the trick is to not have it perpetrated on people in the first fucking place. I've heard that enough times. Why are you asking for justice for this guy? They arrested the perpetrator. Yeah, big fucking deal. How about you figure out the problem and fix it? Look at Chicago. They're talking about bringing the National Guard. They're talking about bringing the National fucking Guard into Chicago because the police force can't even handle the amount of fucking drug and gang-related shootings and violence that's going on in Chicago.
Bro, idiots are going to be idiots. You have to
idiots are going to be idiots, but when 10% of the population amounts to fucking over 50% of the idiots, there's a problem.
Look,
you could keep being blinded. Yeah, don't address it.
No, I'm addressing what you said. You're talking about a small segment of the population, but in this particular incident, but you can't continue to say it's always a black issue, it's a black problem. It's a fucking dumbass problem, man.
The knockout game is predominantly done by young black males, period. I'm not saying that young black males are all doing it.
Not me, bro, but yes, what you are saying predominantly.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that, do you understand? It's so hard to make people understand the simplest concept. I'm not saying that the majority of young black males are doing the knockout game. I'm saying of the people that do the knockout game, the majority are young black males. Do you understand what I just said?
Okay, so I'm not saying that because there's all white males in that room. One of you guys is going to eventually fucking flip out and shoot everybody as serious. Come on, man, it's bullshit.
You could probably say that about any radio show on this platform.
No, but you can say that if somebody does go into a workplace and shoot it up, it will probably be a white middle-aged man. But you can't say that most white middle-aged men go to their workplace and shoot it up. See the difference? Holy fuckaroni!
Bro, I'm going to continue to listen, man. Let's be fair.
Of course you will.
But I will say, too, if I had to be scared of someone, if I saw a black guy walking through this hallway, a young black guy in camouflage,
right,
or a 45-year-old white guy with a mustache and an army hat, I'd be much more worried about the 45-year-old white guy and the mustache and the army hat.
In this setting?
Yeah,
sure. Because statistics show that you have more of a chance of being blown away by that. But if I'm out on the street in a shitty neighborhood and I see a couple of black guys across the street, I'll fucking stay on the other side of the street as I walk by. Now, they could be fucking Rhodes Scholars. I don't know. But statistically, I'm going to play the odds and not have any interaction with them.
You know what one of the problems is, and this caller's kind of addressing it too, it's the fact that the press avoids certain things and they avoid certain truths. And they don't say it or they tiptoe. So when you say something bluntly, it sounds really offensive or it sounds racist. But like no one's offended if you say that most people who fucking shoot up the workplace are white. They are. Most guys, most school shootings as far as random acts of I hate my mom and dad violence.
Young white guys. Sure.
Without a doubt.
Yep.
Whenever I hear about a school shooting, like where there's a bunch of kids killed, I've never once thought, oh God, that's a black kid. If it's one guy shot in the parking lot, maybe that's a black kid. But if it's fucking 30 people massacred, you almost always know it's a white kid.
So nobody's stepping up and saying, hey, we need a problem. Don't ignore the problem.
But you know why? Because could you imagine a young white guy going into a school or a workplace or something and killing or shooting between 15 and 20 people every weekend? Could you imagine the fucking outrage? That's what's happening in Chicago alone. Add in Atlanta, New York City, Detroit, you're going to get a fuckload more. That happens every week in this country. If young white guys were shooting up schools at that rate, we'd be under martial fucking law.
Bro, here's the deal. If that's going on, I'm all for it, man.
It is going on.
I don't want anybody getting shot, what color, what race. If there's a problem, address it. But if you don't address it...
Well, I'm addressing it, but you don't want to hear it. If there's a problem, address it. There's a problem in the black community with young black men and violence. There's a problem. There, I addressed it. Now you'll tell me to shut up, and because that's how it works in this country. We address it. We need an open dialogue. We need to do this. All right, let me say it. Ah, you're racist. Fuck that. What a bunch of hypocritical fuckwads we are.
See what it is here. You want to feel sorry for yourself, but here's the deal, man. It doesn't happen like that. There's a segment, but it doesn't happen like that. I'm not around people getting shot up every day.
Thank God for that.
You aren't either.
I know. But I work in New York City, and I take precautions. I take precautions when I walk around New York City to stay in better areas. When I'm in an iffy area, I'm much more alert to my surroundings, and I will profile people based on statistics and keep myself safe in that way.
Bro, I'm okay with that, but my thing is, your listeners are predominantly white, probably, right? When you say shit like you say, when you say things like you say, sometimes you kind of fuel a lot of shit that goes on. And I'm saying
I'm not fueling anything.
No, man, I'm saying you're intelligent enough to understand it.
No, I'm not.
Here's the thing, it's a mob mentality that you create some...
Mob mentality? You mean like when the knockout game's being played and then 5 or 8 more guys jump in and kick and fucking punch the guy that's on the ground? Yeah, like that mob mentality?
What's the caller's name? I'm sorry, what's your name?
My name is Pete, and the shit, it's egregious. I don't like it either.
Pete, you know, you fall into a trap, though, that people fall into...
I can walk on.
Like saying like, hey, Ann, if you say that or whatever it is, a person says, you're creating this mentality. Like you understand it, but other people might not. Like that's an arrogance that like the press has about themselves, or people like, well, I understand it, but the average guy won't. And it's like I never look at it like that. Like I never think that if I get it, but the people listening to us won't get it. Like I just give them the same credit.
It's true, and the thing is, when I listen to you guys, it'll always, the dude, he always comes out and like, you know, it's the black thing. And, you know, it makes it hard for me to kind of fuck with y'all. I like listening to it. Some of the shit is all based, you know, the colors, but, you know, the shit is funny. But when you always kind of fuel the fire, like, you know, that racism shit, man.
Jim and Opie counterbalance my fucking shit very well. It's a very balanced
what happened?
Program.
What? I heard my name.
She comes from you in a different way, bro. And I'm just saying, it comes out
because I'm trying to be as honest as I can possibly be, and I know a lot of times it's opinion, but a lot of times it's fact based. And when I'm told that we need an open, honest dialogue, and then you try to have one, and you're fucking labeled with racist yeah, let's have an open dialogue as long as what you're saying doesn't offend me. Now we're just back to square one.
No, you can say what you want to say, man, but that don't mean the shit is true. I mean, we can still say, man.
No, some of the shit I am saying is absolutely true. When I back it up with facts, it is true.
But that's going on in your neighborhood or your area.
No, it's not going on in my neighborhood. Why the fuck would I live in a neighborhood riddled with crime?
Here's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the area that you're concerned with. You talk about Chicago and these other areas, but what I'm telling you...
It affects me financially. It affects me as far as how I can exercise my Second Amendment, so it does affect me.
Me too, and I'm a black dude, but what I'm telling you is just don't say, like, oh, it's a black problem. It's not a black problem. Our friends don't do it. Their kids don't
I'm not going to say it again.
Bro, I'm telling you, it's not the largest segment of the population.
I understand. I think I've addressed that already.
All right, hold on.
Many times.
Hold on 1 minute. I got to go to Bernard in the Bronx. The Bronx. Bernard, you're on with Pete in South Carolina.
Yo, Pete, what's up, man? Whatchamacallit? This stuff, though, this is old. When I was younger, they used to come up to you and they'd be like, yo, you like Hawaiian Punch? And if you say yeah, you get punched right in the face. Like 4 times until I figured out, don't say yes to Hawaiian Punch.
And there you
that
go.
That used to be the commercial. The little guy would say, how about a nice Hawaiian Punch and punch him. Then they changed the campaign to where E-Rock comes through the wall.
Yeah. But there you go. Bernard, a nice white guy living in the Bronx. See?
Right, see?
Right, Bernard?
Oh, white guy?
The old slow lob.
I'm waiting only for 6 months when the summer is.
All right, Bernard, thank you.
All right.
See, it's all fun. Everyone's just having fun, growing up, doing their thing, finding their way.
Pete, I hope you continue to listen and, get upset with what I'm saying is fine and stuff, but, I'm not going to change the way I talk about race and violence issues in this country. I'm just not going to do it.
All right,
Thank you for the call, Pete.
Pete,
thank you.
Call anytime.
Yeah.
Help us.
I like that.
Help us, please.
Help us.
All right, thank you, Pete.
At least you get to sit in the car and enjoy traffic.
Right.
I have to sit next to Peter Finch and Network.
That's why we take such long breaks. It gets way worse when we turn these microphones off.
You know what it's like to have to walk to the bathroom with somebody following you, yelling FBI statistics down the hallway?
We feel way safer as long as these mics are on.
Oh, my God.
If we didn't have to piss, we'd keep these microphones on for 4 hours. Let's go to Korea, man. We haven't taken a call from Korea in a while. Daniel.
Hey, boys, I have a real hard-hitting question to follow that up.
Yes.
Opie, did you eat your Lucky Charms last night?
See, I know you people need to know. I just know it. I was able to say no to the Lucky Charms and go to bed.
Damn.
Again.
Good boy.
I'm on a roll, man. No Lucky Charms for the Opster.
That is good.
Although I had sushi that someone suggested, of course. Why would I fucking listen to anybody? I'm obsessed with fake tuna. It's my new thing.
Tuna?
I'm obsessed with it.
Oh, it's the stuff that...
I thought it was a band.
Look it up. Look it up.
Fake fucking tuna.
For the sushi lovers out there, as soon as you start looking up the fake tuna bullshit that is happening in most Japanese restaurants, it'll drive you insane.
What is it?
It looks like tuna. It's that shiny shit.
It's
not
good?
tuna.
You don't like it?
It's okay. It doesn't suck, but it's not tuna. And somebody turned me on to a new sushi joint in our neighborhood, Jimmy, on 72nd Street. And I said, fuck it, I got to give it a try. And of course, I love tuna, and I got it, and it's not fucking tuna, and it drives me insane. It's more, the fish I'm talking about, it's much redder, and it's very shiny. I'm not
fake.
That looks real, but I'm not sure. Did you look up fake tuna or real tuna? Fake?
Mm-hmm. It's very hard to tell.
It's hard to tell, but you know it when you eat it, and it drives me nuts.
Damn.
And most places, I read an article, it's up to like 70-75% of the places get away with giving you this, like, I call it might even be in the tuna family technically, but it's not tuna like people like tuna sushi.
How could they do that?
I don't know. I mean, could you find some articles on it? There's some kind of loophole, and because the fish they're serving is way cheaper is what it comes down to.
So they do that with the crab leg sushi. It's cooked, but it's supposed to be a crab leg, and a lot of times it's like some fucking fake fish. They dye it red on the outside.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that's
not fucking crab, but they can sell it like that. I don't know how.
But there's enough sushi joints, so I try to find a place that actually serves tuna, and it's really hard to find. Really, really hard to find.
They take that little thing and they take a skate or a ray and they just pop out scallops.
Oh, yeah.
It's supposed to be scallops, and it's fucking...
Yeah, and they call them scallops. Why? Because that's the shape they're in?
Right.
Or is it the thing you're eating?
It's not a scallop, motherfucker.
What do you got, Sam?
They did a study in New York to find out who was selling fake fish.
Right.
Because apparently that's a big thing.
Right. It's a huge thing. I didn't just pull this out of my ass. As soon as I discussed... Because I started getting suspicious. I'm like, what? Wait a minute. It looks like tuna. What the fuck? It looks like tuna, but it just doesn't taste
journalist.
like tuna. Yeah. You know, it's not bad. It's okay. But when you eat tuna, you know it. I just love it. Anyway.
But they did it through DNA tests and everything.
DNA?
Right.
In New York, fish that was not really tuna was being passed off as tuna in 94%.
There you go.
You are not the tuna.
There you go.
What place did they list? Which places didn't do that?
It's almost every place. That's the problem. 94%. See, that's higher than what I said.
Yeah, 94%.
What kind of fish is it instead, did they say?
Well, I mean, they said, for example, when they did red snapper at sushi bars, they found 28 different distinct species being passed off as red snapper.
Damn.
Including 17 that weren't even in the snapper family.
Oh.
The snapper family.
Yeah.
What?
You know it when you eat it. And it's so frustrating to me because I really like sushi. And the fish they do serve is just okay. It doesn't suck, but you don't get the same experience. Do you know now that I know that, it drives me fucking
You
bad.
probably got to pay a lot.
Oh, fine, tell me where. You just heard Sam, 94%. You can't even find places that are actually doing the right thing.
Do you know how much fun it is, by the way, the different things that bother you guys this morning? Like, the fucking, you are like, it's a problem in the black community, and then 20 seconds later, I hate fake tuna.
We already went through, damn Metallica, I couldn't get there.
Oh, please. It's really three completely different obsessions.
I'm a bit of a simpleton. I'm the simpleton on the show.
But look what I like. I'm obsessed. I couldn't get my photo taken with 4 guys who I've met already. Like it doesn't matter what it is. It's just different personalities.
Tuna just makes me go, oh my God, I just fucking love it. And then I get this fake shit and I get so bummed out.
I don't like the food that's fake because I had to paying for it. You want to eat what you're fucking paying for.
It was fake last night. I knew it. I'm like, fuck, I knew this would be another place that has the fake shit.
How about the place that we've eaten at? I don't want to say because in case it's fake. The place we've eaten at on the air. You and I have gone there to eat there once, and you weren't crazy.
The one you really like?
Yeah.
No, they got the real stuff, but I don't like them for other reasons. They fancy up their shit.
I don't mind a good.
I just want a basic sushi.
Gussy it up.
Now we're getting way too deep. I don't give a fuck. Let me say hi to Andrew in Jersey.
Yeah.
By the way, the phone's equally ringing for a racist issue and fake tuna.
And fake tuna.
I feel good right now.
Absolutely.
They're digging it.
But it's funny, like the tuna thing is an issue, the Metallica photo, and then you hear all this Kenya stuff. Like, come on, stop wasting time with that. This is the issue.
Right.
That Kenya thing just depresses the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
We're heading toward a society that we're not going to leave our houses. There's no fucking way.
It's a dress rehearsal.
Yeah.
Could you imagine a fucking mall?
I'm surprised it hasn't happened
around
here, to be very
Christmas
honest.
time in this fucking.
I've been saying that for years.
Crazy.
I'm shocked it hasn't happened here.
I mean, that's why Fresh Direct and all these fucking businesses are doing really well.
Yeah.
People don't want to leave their houses anymore. You get a really nice flat screen TV with a really nice sound system. You get your food fucking delivered to your house. You're good.
Well, look what
it's
happened
getting scarier out
Charles
there.
Bronson's fucking wife and daughter when he had the food delivered to the house.
I hear you. I hear you.
I kill rich cunt.
I hear you, but I don't know. I don't know if it's actually getting scarier out there or it's just perceived to be scarier because of the news cycles. I don't know.
Yeah, because
some people
is down.
Some people will tell you that it is down, but it's hard to believe that sometimes. Let's say hi to Andrew. Andrew.
Hey, I don't like the way you guys are generalizing all the fake tuna. I ain't never seen no fake tuna in my whole life.
Bravo.
Fake tuna is a burden.
Bravo, Andrew. That's very funny.
Bastards.
Yeah. Oh, this guy, we got a food business guy. Mike in Jersey. Mike, help me out. What's going on out there? I know it's very, very suspicious. I know it's happening, but I don't even know what the name of the fish is that they're trying to pass off as tuna or a high-quality tuna.
A lot of it is yellowfin tuna. Okay, so what they do with yellowfin tuna is they treat it with the gas flushes. So it brings out the redness, CO2.
Right.
So, and I sell a lot of these places. So what they do is they use this tuna, but that is about $6 a pound. Whereas the real tuna, a number one fresh tuna, is probably $14 or $15.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, they're trying to save money.
So that's the difference.
So
So while it is tuna, but it is a gas flush, CO2 treated product. Is what it is.
Yeah, because the thing looks beautiful. It's like, holy fuck.
Yeah. That's a good piece of
tuna. It looks
tuna.
unbelievable, but that's why it's so deceiving, because then you bite into it and it's just okay. So it's really yellowfin tuna?
It's a lot of it is yellowfin tuna, and they gas flush. It's called gas flush or CO2 treated.
That's what Jimmy does to us in here. He gas flushes us.
Yeah, we're beat red.
Holding our breath.
At this point, we're beat red, just like the fake tuna.
That's right.
See, the jokes are still there, but it's just tuna.
It's just tuna.
It doesn't matter about the subject. We'll get to the jokes.
There you go.
Mike, wow, that gas shit is scary. They use that gas shit to bring out colors and everything.
That's fucked up.
All right.
A lot of games played in the food business, guys.
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks, Mike.
Definitely get what you pay for.
Well, I cross off another sushi joint in our neighborhood that's not fucking serving their good shit.
Yeah.
So frustrating. Want to take a break, although you already ate.
I know. I have to eat this fast. It tastes like shit if you wait.
Dude, I have no treats in my house right now.
Congeals.
No treats.
No? You need some kind of treat.
Decided to finally lose the baby weight, man. My daughter's almost a year old. It was time.
Yeah, huh?
I have to fucking lose the baby weight.
So you're not snacking? No snackety snacks?
I want to.
Of course you do.
Of course I want to.
Great thing.
No ice cream in the freezer. This is exactly how I like it.
I need a good ice cream sandwich every so often.
I understand, but...
Oh, boy.
And I'm just waiting for my son to notice. He hasn't noticed yet.
Oh, he's going to
notice.
Like, hey, what the fuck?
But I'm waiting for him to bring it. I'm waiting for him to bring it up.
Why I oughta...
Or he finally has it and goes, what the fuck is going on here? And then we're like, all right.
Where are the goodies?
Because I'm the one eating all the kids' shit. So what's going on with this mall thing? Is there still hostages?
Yeah, it's like...
I don't know.
They've been going days on this thing. I guess the Kenyan fucking response team kind of sucks.
I don't know if they suck. It's a pretty tough spot. They're killing everybody they can.
And
I mean, the Kenyan police or army, whatever.
Yeah. Well, they were asking people too. Are you Muslim?
Oh, yep.
Putting a gun at your head, and then they would ask you a question like, "What would if you said yes?" Of course, in that situation, you know to say yes. They say, "Well, who is Muhammad's mother?" And if you don't know the answer, they assume you're lying and they shoot you.
You say the chick that's on my dick. And then they shoot
you. Could you tell us who Muhammad's mother is so we're safe out there?
Or some other question, I'm sure. Like they would just
Do you
ask
even know the answer to that?
No, I don't. But I'd be sure that they would ask you to say a Muslim prayer or whatever.
Yeah.
But they were just targeting non-Muslims. So you can't say that the killers were Muslim because you never want to jump to conclusions. But I think we can say that it was they weren't non-Muslims.
Right.
So they're just, it's just another fucking...
So as humans, we've just decided that we just need to destroy this planet, right?
Well,
we just decided we just have to. We just have to do that.
I mean, we've been doing it for a long time, but the group right now that's just killing people based on religion is that group.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Unbelievable.
They are.
But they're saying there might have been a couple Americans involved,
Oh, yeah, from Minnesota, from Somali Americans. Yeah, from Somalian ethnicity. From
saying a couple might have been Americans. They're saying they were about 18 or 19 years old. They're pretty certain about that, actually.
But religion is so, and it's all religion is so, you can't question religion. And I know that that's one of the founding principles of our country. But why can't you ridicule it? Like, why isn't Catholicism, all of it? Why don't we look at people's religion and judge their intelligence or judge their ability to be reasonable? Like
you have the freedom to practice it. That's fine. No one's going to infringe on that. But boy, you can sure say, "Wow, that's stupid."
Yeah, but you can't though. And it's like
no,
not that you should be judged on it. But why can't you in a debate go, "Yeah, well, you're a Christian. You actually think a guy fucking kicked a rock out after he was dead."
Oh man!
Like, why can't you bring up that stuff? Why is that such a fucking? I hate to say sacred cow.
Yeah. Right.
As far as being critiqued.
I'm just glad I was born Catholic because I don't think the Opster would have put up numbers if he had to walk around Geneseo with payas or anything.
Yeah,
how do you get things done looking like that?
That's a tough one.
I'm not even making fun of the religion. I'm just looking at I'm making fun of how people look when they walk around. I'm like, when you're growing up, it's tough enough to try to get girls, and then you got the the curly fries on the side of your head, and then you got the big fucking tall hat. It's like, how do you get anything done that way? As far as girls go,
by only getting chicks that are in the same fucking religious sect.
But that's tough too.
Yeah,
I want across the board.
Yeah,
no Muslims though. Maybe one. The Opster might have had one.
You ever go to a Jewish singles?
I had one. I had a few Jewish broads.
Did you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Their nipples were always a little strange.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Never noticed.
No, I didn't either.
Well, maybe it was the one I was with. She had big hands, but the nipples almost looked like they weren't there.
Oh, the inverted nipples?
They were just so light. Everything was just
really?
light. It was a little strange.
I was looking at Twitter last night, and I saw this way to execute people. That was just insane.
What?
It's in the old days.
Right.
And this is an old, fucking, where the fuck did they do this? Like fucking the Ottoman Empire or something? I don't know. They would tie
Is that
people.
the ventriloquist was killing people?
Otto.
Yeah, this is Otto.
Of course. They would load up a cannon, and then they would tie you with like the middle of your back against the muzzle of the cannon.
Oh boy!
They tie your arms back, or actually not even tie your arms back. They tie your waist to the cannon wheels, and then blast it. And there was this description from a witness. Said the head shot off and went like 40 feet in the air, and the arms just fucking flew off the side, and there was this just pulpy meat that flew everywhere.
Yeah,
sounds fast.
It does sound fast.
And you got to think people probably behaved.
Yeah, I would gather.
I think back then, too, you were kind of forced to see that shit.
Yeah, yeah.
To put in your mind, like, how about you not,
Well, one guy
do anything wrong.
Actually, one guy was put to death because he had kind of gone with a boy. You know, this guy goes with a boy, and they did things, and they actually killed both of them. But they tied him up to the old cannon and blasted it. Wow. Oh, there were some descriptions that were just like written in oldie time speak.
So maybe things are getting better out there.
I don't know. They ought to bring that one back. They had mass executions where they have like 20 cannons lined up in a row and 20 guys, and just vroom, and fucking like meat would just fly. One guy was talking about pieces of a stomach and a liver, and they'd come down on fire sometimes.
These were actual,
and heads just fucking
actual
flying.
descriptions from eyewitnesses?
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy shit.
See, I think the weird shit, like, now who has to clean up all that stuff? You can't just have it laying around.
Yeah.
Or do they just blast it into an open field and let some pigs go?
No, I would think you'd have to like clean it up. It's pretty
human
disgusting.
remains.
They didn't understand human remains back then.
No.
If you're doing that.
Yeah, they probably didn't care that there were human remains laying there.
Right.
If you're going to blow someone up with a cannon.
I watched a gem last night. 2 guys executed by a cartel. One got shot in the head painlessly. It was really weird. 2 guys kneeling in a field. And one guy, and I shouldn't have watched it.
Oh, of course not.
I don't know. Believe me.
Why?
Stop doing it. I know. I'm having nightmares. They pop them.
Is that because the Metallica thing didn't work out yesterday? So you figured I gotta like. I
have to punish myself.
I gotta punish myself with some horrific images.
No, but it did make my breathing a little weird. Like I went to the chest doctor yesterday. I finally went to have my physical chest checked.
Oh.
And the other guy, they sawed his head off. It was just they started from the back.
No,
the back.
And
I don't even need to listen.
He's on his hands and knees, but it was really weird. His hands weren't even tied. He just kind of stayed propped, like almost on his hands and knees, like he just didn't. He was just like making, but he made a lot of noise. He was none too happy.
Oh my
with
God.
The proceedings.
They sawed it
with just a knife, but
knife.
But I've never seen it done from the back.
Jimmy,
he was not happy.
Once they got through his spine, his arms didn't collapse.
No,
What's that about?
Maybe he was feeling it because then they turned it on his back.
Maybe it was a David Blaine trick.
Maybe a mind freak.
Maybe they didn't. Maybe the mind freak was in the area.
No, they couldn't cut through through the spine. They had to turn him on his back. And start sawing through the front.
Oh,
why would you watch?
Yeah, why do you
Good
watch
question.
that stuff?
I'm stupid.
Oh.
But why do you watch, you think?
Just because it's there.
I know I
never.
can't.
I can't watch. Someone sent me a picture of that poor fucker in Brooklyn, was it?
Yeah, I saw that
just
too.
got his head fucking
Queens.
whacked by the was it Queens? Head whacked by the remote control
I was
helicopter.
stupid enough to click on that.
Yeah,
that's real
my
too, right?
God, yeah. That fucking thing cracked him right in the head, went through his skull, about halfway through his skull.
That was
and then the next rotor probably spun around and hit him in the jaw
and his cheek.
neck.
Like, yeah.
How does that get on the internet?
I don't know.
Or
might have been a passerby. that
Maybe
took the
someone else
photo.
took it before everyone got there. No, but it looked like it.
Yeah,
it was
looked
already
like it had a sheet.
Yeah, it looked like it was
around
already
him.
a police
People
scene or
leaked
whatever.
that shit.
Murder.
Yeah, someone
site.
screen caps the fucking
Not murder.
police computer or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was pretty fucking sick. That must have been fast for him though. Thwack, you're out.
He didn't feel.
You're
So,
done.
yeah.
He didn't feel a thing.
No.
That's horrific, though. It's sad.
No.
All right, let's take a break. We got a lot of guests.
It's weird
Do
the way
we?
we have the final 3 are piled. We had Stephen Merchant, who I can't wait to talk to, and the great fucking James Caan.
James Caan.
But how do we have Warren Haynes 15 minutes after James Caan?
Well, probably because James Caan doesn't have a lot of time.
I hope
That's
so.
probably a
That's
quickie.
exactly.
That's
James
fine.
Caan is 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Boom.
and then we get Warren Haynes jamming some blues today.
He comes in, we talk to him, bada beep, bada boop, he's got to go.
I've seen his show. I saw the show.
Like the
Did
Warren
you?
Haynes.
Yeah.
Big fan of the Warren Haynes.
I love Warren Haynes.
I'm more excited about Warren Haynes than anybody else on that list.
Oh!
Even James Caan?
Jimmy Caan?
No,
Yep.
James Caan.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep. Absolutely. I'm excited. They're all coming in, don't get me wrong. But that's my number one. I like Warren Haynes.
It is.
All right. That's the Audi.
Continues in moments. Sirius XM. Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
One baby to another says I'm lucky to meet you.
No way. Today? Wow. God, I remember where I was, too. Buffalo, New York. And Nirvana came out. Oh. The one for the masses, obviously. And then that pissed off everybody that already knew who they were.
Yeah.
And when I say everybody, I mean that city of Seattle.
They were sellout motherfuckers at that point.
They knew them locally, but the rest of the country, for the most part, did not know Nirvana until Nevermind. On this date in 1991.
Wow.
22 years ago. Jeez. Wait, so I was almost raped 22 years ago?
Whoa, Jesus.
Fuck.
Almost raped.
Well, someone brought it up on Twitter yesterday, because I guess there's a similar story in the paper or something. By the way, I didn't bother clicking the link. I just made believe.
Yeah, I get it.
So I could have a little moment with this guy. I'm like, oh, wow, yeah. I didn't feel like reading last night. I was tired. But he goes, no, it's like what happened to you. And then I'm like, oh, the time I almost got raped or murdered or both.
Both, maybe.
Could have been both, which would have been really horrible.
Oh, if they find you, and it's like, oh, comes dripping out of his ass. Oh, no.
That was real.
That would suck.
See, that should have made me hate a certain group of people because, the gentleman over my bed that fateful afternoon was a black guy.
It's fucking...
in a hoodie.
Damn.
And I woke up because he was staring right at me. Fucking the scariest moment of my life.
Hoodie's up for Opie rape.
Why was he like staring at me? Yeah, the whole apartment. I think why I have finally figured it out.
Yeah.
For the people that don't know, I lived in Buffalo, pretty close to Allen Street. I forgot the North. Like it matters. I think it was North Pearl Street. For the people that are local, it was a nice little building, and some asshole was moving out, so he had the fucking doors open, the double doors that you needed the keys for.
Oh man.
And I was stupid enough to just leave my door on, I'm trying to remember what floor I lived on, like the third floor, I think, unlocked. And the light bulb in my hallway went out, and I was lazy back then, so I would go down a dark
storm.
I would go down a dark hallway to my apartment. That's smart. Instead of telling the super to get another light bulb.
You were asking for it, you slut.
It's only making $14,000 a year, and that's the God's honest truth. I think they pushed me up to $16,000 before I left Buffalo.
Righteous bucks.
And then I was taking my nap because I did overnights and thinking I was safe because this asshole was moving out of the building. He had the doors wide open. So there was an opportunist came into the building, and I guess he was trying all the doors, I would assume.
Yeah.
And mine was unlocked, so he went in my apartment. And now I finally figured out. I like I said, I was making $16,000. I had nothing to steal. Literally nothing to steal. Even my TV was shitty. I had nothing.
Oh man.
So I think he
except that fucking ass.
So then I think he went into my bedroom almost to be like, "What the fuck?" He probably was mad and wanted to confront me. And I woke up and I remember not moving a muscle and just saying, "What the fuck are you doing in here?"
And your hair was longer, right?
My hair was longer, so
your back was turned.
No, I woke right up to see eyes in my face.
I was thinking he probably thought he had like Juliana Moore laying there and fucking turn your head and holy shit.
So maybe he was looking to see if I was a chick.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh man.
Because as the story goes, he didn't take one fucking thing in my apartment, and I always put my wallet and my and my car keys right at the door on some dumb, horrible, just lame-ass shelf from Home Depot or whatever the fuck. And I remember jumping up, not chasing him out of the apartment, but going, what the fuck? And now being brave because I know he was on the run. So now I'm brave to chase him, of course.
Yeah.
And as I'm running out of my apartment, I'm like, holy fuck, he's got my car keys. I thought he was going to steal my car. And that was even shitty.
That was a piece of shit.
But it turned out I never took my keys and my wallet out of my jeans or what I think in my jeans, and they were just laying in my pants on the floor.
Oh.
The only reason I'm saying all this again was because someone brought it up on Twitter.
That would have been...
and then I think there was some kind of rapist in the area, so I guess I might have, had almost a confrontation with the local rapist. Anyway.
That would have been brutal. Jesus.
The point, bring it all right around, Nirvana. Never mind. Was the soundtrack of my almost rape.
Oh, really? That was playing?
Oh, fuck. I play that one to death, that album. Not as big as a Nirvana fan as I get older. Still like a few, but I was all in when they hit.
Yeah, I mean,
I was like,
everybody was.
fuck yeah, enough of this hairband shit.
It's a little...
And I went through the hairband stage like everyone else, but that got so just watered down.
Because you only have a small limited catalog with Nirvana.
Yeah.
So they couldn't grow. So you hear so many things that sound like them, and people that have ripped them off, it's kind of hard to appreciate them because they didn't feel like they put out 8 albums.
Right.
Yeah.
Puddle of Mud, maybe. They might have taken the Nirvana sound.
Yeah.
We did this break, right?
Yeah.
E-Rock?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I want to make sure.
We can do it again.
Missing skydiver's body found. Chute wasn't fully deployed. Oh, you gotta be a fucking lunatic.
When I was going out east for the summer there, Aunt, I would see the skydivers all the fucking time jumping. You would see them jump out of the plane, basically.
Yeah, they have a place
more than
out
once.
there.
I saw, like, all of a sudden, there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's about 4 or 5.
Man.
And I just keep trying to wrap my head around it, thinking, just do it.
I don't know.
I just don't. If I could do it with the golden, whatever the fuck they're called.
Oh, what the West Point guys or the...
they parachuted into Yankee Stadium at one of the games I was at.
Yeah.
I'm like, I would do it with those guys. But not just some guy that's trying to get a business going on Long Island.
Some Yahoo.
And I'm sure they're good. I don't know.
Strapped to their fucking ass to dick.
Fuck. I don't know, man. I don't know how people do that.
I don't know.
I could do the scuba diving easy.
If I had to jump out of a plane, if there was something going, you have to.
Right.
That's one thing. But to want to, just to do it, no, I won't. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I don't know what the upside is. It's that much of a thrill.
I hear it's quite the thrill, everything, but
you're standing there, the door's wide open on the side of the plane, and I just can imagine how much I would shake. And then they're like, all right, time to jump. And you just go, really?
When you take
all
off,
this is going to work, right?
Yeah. You take off in an airplane, in a jet, and you look out the window, and you reach a certain height, anywhere between 5,000 and 10,000 feet.
Right.
You look at that, and you're like, that's where I would be jumping out of a
I've done that a million times.
Plane.
You're right.
It's like that would be, they can't even fathom that.
And why would that be fun?
Yeah. The terror.
And your brain just, it knows how to protect itself. So it would just freak your body out going, no, see, we're not supposed to be doing this.
They shove you right the fuck out of there.
I ain't going. Full Metal Jacket. That's how you do it.
Right. Would you jump out of a book? A book. Someone wants to talk about a book. Jump out of a plane, Jimmy?
I've thought about it. I would love it or hate it. I think I'm terrified of heights.
Yeah.
I think a plane would be easier than a building for some reason because there's no man-made structure that you're falling past.
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know if I could do that. I
wouldn't even bungee cord jump.
No,
that to me is scarier.
Scarier than jumping out of a plane.
Yeah, because you'll die doing either one, but something about a plane... normally the chutes are so well done that you have a couple of safety systems. If bungee breaks, you're fucking doomed.
I did the swingy thing down the Jersey Shore. Even that was horrifying.
Pull you way up and then let you go and you fucking woo forward.
Yeah, I was like, this isn't fun.
Yeah.
Although by the third swing, then I'm like, okay, I can handle this.
Oh yeah? You got used to it?
The first one was fucking... And of course, everyone laughed because I was with family and people that would eventually be my in-laws and really good friends. They didn't really know me back then, and then I looked like the biggest fucking pussy because I couldn't handle the swingy thing down the Jersey Shore.
I remember watching National Geographic years ago when it used to be on Channel 13. You know, you couldn't there wasn't a channel.
Right.
It was fucking PBS. And they had these natives in like South America, I guess it was. And they would take the vines and tie them up in these trees.
Oh, we saw that.
And tie it around their ankles and just jump out of fucking trees.
Sam, can you
their
find that
version of bungee jumping? But the bungee, it didn't have the elasticity.
But it wasn't for fun. It was some kind of thing they had to do to get into manhood, I believe.
Of course, it's always
that and the big fucking carrot stick.
Well, the carrot stick dick is another tribe,
carrot stick dick, and then you had to do this fucking vine jump.
Yeah,
and they made the vine just short of the ground, I guess.
Yeah,
but they were still fucking hitting their heads.
And it's not elastic. I mean, you're not
you
getting
see this?
I don't know how they fucking.
You'll find it.
Do this. What is that? Australia?
And, well, they build the tower. It's all about.
God.
Yep, here it is. Can you put this on the Facebook page?
Oh my God!
Precursor of bungee jumping, but here it's considered a sacrifice for the survival of the community.
Of course it is.
What do you mean a sacrifice?
Chief Willie Orion-Bebe presides over his village's
Are these
ceremony.
Aborigines?
Chief Willie's got to dress better.
When they climb on the tower, they have no fear.
Oh yeah.
Because it's their culture.
They have no fear as they climb up the tower.
Dick is just swinging in the breeze.
Right.
To put the fear out, and then he must jump. He must take an action
So they're climbing up this huge tower they
built tower out of.
By some estimates, land diving dates back 15 centuries. Its exact origin is obscure, but it is tied to the
Some
local
asshole
religion
that was
of
bored.
animism.
How is it tied to religion?
People here believe in a world of spirits that demands.
Of course they do.
Originally,
Savages.
divers would perform just after the yam harvest.
Oh, the yam.
Thank
The yam big harvest.
for another fruitful crop.
And then they're tied to both legs. That's an abrupt stop.
Do they die or live?
Pull their
One of
legs
several
off.
islands
They live.
holds land diving
And they do it with little
rituals
kids
every
too, I
April
remember.
and May.
I saw this whole fucking thing.
Supervises the tower's construction.
I thought it was for a rite of passage into manhood, but I guess not.
Still alive. When my father died, and I took his place.
By jump day, 9 men
Just like building a
volunteered.
skyscraper.
Jump day.
Oh, nice dick.
Was that his dick or a gourd? I don't even
I know. What the fuck is on there?
I don't even know.
So what does he do?
Why? He jumps with these vines.
A vine breaks, but this diver is lucky. In the past, a snapped vine resulted in a fractured hip.
It's
Others have
an
broken
abrupt
collarbones.
stop. I guess they're on a little bit of an incline.
Right.
And then they have mud there. So if they fall,
they have a chance.
Maybe.
Islanders believe
Oh,
that
look
the
at these
higher the
horrendous
jump,
tits.
the greater
Oh,
the
no.
blessing.
She must have been the ripe old age of 15 with saggy titties like that.
Prosperity of the community.
That's a pretty fucking high jump.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Good
Especially
60 feet.
Would you do this?
No! I wouldn't even go there.
Willie
No.
Warren is one of their best land divers.
Oh.
He
It's like the
gets a
star.
raucous welcome.
The star is coming up now.
Yeah. He's climbing
There
up.
he goes. They tie
Willie
the vines
must jump
to
out
both
as
feet.
far as he can to avoid impaling himself on the tower's
Oh, that's good. Why wouldn't they build it where you can't impale yourself?
He urges on the singers, summoning support.
With all their fucking dicks hanging out.
Why
What
would
the
they
fuck?
do that?
Their dicks are wrapped tight.
Pants.
You're going to impale yourself, dope.
Oh, what an idiot.
He's good cheeks.
There he goes. He's jumping and
Oh! Oh! Did he fall? Something break?
I don't know. This is the dumbest
Willie
thing ever.
proves why he is a land dive champion.
No, he's fine.
No,
He's strong enough to spring back on his feet, an accomplishment few can match.
Wow.
And then he,
It's a
and then he
performance
touches his
worthy of the
dick.
gods.
They all grab their dick once they hit the ground. I don't know what the fuck the deal is. Want to make sure their gourd didn't come off.
Right.
They're very shy people walking around with nothing but a gourd on their dick.
You gotta be a man, like a real man, to just walk around with your dick wrapped, and that's it.
That's crazy. Imagine just go to work one day and it's like, what? I've decided to wear natural Ungapawuhu attire today to work.
Yeah, you can't fire me. This is my right.
This is my new culture I'm adopting. The gourd dick and fucking vine up my asshole.
Yeah.
Can we do that bit? Who wants to come in here?
Who wants to come in dressed like the Valbatba tribe?
Right. We could all move to Peckatown.
Just say it's part of your. Just say it's part of your new religion, man. They can't touch that shit.
Right.
Yeah. Come in. Everybody's got to be nice. They can't comment on it.
I skydived 3 times on Long Island. It was fantastic. Carl did this on Idiot Abroad. Oh, I think I did see it on Idiot Abroad.
Oh, right.
I love Idiot Abroad.
Yeah.
I'm a little behind, though. I think I missed the last season.
Yeah.
They're up to 3 seasons now, right?
Yeah, he's great.
I got to do a little on demand and catch up on that one. I skydived, but going over a building is terrifying. Here's one. Oh. Let's go to Matt in West Virginia. He's got to go in. Matt, what's up?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I took one of those, the first time skydiving, so you're strapped, your rear end is strapped to the guy's crotch.
Sexy.
And they fly you up there, and he tells you, okay, you're ready, and you step out of this onto like a 1 foot by 1 foot platform, and he's still sitting in the plane, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And of course you can't hear anything because it's, the plane's going 100 miles an hour, and I guess he told me it was time to jump, and it's 10,000 feet down, so that first step is a doozy, and you want to make sure you do it right.
Right.
And so apparently he had to, and I have like limited memory of this, but he had to like hammer my arms off the wing of the plane to get me to take that first step.
See, at that point, they got to go, all right, obviously this is crazy for this poor person, and let's just sit back down. I wouldn't complain. Here, keep my money. I'm fine. I'm fine. I've decided that I can't do this.
I just wanted to put the outfit on and take a plane ride.
I wanted to see if I could do it, but I don't want anyone hammering my fingers, so I let go of my death grip.
They only give you about 10, 15-minute training course, and then it's like, hey, it's time to go.
Is it when you're falling? Do you feel like you're floating or falling? Because when their arms are always out, it looks like they feel like they're floating.
It seemed like I was falling, but I'll tell you what, it was really quiet. It was like you don't realize how much noise is always around you, and it's just you're that far up in the air and you can't hear.
Right.
You hear the wind, but there's no cars, there's no.
I hope not.
And radios and.
Well,
but it was quiet. It was definitely cool.
I don't know, man. All right, brother. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's Matt in West Virginia. Good story. This is a paratrooper.
Well, that's a whole different animal.
Yeah, I mean, a bird that's in the military is nice.
Parrots.
Get it?
Oh, no, what happened to the phones? There they are.
Whoa, that's a new one.
Came back.
Al in Jersey. Al.
Hey, guys, listen, I was a paratrooper, and I was scared shitless every jump. And anybody who tells you they weren't is full of shit. It was my job, but I was still scared as shit because half the time you're dropping at night into a hot zone. But if there's no fun and there's no glamour to it, it's just my job. And I don't know why the fuck I did it, but, you don't really look forward to it. When you hit the ground, you're happy as shit.
Yeah. How many times did you jump in your estimate?
55 times. That was all mostly combat equipment. There was nothing to do with sport or anything to do with leisure. It was only we jumped when we had to. It was part of our operations. But
from what height?
To jump,
10 feet.
It ranged from 2,500 to 800 to 5,000. It's mostly military, which is all en masse. There's about 64 guys. Now, the special forces, they go up 10 grand, 15 grand, and the guys in the 82nd, they jump a lot. There's guys that have 5,000 jumps. But I guarantee you, they're still scared shitless.
My brother was in 82nd Airborne.
Was he scared when he jumped?
No, he loved it.
He loved it, huh?
He fucking loved it.
He's a fucking wacko.
He is crazy, but he fucking loved it, man.
But is he trying to be cool by saying that? But did he actually love it?
No, I think he was just young and fucking stupid, and thought it was kind of fucking cool.
Yeah, there's people that love that rush, man. They get maybe it's an adrenaline rush or something. I don't know.
Joe's like that though. Fucking motorcycles and fucking. He just likes doing dangerous shit.
I bet his profile says "work hard, play hard."
Yeah. No bag.
I think it would be easier if you're up there, and you know the gag is not a gag, but just to make you wrap your head around the whole thing. The pilot comes on and goes, "Oh boy, we got engine troubles." But you got the parachute on, so you're like, "Oh fuck, all right, I'm out. Fuck that, I'm out. Thank you." Then I think your whole brain would change. The wiring would change.
I want to jump out of this fucking thing.
I absolutely want to jump.
Of course.
Maybe even, do a little stall. And then you'd be like, oh, okay.
We're having problems with the plane. I want to get out.
Right. They would get, they would get everyone out of that plane immediately. Because I bet you half the time they're like, oh, fuck, we got to deal with 6 brand new people. And this should take minutes, but of course we got to spend another fucking hour up here before everyone's brave enough.
Jump, you shithead.
Right, because to them it's just a job.
For this asshole.
You know, it'd be really funny if the guy didn't want to go, so everybody on the plane just started singing Van Halen. Go ahead and jump.
Wow.
You don't think that's a good one?
No.
Yeah, Tony and Dallas did the bungee jump. This is why I don't bungee jump. Go ahead, Tony.
You were just flying a bomber.
My brain was saying, okay, I'm going to jump.
Ooh.
The guy told me, do not jump first, with your feet first. And my brain said, yeah, no problem. And it got up there, and as soon as I went to jump, my body just said, let's just walk off this thing.
Right.
And I walked right off, and, man, I had a chiropractic appointment after that.
Wait, why if you jump feet first, you hurt your back?
Because then, you're going to twist so much more when you run out of the bungee.
Oh, the bungee. I'm sorry. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the bungee, you're all tied up on your ankles there, so.
I'm thinking it was a plane.
I can't imagine that your body comes out of a bungee jump nicely.
Oh, no. It didn't this way, but I can't imagine either way, so.
All right.
All right, boys.
Thank you, Tony. Go Cowboys, right? I am so happy the Giants stink this year.
Man, do I not pay any attention to football.
0-3. They got their asses handed to them, too. 38-zip.
When was that?
This past Sunday.
Oh. Did someone play last night?
Yeah.
Monday Night Football.
I think it was Denver kicking Oakland's ass.
Yeah?
Yep.
Who's the big, good fucking rocking team this year?
Denver.
Denver?
Denver's all right, yeah.
Is that who bandwagon I should jump on? Just say I'm a Denver fan?
I'm a Broncos fan.
I bleed Bronco orange.
Denver. Peyton Manning's getting it done.
What's that?
Jet's looking all right.
Is he the pitcher?
He's the pitcher of the team. We got to get into this NFL thing.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're big enough. I misunderstood.
We haven't talked about the kids jumping into that house and partying. I'm fucking confused by that story.
Well, they're the ones that post called savages.
Oh, really?
Oh, right. Yeah.
But now the guy whose house it was in is speaking up, and now he's a weirdo.
Oh, yeah.
What are the basics of this story? And is this like a trend with kids, too?
I don't know if it's a trend. I mean, I guess it always has been, but he's saying that he was out of town during Labor Day, right?
Right.
And so a bunch of kids broke into his house and had a party there. And they found out about his house, I guess, because he was trying to, at some point, have a get-together at his house for veterans. And the kids would go and meet the veterans, and I don't know where that ties into this story at all.
They were aware there'd be no one there, I think.
There's some details that are a little confusing, but the kids get in the house and start partying, and then they start tweeting pictures and stuff.
Correct.
Like, look what we're doing.
But now, his neighbor is saying that the house was in foreclosure, that guy hasn't lived there in months.
Right.
And that part of him trying to get the damages is just to get him, because his house was already all fucked up.
I see.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So then
Heisenberg's.
So then
Heisenberg's house.
Brian Holloway. Used to play for the Patriots, I guess. When?
I don't know. He's doing his interviews in his Patriots jersey.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there's some weird shit going on with this story.
Fuck.
I gotta hold on one second. Lars is on.
It opens on every IMAX screen in America on Friday, and we've been working on it for about 3 or 4 years. It's
on Morning
sort
Joe.
of a hybrid between a concert film and a dramatic film. It's a set against the background of a concert, and there's a dramatic story that sort of weaves its way through. There's a runner, or roadie, as some people call him.
They all call him roadies.
Played by the wonderful actor Dane DeHaan. who is sent on an errand for the band, and then things go terribly wrong.
Is this like
from
Kiss
there.
in Central Park with the fucking...
It wasn't Central Park, it was in California.
Oh, what was
they
it
met
called?
the Phantom of the Park.
Oh, the Phantom of the Park,
But
right.
I think of Purple Rain as kind of a. I mean, it's a similar thing.
Oh my God!
You know,
yeah, I mean, The Wall.
Compared to Purple Rain.
He's equating.
Is
Lars went back to The Wall.
Yeah,
film,
like The Wall,
Purple
maybe.
Rain to a degree. We use the last.
Is it like
waltz,
My
the band,
Bodyguard?
which is a sort of a cinematic film.
I just want to see if that
when we
twat
were trying to sell this
Mika
movie in
is into
Hollywood
this
3
interview
years ago,
today.
we
She
usually
ain't even
talk about
fucking
what
gonna
the movie
talk.
wasn't than what it was, because in
Miss
Hollywood,
Twatty.
if you're bringing something they've never seen, they like references in Hollywood. There's no real references for this movie, so it took a little while to get people
She's
to
getting
buy it
ready
in
to be
Hollywood.
So the
twatty.
band's been around 32
we have
years.
to talk about
Yes.
music.
32
So, you know, there's a great scene in the movie Almost Famous where Jimmy Fallon does this thing where he says, if you think Mick Jagger's going to be still making rock and roll music when he's 50 years old, you've got
Oh my
nothing
God,
coming, right?
this guy knows nothing.
Nerd. The archetypal, most
Something like that.
Yeah, the most popular, most important heavy metal band ever. Did you think 32 years ago when you started Metallica, that you'd still be making this music 32 years later?
No way.
Well, the goal
Mika.
32
Shut up,
years ago
Mika.
was to have an IMAX movie and sit here and MSNBC
Morning
and talk
Show.
to you guys. Yeah,
Bunch
that was
of
what
suits.
that was what we were striving towards. No, I mean at that
Wow,
time,
that's a while ago.
I come from Denmark. Grew up in Copenhagen, Denmark, and I was never particularly goal oriented. I thought that was a very American thing. So when I came to America when I was 17, and everybody's like, "So you want to make it? What are you thinking? What's your long-term goals?" I was like,
Sandman, Unforgiven, among top songs.
Good information.
Sandman.
Be a little more impulsive. The fact that we're still doing this 32 years later is obviously pretty crazy.
Mr. Enter
Discipline,
Sandman.
by the way, because you said you weren't going to play tennis because you're not that disciplined, and
Right.
yet look at you.
Yeah, and it's amazing. I mean, just
I think she likes
the
him.
last 3 or 4
Yeah.
days we've been here in New York. We played the Apollo Theater. We played Yankee
When did that
Stadium
happen? Why wasn't I
on
told?
Sunday for Rivera's.
When the hell did that happen? Why wasn't I told?
We played Howard Stern. We played.
When the
at
hell did that
Howard
happen? Why
Stern's
wasn't
show.
Jimmy allowed to get
And
a
I'm
picture?
sitting here
That's
with
a
you. So
huge
32 years into
Let's
career,
talk
it's
about
been crazy.
Mariano Rivera for a second. He's one of the greatest baseball players ever to live, the greatest closer
So
of all
what?
time. And he comes in every time to
Rivera
Enter
got the
Sandman,
picture with
which
the
he
Yankee
played
with
live.
Metallica.
Oh, look at
The
that.
slow version of Fenway. I don't know if you heard that one too.
I've heard most of them.
When did you know that he was doing it? When did you realize it was kind of a big deal?
Well, it's been on our radar. I mean, he's been doing it for about 15 years.
No, I know, but like take it back to when somebody's brought it to your attention and
This is
and
so
it's not like-
uncomfortable.
It's not like this was Metallica's
I mean,
big
obviously,
break. They get to
not-
play for
Lars
Mariano.
left before the game. He didn't even watch the
So
game.
we've been aware of that a couple, 2-3 months ago.
I
They
tried to
came us
sue him,
and said,
actually.
you know,
I don't like people
this is
using
going
our
down
music
this
without
fall,
permission.
and, would you like to be part of it? Obviously, at the All-Star game out at the Met Stadium, that
Met
was a
Stadium?
big moment when he walked in and had the whole stadium to himself, and the song played in its entirety for 5 minutes. So it's been pretty cool to be associated with that. We're very proud of that.
When you think back on the long arc of this career, right? What are you proudest of in terms of the what's the music that right now, if you were
Avoiding a
I'm
photo with that annoying twerk.
Fucking over Jim's day.
And be considered somewhat relevant.
Oh yeah. Every time I teased you coming on the show, people started, "Oh my god!" Can you imagine?
Mika's a big metal fan.
Yeah, she's
Inserting herself with nothing to say.
Yeah.
Well, she's a little more.
She's a metal fan. A big stainless steel dildo she uses.
Like even fast.
Norwegian death metal.
Don't believe a word he says. All right, Lars Ulrich, thank you so much.
Thank you
It's
for
great
having
to
me.
have.
Look at that,
She
huh?
probably also knows how south the Russell Brand interview went, so she's
Yeah.
got to mind her P's and Q's.
Yes, with these rock and rollers.
Yeah.
These young upstarts.
Don't make her look like a fool again.
Again.
All right, so expatriate Brian Holloway.
Yes.
So he finally went on Fox News to explain what the fuck's going on, I guess. And then this interview's weird.
So weird.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Well, like weird? He's weirdo?
Yeah.
He is a weird dude.
right.
Yeah, so
Like a
I
good
still don't
weirdo.
understand this story fully.
Yeah,
It's so weird.
the story is he's saying he left his house Labor Day weekend.
Right.
The kids knew it was going to be empty because he was planning this thing where they would meet veterans. They decided to take advantage of his good nature, and while he was gone, had a giant party in his house and tweeted pictures and damaged stuff.
Oh, boy.
So now he's going after the kids. But the neighbor is saying the house was already all fucked up
But then he has something to say about the neighbor.
And what's the nosy fucking neighbor saying?
That's the great reveal. Wait till you hear what he says about the neighbor.
Okay.
Yeah. And then that becomes a whole thing. And then they just want him fucking off their air.
Well, he won't stop talking.
But he won't stop talking.
That's cool.
It's a really strange story.
He's on the satellite. It's a satellite interview, and he acknowledges
in
halfway.
Space?
No.
Oh, I thought he was in space on a satellite.
Not in the same state.
Oh, okay.
He acknowledges halfway through that he can hear them.
Halfway through.
But he refuses to stop any of his answers for their questions.
He's got a story to tell.
Yeah. And he won't even start the interview unless he's allowed to do certain things.
Listen to the way he starts the interview.
Let's just try this out and see if it works.
He's a weirdo.
You had this event that you've been planning to have for wounded warriors or for veterans, and you were hoping that some of the party goers, the kids, would come back and help you clean up and be a part of this event. What has happened?
Okay, we're going to get to that in 1 second. I've been giving you guys a lot of my time all week long. I've got to take care of some family business. I haven't been able to see my grandchildren. They're watching me on TV. Isaiah, it's Pop. I love you. Who are you today? Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, Melania?
Talking to Iraq.
Gonna get you. I can't wait to see you. As soon as I finish up, Pop will come play. Okay? All right.
Ooh.
Thanks,
Well done, Brian. We like that you set that little television telegraph to your grandchild there.
Sure. You got to say hi.
We'll bill you.
Yeah.
What a waste of everyone's time, this guy is.
Fucking voicemail over television.
Just shouting at the kid, like how?
Yeah.
And then,
like you can't just say, "Want to say hi to the grandkids?"
Yeah.
I've been giving you guys my time. You made this a story. Just shut up and clean the house.
Oh, this guy's an asshole. I can tell already.
And then they're trying to get him to tell a story here.
But the biggest thing I want to say to those parents in the 300 right now, listen to me, please. The press is descending upon all of our lives. We've got stuff we've got to get handled, and we're going to get to that.
Brian, hold on a second. Let's get to that right now.
That
Hold
you
on a
haven't
second, Brian.
experienced any of this before.
Brian, when you say that we have
I
stuff...
will be your shield to protect you with the media, but it's going to get 10 times worse.
Brian, what do you mean when you say we have stuff that we have to be handled by the media descending? What do you mean?
And the people, you understand this? All the other people, you get them together because we don't want to lose anybody.
Can I ask a stupid question, Brian? How did these kids get in your house, and how badly did they trash it?
So,
Brian, can you hear us?
They broke into the house.
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So they broke into the house, yeah?
They broke in the house. They probably did about $20,000 to $30,000 with damage. I'm still assessing that.
Still assessing damage. You can hear them.
He just tramples on.
Yeah.
Well, here's where it gets good with the neighbor now.
Right? The dumb neighbor.
Brian, TMZ, the celebrity gossip website and show, says that some of your neighbors are saying that the home was already foreclosed on. It was already sort of falling into disrepair. Can you respond to that?
Well, I only have one neighbor, and he's never been in the house because I don't let people that beat their wives in my house. I don't let any man that puts their
Oh, my God.
Whoa. We're not endorsing that allegation. We have no idea where that's coming from. We're definitely not getting involved in your dispute with your neighbor. But we're just asking simply what the house
around by any salacious stuff that you're saying.
Salacious stuff that you're saying.
We've had to do that a few times in our show.
Whoa. But he knows that he will stop being asked whether or not his house was in foreclosure if he just accuses his neighbor of beating his wife.
Yeah.
When this story first hit, it seemed like a very simple story, but it's just a weird story, and this guy's a weird guy, and I still don't understand.
There's some shit
how
going
it got
on.
to a point where kids were partying in his house.
I think his neighbor's saying it was an abandoned house. Like everybody assumed it was abandoned because it was in foreclosure and he doesn't live there. But he's saying he was just gone.
Right, and this is beautiful right here.
Was your home being foreclosed upon?
My home was being foreclosed upon because I told them I'm not going to pay them. They aren't going to sit there and call the note and push me around and not negotiate with me like they were supposed to by law.
Look, there's obviously there's no reason, regardless of what condition a home is in, kids aren't allowed to come in and vandalize it anyway.
And so after the kids
just
set
keeps
up
going.
and they vandalized
Brian,
the place, and they broke in.
We get it. Thanks for giving us
pull his
an
volume
update. We'll follow you on your website and see what happens.
To do now.
All right, we gotta go. We're going to black. More Fox and Friends. 3 minutes from
That's
now.
racist.
I'm starting to think he deserves.
Yeah, this guy's an asshole.
He's nuttier than a fruitcake, right?
Good one, Chippa.
The fuck?
You got him right there, Chip.
They probably got in the neighborhood. They all know he's a dickhead.
Yeah.
And so they want to go party at his abandoned house that he left behind.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, it's an odd little story. Sure.
Oh my. Strange, right?
Yeah.
I don't let people in my house to beat their wives.
Beat their wives.
Where did that come from?
Whoa. Little discrediting of the neighbor. Good ploy.
Getting ready for Stephen Merchant, James Caan, and Warren Haynes. Very busy show. Second half of the show is going to be extremely busy.
Yeah.
What's going on with the Burger King fries? They're actually trying to have a, what?
Less fat, less calories.
But that's stupid.
Kind of crinkle cut, and they're going to cost, I think, 25 cents more than the regular ones.
But it's still bad for you.
Called Satis Fries.
Satis Fries.
Satis Fries.
And you can tell it's different because it's crinkle cut.
Right.
But it's still going to be horrendous for you.
Oh, no, it's so much more healthy.
But if you have something that's horrendous, and then you say, well, here's a healthier version of the horrendous food, it's still horrendous.
It's still horrendous.
Right?
20% fewer calories.
Wow.
All right, well, how many calories in regular Burger King fries?
350.
350. So 20% of that is what?
Well,
you go 70, so you go what? 280?
270. Will contain 270 calories.
270 calories?
Size, small?
I don't know, regular, I guess.
Whatever.
Oh, no, small. Yeah, you're right. Small. Whatevs is right.
So it's still 270 calories.
For small.
That's for the small. For the French fries alone.
And you got to be a pussy to order small fries.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chip.
Good one, Chip.
So what would a large be? Like 400 calories, give or take?
Yeah, sure.
So most people get the large, better, healthier fries. That it's a joke, is what I'm getting at here. So now you got 400 calories in the better French fries. That doesn't count the shake, the burger, and everything else you're eating that day. So it's still a horrendous meal for you. So what are they doing?
It's all the same ingredients, but they're adjusting the proportions of different ingredients for the batter to block out more oil.
See, it's a marketing scheme. I'm sure Burger King and some of these fast food restaurants see that their numbers are dipping slightly.
Yeah.
Because people are trying to eat better. So if you say that the food is healthier, but it's not actually healthy, you're going to get them back.
Yeah, the ER you add at the end. So IER, a little healthier.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do, add that.
But it's not healthy. It's kind of like semantics, like you were talking about earlier today.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it's healthy.
I don't think if you're going to Burger King in the first place, you're even thinking about eating right. So,
but they're trying to get some of us that are.
Yeah, they're trying to fake people out.
Dude, I would eat Burger King every day. Of course I would.
It's delicious.
But I just can't do that.
Yes.
But some of the people will be tricked and go, what? French fries that are healthier? But it's still not healthy.
And can you imagine going to the cash register and being like, I'll have an order of fries? No, make that Satis Fries.
Satis Fries.
Coming right up.
Matter of fact, make that Satis Fries.
I got a McDonald's, I think, in my neighborhood. McDonald's, Burger King, McDonald's. I think it's McDonald's. And they're trying to make it look like a Starbucks. Anyone else have these in their neighborhood?
You mean a McCafe?
Is that what they're called?
Hey, the Irish deserve to eat too.
They got that
McCafe.
They're trying to get people to hang out with their laptops in McDonald's now. They got little lamps.
Yep.
With brown, like really just nice brown tables where you can just sit there, put your laptop out. Kind of like that Starbucks feel.
McDonald's is so delicious.
Oh, it's
we all
fucking
know
amazing.
It. We know that.
Fucking quarter pounder with cheese.
Oh, nice big fries. I like to dip some in the mustard and then some in the barbecue.
In the cum.
No, I don't dip fries in cum.
You don't?
No, I wouldn't. Make it too salty.
Are you sad that you know, you just got a Tony Danza book signed yesterday after all that?
No, I would. I'm annoyed that I didn't have my Tony Danza photo. But I would rather. I wish I would have talked to him, but I had to play that one out. He was great.
We feel bad he didn't sign the cover because I know you like.
I don't care.
He had to leave really quick too.
The cover.
It was like he got up. Were we still on the air when he left?
Yeah, we didn't even get pictures.
We didn't even get a chance to take pictures with him.
I would have liked the picture.
He's a
with
very
him,
cool. I've seen him in our thing.
Yeah, I know.
He's a very
I don't
cool
want to bring it out.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't even have a book to get it signed.
Yeah, we got yours.
I kind of wanted to.
He signed mine, Thoughts and Prayers.
Did he really?
Yeah, Thoughts and Prayers. It's funny.
His little catchphrase. Yeah, we talked a little bit about that and stuff.
How long was he on for?
Thoughts and Prayers.
Well, he did a good half hour.
Oh,
probably.
okay.
Yeah.
He's a strong. You shake his hand though. He's got like a man's grip. Like he's probably can still throw quite a punch, Danza. For all those boxing years. He's in perfect shape.
Yeah.
Let me see the Thoughts and Prayers. That's funny. Next time we'll get the. We felt bad because the cover.
No, I don't care.
Thoughts and Prayers.
What am I going to do? Display all my
They never
books?
fucking signed it. I went, to Jim. Thoughts and Prayers.
I think I have the picture today because Dugal never makes a mistake. I think I sent it in wrong. Let me show you the picture I have with Danza, which I wanted to get signed.
Oh man. Yeah, it would have been good.
Yeah.
This is from when he stopped in.
Stopped in here?
At WNEW. Do you remember we had him on briefly?
Yes, he was in the...
No.
Yeah,
like he was in the area or something. We called him in.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This one I don't remember.
He wasn't booked to be on the show or anything.
I had...
Did he come with Joe Piscopo?
I know, right? It was one of those
kind of hanging together back then.
Yeah.
I don't remember Tony Danza ever being on our show. Let me see what he looked like back then.
Oh, yeah, he looks...
Look at the cum on my shirt.
That is really cum on your...
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that.
You got to tweet that.
Yeah, I will.
That's funny.
Oh, shit.
Oh, so was that...
man.
Oh, that picture wasn't here yesterday.
Can you see the light? Can you see how light that is? There is a blow. I used to blow loads on my shirt and wipe them off of my shirt.
And then wear the shirt?
He might have signed it over the jizz, so you're almost lucky to... You would have had to tell him, don't sign it over that, and then explain why, and it would have been embarrassing.
I don't think he'd care.
Really?
I dated one girl and we had an argument about Tony Danza. He started a fight because she said, she said, we should talk about it. Like, yeah, he just kind of looks like he'd be, kind of dumb, but hung like a horse. And I got insecure. I'm like, what would you like me better if my dick was? I was such a baby about it. I'm like, what's wrong with me?
He goes, no, I'll take the dumb. She's satisfied with your dumb. Aw. Well, you
I know. I was daily at the picture.
You want me to sign the picture?
You told me you did the impression?
Because I'll sign the picture if you want.
Why would you sign the picture?
Because it'll look just like the book.
Oh, did you sign the book? Oh, that's hilarious. That was a damn good one.
Oh, Jimmy.
That's funny. It was odd when Opie said, let me see the signature.
I didn't know how to get into it.
What, he just left without signing anything?
Yeah, he was in a rush.
And then we panicked. We're like, oh, fuck, we didn't get you.
We didn't get it.
I'm going, Anthony, sign it.
I just scribbled in it. Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, that's
we should have let that go for a little longer.
I don't know. What are you going to do with it?
Yeah. That's fine either way. Thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers, I'm doing a musical.
He literally...
Singing and dancing.
He walked out as we were still in the air.
Dancing Danza.
He's very cool.
He'll absolutely come back, though. He had a good time.
Yeah. That was very funny.
We were scared to do it yesterday with the whole Metallica thing going down, but...
Yeah. Boy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
Were you going to get a picture with James Caan?
Yes.
I know.
I have my Godfather things to be signed. One Godfather thing.
Oh, wow. Nice. What do you got?
The, I'll show you. It's, the back.
Come in with like a garbage can lid. Can you sign this?
I have this Godfather DVD collection, but the back of it's got like all tape on it, so maybe I'll just...
no, that's going to decrease the value. Yeah, look, there's tape on it.
Maybe
I
I'll
have
just
to
get him to
display
sign
it.
one of these things in here.
Yeah, I would go out and get another...
does he have one with his face on it?
No, but it just doesn't matter.
You still got time. Go find another Godfather, I'm thinking.
Look at that. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah, but you
nice.
want to sign the box so you can display it.
I can display that or anything. Like, doesn't matter.
I don't know. You want the cool Godfather logo, I think.
Do we have anyone that can go get us a Godfather?
I think you need to get a Godfather.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the time, you know.
But we.
Who can go get
Yeah,
us
we got time. We got about an hour from right now. So Jimmy needs a new Godfather DVD set.
One of our interns.
Where's this DVD? Yeah.
Whatever they are.
Yeah.
Where can they get him in the
It's
army?
unacceptable. He can't sign that, Jimmy.
Well, this will be good because the intern that we have here is the one who thought raspberries were strawberries.
All right, so this should
Where's the girl?
She's not here today.
He's going to get Jay Moore in Mafia and bring it.
All right, E-Rock, can you send him out for the Godfather?
Yeah, see, it has to be done, and we got plenty of time.
Oh, yeah, that's
Let's
all
do this
crappy.
right today.
Yeah.
It's all sticky with
I'm glad I
paper
saw that.
or something.
Yeah,
Let's make up
we're
for
all
yesterday.
glad. Yes, let's get it done right today.
Or you could just color in that white part with a Sharpie.
No,
cheesy. Why would somebody put? Was that from the price or something?
It might have been. Yeah,
Why would they
I
do
don't
that?
even know if they did it.
Well, make sure that people that whoever goes and gets you a new one, that it's like shrink wrapped, pristine. Yes.
Who the fudge knows?
Another dumb story. I think it's the New York Thruway, I believe. This is how they're trying to encourage people not to text. They're setting up texting zones in rest areas.
All right.
Is that the dumbest idea ever?
Yeah. Yeah, so people can pull over because driving and
they're going to have
texting is very-
Wi-Fi, so you got a nice Wi-Fi connection. But who the fuck is going to stop just so they could not do what they could do in their car?
Right.
Some people don't text to drive, though. A lot of people I know with kids won't do it. Like, my friend, like, Noam is like, no, I put my phone away because he's afraid he's going to, hit a pole with his kid in the car.
I got way better after having kids, and of course because the Samsung you can't feel the fucking letters. The BlackBerry was beautiful for
It's
that.
so dangerous.
You really knew what the keyboard was all about.
That's where Siri's got to come in and be better. Like the voice recognition stuff's got to be better.
But do you think people are going to stop texting because there's an area off the thruway where they could go?
I know.
And then they were interviewing someone this morning. They said the Wi-Fi isn't even set up.
Yeah.
Guys
Great.
like blowing each other there in 2 weeks. What are you doing? We're just texting. Meet me over here. I'll suck your dick.
They said the Wi-Fi is weak.
Yeah.
So it's not even set up properly. I don't know.
Hey, Godfather, the Wi-Fi's weak. I can't even get a connection.
Yeah, so I don't think people are going to... Who's going to get off the road?
I hate getting off the road. When you want to get somewhere, that's the worst.
Depends on where you're going. Like, if you're on your way to prison, you're probably like, let's pull off in the texting area.
Hang out for a little while.
Yeah, I got to text again. Yeah, I can't stand driving because I'm obsessed with making good time, making that good time when you drive. And then you have to stop for gas or to get something to eat or bathroom break or something like that. And then you're on the road and you're passing people again that you passed like a while ago, and it's like, I lost so much ground.
It's okay if you pass, regular cars, but it's always like that thing that's going about 30 miles an hour and basically is hauling a house that you passed an hour ago. And all of a sudden you're passing that again. That's what really bums you out. I don't know.
Yeah, fucking...
BlackBerry's done, huh?
Oh, I hope so. They fucking...
They did their last-ditch effort here. They're just
that last phone
going...
was the Hail Mary.
Yeah. Well, now they're restructuring for just corporate use, period. So now they want to be the official communication device of the corporations, and they've already lost that
battle. But you've already seen the change over to iPhones.
Yeah.
I don't know if is iPhone's the number one in the corporate. BlackBerry's probably still number one, but iPhone certainly is catching up quickly.
I've never seen a company ruin something.
Oh, did they have
They fucking stop with the buttons. We gotta keep it so people can feel the button.
Tactile.
Fuck your buttons.
Did you like the clicky screen that was like a button?
Oh, that was half button, half screen.
That was the beginning. That was the absolute beginning of the end.
The world decided a while ago they don't need the buttons anymore.
Fuck the
That's
buttons.
obvious. But not BlackBerry. They refuse to see the signs.
I heard the guy who runs it was arrogant and good. That's what you get.
How many employees are losing their jobs? Was it 45,000 or 4,000? What was the number again?
It was about 45,000.
Yeah,
but they're going
45,000.
private now.
I've never seen a company that had like the fucking lead like that.
They
fuck
were-
it up.
they were the phone.
XM. Oh, that's right.
They were the phone, man. I was
yeah.
all in with BlackBerry.
Remember the Pebble?
I loved it.
The Pebble.
Well, the Pebble might not have been a good idea. I don't know.
It's cute.
I liked your StarTAC.
I had
That thing rocked
StarTAC.
at the time.
That
like
was
the
Boston,
phone,
right?
Phone to
Yeah.
have. Yeah, that's when I was trying to get a phone.
And you weren't
But
allowed.
my ex-wife told me I wasn't allowed to have a fucking cell phone. You could have a car phone if you want.
I love this.
But I don't want you to have a phone that you could carry around. Why? Well, I know why, because I'd be texting girls and probably sleeping with them.
That's why.
Did you ever tell her, shut the fuck up, I'm getting one?
No, that would have caused an argument.
That's
So
why
I just sat and drank.
That's why Anthony. That's why Anthony should be allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants. Because I've been there with him. I saw it. It was uncomfortable for everybody.
Oh, you can have a car phone. So I have the little Piggly Wiggly antenna on the fucking window.
But then I look like an asshole because I'm pulling out my StarTAC.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she probably got in your ex's ear, too.
I'm
Why do you
sure.
let him have one of those?
You know what that means. That means he's cheating.
Oh, God.
Does it?
She was
that what that
fucking
means?
awful. What a fucking what an albatross around my fucking neck that was. Piece of shit. Oh,
Would you say
God.
hi to her if you saw her today?
No. No.
Did you hate that you had to give her that money?
Yes.
I love the yes.
It's annoying, right?
Oh, it's terrible. All that money. Oh, man, she blew through it anyway. So fuck her.
Oh, cool.
Fuck her running. I've had it. Good thing I don't have to deal with that. No cell phone. You don't need. What do you need a cell phone for? Oh, wow. I don't know. It's fucking, 1999, I guess it was. Whatever it was.
Yeah.
2000.
No. Wasn't it in Boston? She said no.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
No, because
Well, then I didn't
It was
get.
definitely Boston.
But I didn't get a cell phone until fucking 99.
Did everyone have them in 94, though? I don't remember.
I was late. When I got my
Late to the party?
Yeah, when I got my StarTAC, people already had pretty much not most, but a lot of people around me
Yeah.
had cell phones already. Yeah, oh yeah, I was late too.
I remember the first girl I texted. It was a girl Florentine was dating, her sister, and it was the first text I ever sent. I was probably 31 or 32 years old.
Ooh.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Was a cock picture attached?
No, there was no camera phones back then. on the,
Oh God, there was none.
It was a
until
flipperoo.
pretty recently.
Remember when they put the they were able, you could take pictures with your phone, so the front was like that monochrome little tiny postage stamp screen,
Right.
So you could see the picture you're taking.
Yep.
And then you'd have to open up and look at the other screen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was
That's
like,
not that long ago. That's
dude,
crazy.
I know. It's like you look at some of the old phones and.
You know
the
what I
advancements.
miss, and I think it was the stupid Pebble. After you were done with a phone call or a text or whatever, that snap.
When
I
you
used
snap
to
your
love
phone
that.
shut. I always had a folding phone. I never had.
But it would just snap because it was
Like the
magnets
Nokia.
or whatever, and it just felt good, like, and then put it back in your
you could
pocket.
just funk. And then you weren't fucking ass dialing people.
Oh God,
like they were with the Nokias and stuff, where it was just a fucking phone and constantly. You'd answer the phone and you just hear cars, ding, ding, the blinker thing, ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
But then you can't hang up, but you don't want to listen.
You want to hear if they're going to bash you or not?
But that was the scary part.
What did they say about me?
Yeah.
It was always
Nambla.
It was always a risk. You're so right. It was such a risk. Or when you realize you ass dialed, and then you're like, "Oh fuck! Did I say anything? What did I say? Fuck!" Right?
Yeah.
Worked both ways.
What did I say? God,
You
damn.
realize people just have boring lives, though, when you hear someone's ass dial.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you said, the blinker is a perfect
That's nothing.
example. Oh, they're just at a light right now, waiting.
Wanted to hear some just fucking heinous stuff.
Yeah. Right.
Fucking beeping horns, some racial epithets.
Yeah, we got to bury that body. You know,
Yes, that too, sure.
Some good info.
You want to hear the I know guy. I know.
Those was the old days. The old scanner.
I love the I know guy.
Yeah, we were able to pick up the fucking cordless phones with the scanner.
I know we talked about that a lot too, but it became a thing when we were in Boston to go to Ann's house. It was better than going to a bar sometimes.
Just drinking some beers and listening to the fucking
and listen to the scanner. But there was some creepy shit. Remember the guy? Like, well. Yeah, okay, I met, I forgot exactly how it went, but he was up to some shady shit, and he knew, even when he was on a cell phone, not to say
give too much info out.
Yeah, it's done, man. I was there, and, yep, I'm filling up now, and, well, look, why don't we, I'll talk to you at blah, blah. Yeah. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
He wouldn't fess up.
And then the phone would just end, and we're like, what the fuck was that?
And then
it could have been some mundane thing, obviously.
The gay phone line was a great one too.
Which one?
Ding dong.
Oh, right.
Hello.
Is it one of those chat phones?
Yeah.
I love that bit.
Yeah, I lived in an apartment complex, so a lot of people had cordless phones at the time. Not even cell phones, just cordless house phones.
Right.
And it came over the I guess 800 megahertz, something like that, and it was picked up by the scanner. And oh my god, fucking fantastic.
Just hearing guys go, hello,
hello.
Hello.
Hello. Ding dong.
Oh, hello.
Is anybody in here? Yeah, it would make a ding dong sound whenever a new person logged in or called in. So you'd hear ding dong and then hello.
Hello.
Hello. Is anyone here?
A whole bunch of guys just go, hello.
Is anyone hanging out?
Hello.
Ding dong. Hello. Hello. It's so fucking funny.
But the I know guy is my favorite of all time because I guess he got caught cheating.
Oh, yeah. Him and his wife were on the phone.
And his wife was on the phone, and she's like, but you did to me and our family. And he's just like, I know.
How could you live with yourself after what you did to us? And he started low. I know.
Were you guys laughing?
Oh, we were roaring.
Just because of how he said it.
It was fantastic.
Well, now you're going to have to live with that.
Yeah. I know. It's like drinking beers. Faggot.
And then the famous one where we listened to this one chick, and I forgot what she was saying or talking about, but we laughed so hard we pounded Anthony's floor.
Yes.
But I forgot what it was. Do you remember? She said something, and we were like, this is hilarious. And we did kind of a
ha-ha, you slap your leg.
We jumped up and something, and then all of a sudden she goes, those fucking neighbors upstairs were like, holy shit, we're listening to the chick right below us.
Constantly making noises.
They drank all night long.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, it's the woman that lives right downstairs. So we went out on the patio and started throwing little things like pebbles, a planter and stuff on the balcony. So we started taking pebbles out of that and throwing them at her sliding glass door.
She goes, I don't know,
there's somebody outside my sliding glass door. Wow. She was horrified. Yeah.
And we got her laid because then all of a sudden the guy's like, you want me to come over?
You want me to come over?
Yes, please.
Come over. We're like, fuck, man.
And then we saw the guy arrive. It was the weirdest shit.
Yeah, that was pretty fucking strange.
Yeah.
I
think we had Jay, didn't he actually said, this is getting a little too boring, so he actually went outside, went around your whole apartment complex to be in front of our apartment and threw something way heavier?
We did have Jay throw.
Okay, I thought so.
Something.
Yeah. I forgot what it was. Not to break the window, but just to really put it over the top.
Should have thrown a fucking rock through the window on fire. Guy who takes it too far. Yeah. Fucking raped her, killed everyone. All right, dude. Have some fun.
Jesus, dude.
It's just a stupid Saturday night. We had nothing planned. Yeah, really.
We're going to go out with the girls, that's for sure. Night out with the girls. What the fuck are you looking at?
I think someone did a pretty good job with their Godfather DVD.
So you don't need a new one. You were working on it that whole time.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't know. I kind of still see in the.
Oh yeah, I'm not done yet. But I'm just showing the improvement.
Just take a Q-tip, dipped in a little alcohol, slowly circular motion. That stick off.
No, I'm just using my old fingers, God-given fingers.
We should jump into a break just because Stephen Merchant's going to be here any moment.
Ooh. Oh, is he? Okay.
I think so.
Yes.
So we got Stephen Merchant next. Right into James Caan, right into Warren Haynes. Hopefully. Excuse me, playing a couple songs for us.
The Opie and Anthony Show continues. In moments. The guys are back for the toilet.
Now, back to our show.
The Opie and Anthony
Yeah. I saw Stephen Merchant out there. I saw him. Yes. He's walking in. What's the matter, Jimmy?
I'm just annoyed about that yesterday.
Oh.
So fucking frustrating.
That is. Just knowing that. Here he comes.
Yeah.
Mr. Stephen Merchant, take a seat.
Thank you.
Wonderful having you here again.
Thank you for having
I've
me.
had you on a couple of times.
Yeah, always
I
fun.
do believe. Always busy with new projects.
That's right.
Yes.
Good to see you.
There you go,
Thank
comfy.
you. So I'm just finishing off some kind of
That's
unhealthy
all right.
breakfast.
It's not a cronut, is it? We made the news the other day, boy. Let me tell you, we know how to make news.
You guys made news over cronut?
Oh, of course.
I'm not sure it was national news, but go on.
Damn it.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the big headline, but like no matter what we do, nobody gives a shit. But then Hugh Jackman's here and he eats a cronut and everybody fucking goes batshit over it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great radio show that is.
Yeah, Hugh Jackman came in and then apparently the cronut guy was here and he gave Hugh Jackman a cronut and Hugh Jackman loved it. It was just one of those memorable media moments like, like the Hindenburg disaster and those things you remember for years.
Sure, yeah.
I remember where I was when Hugh Jackman
ate his first cronut.
Exactly.
And I'm trying to eat better, but he offered to share a little bit of his thing with me, and I took it. Like
Of course you did. If Jackman offers you some cronut, you take it.
I know, yeah.
You have to, right?
Of course you do.
So creepy.
Such a handsome guy.
That's
one of those.
He's one of those people who's disgustingly handsome and sort of annoyingly talented.
Yes,
thank you.
And like,
I'll just walk back in.
What? I just walked in. What happened?
Oh,
Thank you,
Jesus!
Steve. Appreciate
We were just
that.
talking about you.
Thanks. So awkward to walk back in when the show's back on the air.
Actually, your new show is kind of about something like that. There's the popular kind of good-looking Hugh Jackman type,
right?
You're a little more awkward, I think, but you're out there in the game.
Sure. Yes, I'm esoteric. I'm an acquired taste.
Esoteric.
There's the popular cronut, the
Right.
Hugh Jackman, if you will, that everyone enjoys.
And waits 8 hours online to get.
right.
And then there's a Duncan Munchkin or something.
Yes.
We.
Well, I was actually going to go for maybe sort of a more refined.
Okay.
I'm more of a granola.
Oh, a granola.
Not to everyone's taste.
But niche-y, but just as good.
Just as good.
A cruller, perhaps.
A cruller.
Yes, long and delicious.
There you are. Thank you. Yeah.
You guys are talking about cronuts, obviously.
Yes.
I didn't try it that day. I had great willpower.
Is that what it
I had
is?
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy couldn't take not having a bit of cronut.
A couple of men sharing a
And
pan.
then a souffle after that. Let's not forget.
We shared it.
I ate a rip-off cronut in Los Angeles because
no,
I guess
they
the
tried.
cronut guy has maybe copyrighted the cronut.
Oh, okay.
So there's lots of kind of imitation
Knockoffs.
cronuts, yeah, that are going around. I mean, I don't know whether my consumption of an illegal cronut could make some waves.
Are they sold by guys on the street that go, cronuts? Watches, cronuts.
Yeah, the guy fucking opens a bag he's carrying. There's just a bunch of sweaty cronuts here.
Cronut.
Did you really walk through a window at Sarah Silverman's house?
Yeah.
Were you high or drunk?
You want me to tell you that story?
I'd love that.
Love it.
I went to Sarah Silverman's house for a party a couple of weeks ago. I wasn't invited. I went with other people. And someone offered me some chocolate. In England, chocolate is normally chocolate.
Uh-oh.
In California, doesn't necessarily mean that chocolate is simply chocolate. And it was in a wrapper, like a Hershey-style wrapper. It wasn't Hershey's, I should make that clear, but it was in that kind of wrapper.
Okay.
It looked very official. I consumed some of this chocolate. It turned out it wasn't just chocolate. There was something recreational. in there.
Yes.
I lasted about 30 seconds. I went into a hole from which I couldn't crawl out. Just a dark kind of, the world just enveloped me.
Man.
Vroom. Like within seconds, I had a little lie down for a while at the party. One of my great concerns is embarrassing myself in front of a big room of comedians.
Well,
because,
yeah.
comedians don't let you forget.
That will be there forever.
And for a while there, the lying down didn't help, so I went in the bathroom and I stared at myself in the mirror. That didn't help.
That doesn't.
That just
that's
makes things
bad.
worse. Yeah.
It's almost as bad as the guy in Poltergeist that stared in the mirror for a while and started picking his face apart.
Right, well, then I came back out into the party. I thought I'd get a breath of fresh air, and I headed for the outside area. But the route that I took led me straight through an 8-foot plate glass window, which shattered in its entirety. just crashed around me. I had like a minor graze on my hand, a little graze on my head, otherwise miraculously fine. I'm not quite sure why. I think maybe because my feet are so big. They extend so far from my body. I feel like they make contact with it first. It's smashed, and then my body arrives.
And then you went
seconds
through.
later.
Perfect. It's like a stunt.
And I sort of blearily kind of turned back and stared. And the person I remember staring vividly back at me was Jeff Ross, the one person you don't want to see you do something like that. Roastmaster General.
He's unpleasant to look at under the best of circumstances, much less when you're standing there in blood and broken glass.
But what's extraordinary is I looked at a picture after the event, and the glass was not even transparent. It was a dark brown colour.
So where were you going?
Wow. Man alive. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Were you embarrassed?
I wasn't even, not only the next day. At that moment, I didn't know what to do. I had no sense of
you just go like, oh, that's not a door.
Yeah, I just had I couldn't compute, like, what you do after that.
Yeah, but what was in the chocolate? Did you figure it out? Was it hash?
Probably
was it hot?
Hash, but I thought
you got to think it was hash, right?
Probably hash.
More wild than that. It seemed very...
Maybe
you hate to think you do that just on hash.
Yeah.
He's like, it better have been fucking LSD.
Exactly.
Maybe a little Molly action in there.
Oh, maybe, huh?
Some Mollies.
I sent Sarah an email the next day that said, thanks for a great party. I had a lot of fun. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but I walked through a glass window. My big fear was that she was going to charge me for it.
Oh, man.
But she said it was insured.
Oh, it was okay.
That was nice.
Oh, there you go. Wow, that's a great
got
story, too.
It was insane.
Yeah.
Well, thank God you weren't hurt.
And now we all know Sarah Silverman's a drug addict. That's kind of cool,
God,
too.
No one said
what?
that.
No? Huh?
Now, of course, Hello Ladies is your show.
This
your
new
new
show, yeah.
And please, what is it? Tell us a little about it.
Well, I did a stand-up tour. I remember maybe the last time I was here, I was doing a stand-up show here in New York. And that also was called Hello Ladies. And it was mainly stories of my ill-fated romancing.
Right.
And then I did the show in Los Angeles, and HBO said, do you want to think about it as a sitcom? And I said yes, and then that's what we did.
Great idea,
And so it's basically me, not myself, but me as a kind of nerdy web designer trying to score with the women of LA. As a fantasy of the kind of being part of the beautiful world of beautiful people.
How much of yourself, though? None?
Oh, no, a percentage.
Yeah,
a percentage of me, yeah.
The cool guy part.
Sure, yeah. Well, it's bits of me from across the years, you know what I mean? There's a little bit of the 15-year-old me, and there's a bit of the 25-year-old me, and there's a little bit of the 38-year-old me in there.
The younger you, as big an asshole as all of us think the younger our own selves were, very embarrassing.
Yes, I mean, I feel like I'm still exacting revenge on him for being a loser.
God,
you know what I mean? Like, everything I'm doing in my adult life is to sort of punish him for being...
We always talk about the fact that if we had that wonderful time machine and can go back...
What would
we
you
would
say?
just slap them silly. It's like, oh, you idiot, you're embarrassing.
Right.
You gave me memories that I still fucking toil with.
Right, absolutely.
Horrible.
But then did it make us the men we are today?
Yes. Thank God it made us the treasures.
We are. We're national treasures at this point.
Stable treasures we are this very day. I remember being, I think I was probably 16 years old. My mother was working at a disco. You know, and
your mother was working at a disco?
She was working at a disco.
What was she doing?
She was a cocktail waitress. She was pretty hot and everything. Yeah. So she was,
That's a creepy thing to say.
It is very creepy, but I knew the score. I wasn't fucking her. I just knew she was kind of hot.
Her choice, by the way.
Not for want of trying.
Yeah, of course. So occasionally I would go there because the drinks were free. I'm broke. I could go down there and get fucking hammered and shit. So I'm getting drunk and stuff.
How old were you?
I was probably 16.
See, that's normal for him. I can't imagine trying to find drinks at 16 at a disco.
That was great.
Served by your
my mother worked. Yeah, served by
thank you. But to him, this is a normal thing that we all did.
Yeah, all the waitresses though knew me. You know, I was Rose's kid, so I would go in there and get hammered. And I remember one time I went a little too far, got really drunk, and the coat check girl was like fucking like I thought she was adorable and stuff, and she had to be maybe mid-20s, and I'm 16, and I was all drunk, and I leaned over. And I went, I love you. And I went to grab her and spilt the drink all over her.
Jeez.
And to this day, that cringiness of thinking of it hasn't gone away. I still live with it. I wake up like in the cold sweat, just sit up in bed.
Oh my God! You could be married to a coat check girl.
Yeah, it's another way to look at it.
Yeah.
Damn it!
No, I agree. You're just haunted constantly by the things that you didn't do, the things you did do.
Yeah, yeah.
The problem I feel like I feel. Like I wonder now in high school when you get to like 16, they should issue you with like a copy of that book, The Game.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or just something, just anything, just to give you some kind of
help. Instruction.
Neil Strauss's pickup artist fucking guide.
Yeah, I think, because, I mean, maybe if you have like an older brother or something, maybe that's helpful, but I had no guidance. My father didn't talk to me about sex or girls.
You're out there blind.
Working blind, and I didn't know there was the internet now. I guess maybe you just go on there, and that gives you everything you need to know.
I would imagine
you can't go to the library in the 80s.
Yeah. Let me look
how to pick up girls.
But even so, the internet gives you the opportunity to make that first, breaking the ice and building up a rapport with somebody before you even have to meet them. And if you fail miserably, it's not face to face. You're not embarrassed that much.
Not at all.
I wasn't even thinking of it as dating online. I was thinking to use it as a research tool.
Just as a research tool, which also works.
Sure,
but
because apparently I was reading something in some, and it sounds like it's going to be a trashy article. It was actually in a high class publication, I forget which, but they were saying that pornography is having a real impact on young people now because they're watching it, and it was hard when we were young to get access to pornography.
Even get
it was crazy. You could never get it. You had to, get hold of a VHS tape from somewhere from a man.
Yeah.
And it was hard to watch it. And now you just go online, and people now, like apparently young people, are thinking that you're constantly switting partners.
Yes,
there's two at once.
They're very knowledgeable on things, and I remember being in like a garage and you're moving something and you see a stack of porno mags and it glowed like the case in Pulp Fiction.
Right.
You're just like, oh my God, because that's how you found them. You couldn't buy them, so you had to find them under a pile of leaves in the woods or wherever.
You just have to wander through life hoping you find them.
And now it's like, I want to see the most disgusting thing you could think of. You go to JimNorton.com.
Believe me, I was ready to fire out a Miro joke.
Of course.
Of course, you continued and smashed me first.
But you wandered around the woods. We did trash day. With our bikes, up and down the streets, and you just waited for those piles of newspaper and magazines, and every once in a while you cut that free, and you would find the gold.
Buried in there?
You would find the gold inside.
The gold.
But you would leave everyone's trash a complete fucking mess, because you didn't put it back together.
It's beautiful stories of old America like that.
Americana.
Which are gone now, destroyed by the internet.
The Norman Rockwell years.
The Norman Rockwell painting of the kid finding porno.
That would be really funny. It's just to do a Rockwell-esque painting of just a kid finding
some porn, big smile.
You would have to hit at least 100 houses, but there was always one that was throwing away some old magazines, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
found
found
that's
it.
cool. You were mining for you.
Absolutely.
The Bill Devane of porno.
Well, if you have a paper route, you're already,
you're halfway there.
In that world. You're halfway there.
Yeah.
There's something about the smell of musty, like when you find them outdoors, they'd been rained on. There was a smell of that musty fucking
brings you right
outdoor
back.
magazine.
It brings you right back to when you smell that
and
smell.
You'd have to turn them gingerly so you didn't rip the damp page. Oh, they were the best.
And there was really no place to go. You didn't have your own space to go with this, so you needed a tree fort or a shed in the backyard.
Well, if you were lucky enough to get hold of a VHS tape, you had to wait for your parents to go. There was only one VCR in our house in the living room. You couldn't just pop down when your parents were watching Columbo and throw it on. You had to wait till they went out.
But freaking Aunt would rent out the projectors at school for porns.
Well,
that was pretty brilliant,
I was just a tad before the whole... Like when I was first noticing that I kind of liked girls and stuff, VHS, not so much.
Okay.
Little, like films. 8mm films.
Wow. That makes it even seedier.
It was seedy, but we didn't have an 8mm projector, so we went to the school and talked to the AV guy into lending me a projector so I could take it home and invite my friends over and watch.
Because you really had to study Africa.
Watch a stag film.
Right.
Yeah, just something about having that projector, like having to draw the curtains.
Oh, that's what it was.
Draw the curtains. Make sure you're feeding it through the little...
and you'd hear that.
The sprockets didn't align properly.
Yes. Yeah. It was dirty. So dirty.
And what were porno films like in those
It was just, I remember this one. It was very dark. It was, no, it was in color, but bad, like washed out color. Yeah. And it was some woman disrobing.
Sure.
She was on a couch, standing on a couch. It was too far away. There were no real close-ups. and then some guy came in who looked like he looked Turkish with the body hair. And just went at her.
You remember it so vividly.
Oh yeah, it was amazing. It was great. You know, I was the hero that day.
Sure, of course you
were. By the
way,
yeah.
What's better than you remember the weird textural thing? Like you remember hardcore glossy ones that you'd find like there was a softcore magazine.
Oh yes.
But
Like
then there was the
Playboy
hardcore. The high gloss, like
the pages were very thick.
Oh yeah. They had a nice fucking. Do you see insertion? Like they didn't show that in like
yeah.
That
was the hardcore. That was like finding friggin' the gold mine.
They were hard to
that's
find.
the whole mine. Yeah.
We might have went too far with Stephen Merchant.
Oh, no,
he just gave
I know. Now we start talking about Hello Ladies, and we get into
How did we get into that?
I know. We were talking about
I segued into it.
our 15-year-old us, and then we never advanced to
the. This is the thing. We're still talking about this. Is why if we'd had a healthy sex life as teenagers, we wouldn't be talking about this rubbish.
How old were you the first time you got laid?
Oh, late. It was late. I can't even remember.
I was 18.
Oh, I was later than that. I don't even really remember it. I feel like it was like it's not like a moment. It was just like a slow blur.
That kind of.
You know what I mean? Like at some point, I was no longer a virgin.
Yeah.
But I don't really remember any specific moment.
I was 18 too. Late 18, college.
Well,
yep. I think it was university for me.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Were you having oral sex first? I was having oral sex before that.
None of that.
No.
That was you're this is so weird. Back when I was growing up and trying to get laid, oral sex would come after regular sex. Like a girl was more apt to have regular sex with you than have oral sex.
Oh wow.
Yeah, weird, right?
Well,
now
the
it's
oral
like,
sex.
This is he's taking me out tonight.
I had no opinion of any of this. No, it was all just a weird, mysterious thing.
Believe me, I don't want to sound like I have some great sexual prowess back then. It was a big mystery.
No, it wasn't with you. His father got him his first lay.
Oh, you're one of those creepy ones.
Well, I didn't know.
But he was young. He was like 14.
Yeah,
like you didn't know.
13 or 14. Well, she would be over the house all the time. But then, like, this girl, Buzz. Her name was Buzz.
Yes.
Her name was
she went to the moon with Neil Armstrong.
This is such a creepy story. Your father was bringing her around.
Well, the worst thing that could possibly happen in my father's head, it was that his son would be a faggot.
Right.
So,
lo and behold.
Turns out that wasn't the worst thing that could happen.
So as I was out in California with him growing up, he would, put me in man training kind of things. Like, have beer, sit on the back of a Brahma bull for 8 seconds, shoot guns, like do all these things. And then at one point, it was like, all right. He's, and he probably sensed I was spending a little more time in the bathrooms than I usually used to.
Sure.
So,
but at 13 or 14,
and you were cleaning your gun,
right? Yes.
But at 14, that's the part I don't understand.
Well,
no one knows what the fuck's going on yet. You're all over the place.
No. But I had the want, of course, but then I didn't have to deal with trying to figure it out because there was Buzz. Buzz would be around.
Was Buzz?
Buzz was 19. She was a friend of the family. She was always hanging around our stable.
Was a friend of the family.
A go-getter.
We had horses and stuff, so she would always hang around the stable and drink and knew the whole circle of friends. She was at all the parties and everything.
She didn't look 42.
No, exactly. She was a little weathered. Ridden hard and put up wet in the equestrian circles, we say. So, I guess my father had set it up with her that, all right, we're going out, and then you stay home with Anthony, and, whatever happens, happens.
Wow.
So she was like, oh, go upstairs, take a shower. I was like, oh, okay.
She just told you?
I go upstairs, take a shower, and I come out of the shower, and I just think I'm going back downstairs to watch TV.
Yeah.
With Buzz.
Yeah.
And I hear, are you coming in from one of the bedrooms? You're coming in. I'm like, well, what is she doing?
This is amazing.
Why? And then I was like, oh man, like then it hit me.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit. So I go to the door and look, and she's sitting up in the bed with the pillows against her back. So she's sitting up with the sheet like at her waist, and she had these big old Buzz tits. And it was like the first real live tits I saw. I was just like, holy shit,
Yeah.
this is it. We're going in.
Well, it's funny because one of my fantasies when I was younger was always, I used to watch a lot of James Bond films, and invariably James Bond would come back to his hotel and, like, whoever the seductress was would sort of, there'd be a trail of clothes from the sort of door, and then she'd be waiting for him in the bed. And I always used to think that would be, what a fantasy. Even to this day, I've never come back to a hotel room. Even when I was dating someone and they knew that was the fantasy, I've never come back and they were waiting for me.
Never.
The idea that basically happened in your own house?
Yeah.
Wow. You just assume that's how girls took their clothes off.
Right,
they start at the door.
Right. Of course, the shoes come off, the dresses exit.
Wait, I got a question for Anthony.
Yeah.
I've heard that story a lot.
Yeah.
When did your dad finally tell you that he set that whole thing up?
The next day.
What did he say?
It was the next day. He's like, so, how was your night?
And you were like...
I was like, but I didn't want to talk about it. So I was like, good.
So what, did he pay her?
No, she just was, you know...
She was into it.
She would do anything.
Was he fucking her too?
I don't know. I think he probably threw one in her at some point.
You shared a girl with your dad?
I think everybody.
That's a little strange.
I've heard of guys doing that before.
This is horrific.
But I didn't know. But then, like, she would come over before I would go to school. Like, for like a year. She would come over, like, occasionally, maybe once,
living the dream.
Twice every couple of months and stuff like that. And then, you know, she'd like, oh, I want to eat it. And then she'd, like, go down on me and stuff, and I'd be like, oh, I got to go to school.
This is
I want to eat it, she'd say?
Yeah.
Your cum?
Yeah. And then she'd go to, and then I'd finish up and run off to Marco Forster Junior High.
This is one of the most distressing things I've ever heard. No wonder you've turned out like you have.
Yeah.
Man.
It was crazy.
Well, you're not going to relate to this show, this TV show about a guy who can't get laid. I mean,
well, no. Look, it was very.
I hope things dried up for a while once your father stopped organising it.
It did. Once I moved back to New York,
right,
that was a whole different animal out there. Yeah. This was California, circa 76, 77.
Right.
He put you down a bad road, man. I don't even know how you concentrate in junior high knowing what's waiting for you.
Oh, it was great. Like, but I kept my mouth shut. Not like these kids now; they get teachers and everybody in trouble. I kept my mouth shut.
Yeah.
I knew I wanted that before
I didn't want
school.
my father to go to jail.
Yes, that's fucking. Now you look, it's like this hot teacher is having sex with a 15-year-old student or something like that, and they get in trouble because the guy said something.
How is that happening? What teacher is like getting some alone time with a pupil, and then they're like having a flirty conversation? Like, you know what I mean? There's so many stages before you get to that.
Right?
It's so weird.
Yeah, I don't know how that
And then
happened.
you got to trust the pupil to not tell anybody.
Not rat you out.
That's crazy, man.
So weird. Like, but look at what you're so seduced by his charm and sophistication.
Yeah.
While you're grading his papers, this essay is beautifully written. Such delicious handwriting.
He's talking about me.
Yeah.
These are my feelings. How bad? It's like his summer vacation.
How bad did you want to talk, though, man?
All us kids would get together, the guys, and when we talk about sex and stuff, and they were all, you know,
but you never
I'd be like, yeah, sure, that's where you put it. Yeah, it was fucking, you know, and I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm sure.
You finally told them?
No, I told Richard.
I would have fucking blabbed.
My best friend Richard, who turned out to be gay and tried to have oral sex with me in our tree fort.
Wow.
But Buzz always wanted to have a little party with me and Richard would always say, no.
What happened to Buzz?
What happened to Richard?
To Buzz.
Oh, to Buzz? Buzz moved to San Diego and married a sailor.
So she's still around.
I guess.
She probably listens to this.
Have you changed her name for the purposes of broadcast radio?
No, her first name
was Frank.
Her first name was, her real first name was Christine, or Chris, you know, we call it, but she was called Buzz.
So if she's out there, she should call the show.
I
bet you she
to
listens.
talk to Buzz.
That would be amazing.
Oh my God.
That would be amazing.
Talk about the last probably decent lay I threw anybody.
We turned this interview into like therapy instead of like pushing Stephen
We're supposed to be
Merchant's.
talking about Hello Ladies.
Sure, right, yeah.
Well, we have a crack staff here because Hello Ladies premieres September 29th at 10:30 a.m. on HBO.
Definitely not the case.
I don't think
Wow, they gave you a
that's true.
horrible time for
What
the
a
show.
terrible time slot.
Oh, that's right. There's a PM.
Yeah.
That's a weird time for an HBO
Yeah.
show.
Has that been sent through from my crack team, or is that
No,
yours?
that's us.
yours,
Believe me,
right?
no, it's us. And of course, it's Stephen Merchant on Twitter, but it's STEPHEN.
Yeah.
Did we do the show justice?
It's about you not getting.
I don't think so. I don't think we did it
no,
at
I don't
all.
feel.
It's very funny. The awkwardness is very relatable.
Yeah.
Except for me.
Of course. No,
But
player like you.
it's very, very funny.
Well, to me, it was like they said to me about setting it in New York, in Los Angeles, and that was the thing that kind of was appealing to me because there's something about, and I don't know if this is true of, I'm sure this is true of a lot of American people as well, but certainly when I was growing up in the 80s, you know, and we've talked about the high schools and everything, like, the idea of California, particularly Los Angeles, was this preposterous fantasy. Like, you'd see it in TV shows, and to me, it's like it was soundtracked by like music that had a lot of saxophone in it. So consequently, in the show, like we've had kind of there's a sort of a hint of like saxophone music.
That's great.
And we have a credit sequence that kind of subtly evokes like the moonlighting credits. Shows, you know, that idea of like that there was kind of, I always imagine there's women in kind of mink coats, kind of getting out of limousines, going through red velvet ropes into kind of VIP parties. And sort of the Playboy Mansion, and this very kind of I guess like a kind of like a Playboy fantasy of what sort of adult sophistication would be, you know, men in smoking jackets.
And that's adult sophistication.
Yeah, adult sophistication
per a child.
Right, exactly. yeah. And so that was the idea. It seemed exciting to me, the idea that he's this kind of loser from England who's come to Los Angeles and has some success. He can afford a house and a car and things. And that somehow this will buy him entry into that world.
That magical world. Yeah.
And of course that magical world does exist to some degree, but it's not open to the likes of you and I.
No, that's...
You know, and I've got my own TV show, and it's not open to the likes of me. I'm amazed by how I'm still turned away from things when my billboard is on the street opposite.
Right?
It's extraordinary.
Is it frustrating, though? Because you were part of, you know, I think one of the great shows ever. And you were a huge part of the original Office and writing it and creating it. And, you know, it was not just Ricky, it was you too. But he happened to be in it.
Right.
Is that ever frustrating where you look at like, fuck man, like he gets all this accolades from it and they don't understand that I was also a big part of that?
I never felt frustrated that I didn't get enough accolades, because for people like you who knew about the show and were fans of the show, then they knew my involvement. It was more that doormen at clubs and, you know, cocktail waitresses didn't know who I was. That was what frustrated me. I remember going to Los Angeles around the time we won a Golden Globe for the show, and it was very exciting. And I remember someone put me on a list that week for a club, and I was on the list, and I went to the club, and I said, I'm on the list, and the guy went, which list? And I went, how many lists are there? They went, there's 2. I said, could you check both? He went, no, I ain't got time.
Oh, shit.
Right. And I just stood there like a lemon, just stood up by this rope, and I couldn't persuade the guy to check the lists. And other glamorous people were coming through, and in the end, I just had to like sheepishly walk away. And even when I'm on the list, I'm not on the list.
That's
what do you do at that point? What do you do? It's like, hey, have you ever seen the original British version of The Office?
Yeah.
Well, I was one of the writers. Like, it's too
that
too many
list,
steps.
The list of people that were in the doesn't work.
Exactly,
Oh, very cool.
Well, Steven has to leave, but the show is Hello Ladies. It's on HBO. 10:30, September the 29th, which is a Sunday?
That's Sunday, yeah.
Sunday, which is an amazing time slot. It's a great time for
we'll
it.
all be watching, of course.
And I'm sure it'll be a hit, because everything you've done has been brilliant.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
What a lot of fun. Thanks,
thanks for
Steven.
coming in.
Always great having you on.
I do hope you get in touch with Buzz.
Yes, I want Buzz on the show.
And feel free to forward me your number.
That's James.
Very cool.
James Caan's outside the studio.
Is that who that is?
Who? James Caan's outside the studio.
All right, let's just bring him. Bring James right in.
Yeah.
You
had to have one more bite, didn't you, Steven? That's good stuff.
Waste not, want not.
Yes. Take care.
Thank you, Steven.
Bring James Caan.
Steven Merchant, everyone. Thank you.
Here goes Steven. He's fun, man.
Yeah.
I like Steven.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that is James Caan. He looks good.
Yeah, he looks great.
Fucking look at him. Tough guy.
Whoever's listening to us out there that works for the show, can someone bring him? Is anyone hear us?
He's having a conversation with somebody, and
I think probably it's more James Caan's having a conversation. Roland's on it.
Yeah, he's like, whatever.
Roland's on it.
He's like, I'm James Caan.
Oh boy, now he's walking the other way to try to get in the studio.
All right.
Now he's talking to that guy. Now he's turning his head. He's still laughing at that guy. Now he's making his way into the studio.
Here we go. Hey, James Caan. There he is.
Caan.
Hello, sir.
There you go.
Is it?
I'm freezing my ass off.
It is.
Not here.
Summer's over.
Hey, which one of you guys is friends with
with
Mark Cullen? Any one of you guys?
Mark, Cullen. I know the Cullens. Yes.
Jimmy.
Rob Cullen.
Yeah, Rob.
Yeah,
Jimmy knows him, yeah.
What do you think I said to start with?
Mark. Did you say Mark or his brother? The Cullen brother.
Rob.
Yeah, no, I know him.
No, that's it? No, then I'm in the wrong show.
No, I said, I do know.
He said he was a good friend. That can't be you.
Rob Cullen, yeah.
No, if you'd say I know him, that would indicate that you're really not like a good friend.
No, I am. Rob Cullen, his brother, I think his name is Mark. Do one of them produce your show?
True. Yeah, the showrunner.
Oh, okay, yeah, then I do know that.
Okay.
Okay.
So maybe.
No, it's me,
I
Jim.
thought you go whoopee do because he said make sure you say hello to him.
I'm
What's
so
your name?
Jim Norton.
Sure, that's him.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to see. I'm just happy to see James Caan. That's all. I'm very happy you're here.
Yes.
I kind of shocked you. Kind of
Yes.
I understand.
I watched your show yesterday.
I get it.
A little bit.
Oh, I got to put these things.
A little
on.
shocking.
You don't have to.
Yeah, yeah.
You do whatever
We're
you
in
want.
the same room.
I swear to God, I walked out of the hotel. People thought I was in.
It's a little cold today for a T-shirt, James.
Not when you're tough.
Yeah, tough guy. Tough guy. Goddamn, you look great, man.
Thanks.
Not you, Jimmy.
Oh.
And this is without makeup too, bro.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why we like you. You're very naturally handsome. The show, let's promote the show. It's called Back in the Game, and it premieres tomorrow night on ABC at 8:30. And I saw the pilot episode, which is you play the father of a girl and the grandfather of her son. And there's some really amazing dialogue considering it's ABC. TV has changed.
Oh, no, we're going further.
You're going for it?
We're trying to move the show after the Kimmel show. I think it'll be like 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
ABC, we give them like 3 horrible things, figuring, well, they can only lose 2 of them. So
I've heard that from everybody. They say that. They give them a couple of options that they know they're going to throw out just so they go to the one you wanted in the first place.
With Disney, I mean,
yeah.
And it's 8:30. We want to go on later. But these calling, I mean, and the whole writing staff is great. And the cast is great. It's really fun. So, I mean, I'm actually having a lot of fun with it. And
you're encouraging.
I mean, racial, terrible. I mean, and I play a guy who just doesn't give a crap. I'm trying to create the most horrifying guy that was ever on television.
Nice.
Ever. Yeah. But with a heart.
Oh, okay. So
the heart.
It's like you never see it. You know,
deep down.
You never see it. No, he raises his daughter like from the time she was 8, you know, to as a guy.
Right. Oh, shit.
He lost his one because he was a baseball player. He was like the second coming of Sandy Koufax for 11 minutes. He drank himself out of the league, blew his arm out.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
It's a pension. So he raised her as a girl to the point where he called her Junior.
That's healthy.
And there's a couple lines. He goes, what do you know? And then she's forced to come live with me. She hates me. Well, after she gets divorced with her husband, from her husband, as opposed to an elephant, and brings, you know, my grandson out, who I never called the right name, and
Donnie,
and they move in with me, you know, and he's horrified. And every time the kid, I give him these life lessons. Some kids bully. I look, walk up to him, right, flick your lick sticker over his arm. You see how he turns his head. The many times you hit him across the knees with his back. The kid is great. He goes, I'm not hitting a kid, and I don't smoke. He goes, it's just insane.
That sounds like advice my dad gave me.
My favorite line, she comes up, she goes, I'm asking her, what are you talking, bring me up like a guy, and he bringing me up like a guy. I said, what are you talking? She says, well, I got my first period, you told me to walk it off. I said, well, there was no internet then. I know. So it's pretty.
The language is amazing on this. The things they say, I'm like, I forgot it was ABC. It feels more like an AMC show or something. It doesn't feel like network television.
But you know what? Some people who complain say, "Geez, you got kids on the show." It's not about baseball. Baseball is like 20%, but it's sort of like the social club where you meet everybody.
Yeah.
You know, parents. You know, the parents are, and we got kids that are amazing, not actors, other than Griffin. You know. And Michael, they're real kids. I mean, and they haven't got 1 ounce, not 1 gene of athleticism in them. Not one. So I look at it, they'll never win a game. If the show goes 20 years, they will not win a game.
So
maybe a run or 2.
Where'd you get the kids from? Because it's
they interviewed thousands, and it just took real kids.
Because you're hitting on something. It takes me out of so many movies now and TV shows because these kids were brought up in acting, and you can tell.
Yeah,
but you could tell there's something that they're missing.
You slap them in the mouth.
Yes, because you could tell they're just acting.
I know
it doesn't feel real.
The best kid ever. He brings me a shirt like one day because it says no beer, no dad. You know, he's just like, I just drink beer all the time. Call him the wrong name. I mean, but there's things we make up. Like he comes in, he has to be like he's in love with this girl. That's why he wants to play baseball. Because
he's trying to get laid.
No, because he loves this girl and she likes ball players. So that's that whole thing. He comes one day and he asks about, this is one of the shows about sex and stuff and girls. I go, don't go talk to your mother, you know. Kershaw's fishing, you know, leave me alone. So he says, I can't talk to her, blah, 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 blah. So now he convinces me, and the first thing I say is, look, with one hand, you got to learn to do this. You come around, you have to unhook the bra with one hand. And he goes, why would I do that? They wrote a line saying, where the boobies live. Not funny. Yeah. and I said, let's start again. Okay. And then the next thing, you come back to conversation. Now when the candles are lit and the room smells nice, you got the, you know, They even had some lines that it's not going to work. Buy your nails. I mean, stop.
Yeah.
Crazy. So crazy. So then I say to him, then you put in a little Sinatra or Barry White. He goes, who's Barry White? Okay, that's it. Come on. And I take him to a massage parlor. I mean, but it's a nice thing. The girl is massage, but it's insane, and it's really funny.
There's a funny scene where
that's
where the girl's getting picked on that the kid likes, and so the bully. The kid faces the bully and kisses him on the mouth. It's like a really weird moment where the kid kisses another boy on the mouth to stop him from picking on another girl. I'm like, they're getting fucking ballsy on television.
No, but his line is, he says to the girl, he says, don't worry, he'll be afraid of me from now on. He'll be afraid.
Yeah. No shit.
They're going for it.
Yeah, they really are.
But we have jokes like, I mean, there's this one show, I mean, I saw it the other day. It was, I mean, hysterical. I couldn't laugh. Everybody was laughing, so you'd miss the punchline. But the whole premise was that I'm so angry, I'm breaking things, I'm yelling at the kids. Some guy is flying one of them, you know, those phony helicopters around my field.
Yeah.
I go Black Hawk down. I blast it. I'm insane. So they're going, what the hell is he so mad about? And the kids was, you know, you need some of that good stuff. Maybe he needs the good stuff. So they flash back, and I'm watching, like, From Here to Eternity. We got the clip, you know, when the wave rolls up. And they're kissing. And you say, oh, that's the good stuff. So now they decide, oh, we got to get them a date. So they go online, and then they send the kids out, like, in a shopping mall, you know, like, if they're wearing rings, forget it. If they have a cat, something, go for them. Whatever, all these stupid things. So they fix me up with this nice girl. Just starts it. And she tells me, come on, you got to be there. You got to meet Dottie, like, you know, in a half hour. I says, no, I'm blowing that off. Kurt's like pitching, and I got to finish this salmon jerky before it expires, you know. And I got a silver toothpick that I use because I save a ton of money on toothpicks. She says, do you wash it? I says, what am I, give myself something? Why do you pick before you go? I mean, it's just really... So anyway, the upshot is I have this dinner, and my daughter introduced me. You know, this is Dottie Sanchez, and she's got a 20-year-old that lives over there, 21-year-old, and she has a dog, this cute little dog she calls Kevin Klein, and da-da-da. And then the woman says, yes, you know, when he was little, a little puppy, he had such a cute little face, I thought I'd call him Kevin Klein. I haven't said a word, and I just look at her, I go, and goodbye. And I get So I get this lush hooker. I bring her home. I mean, this girl is so funny. She's got one of them coughs, you know. I mean, just brutal. Just hanging out. I mean, just brutal. So she comes home, to the house. She comes to the house and sees me. She says, oh, you got 2 cups of coffee? I go, shh, don't wake her up, you know.
Oh, shit.
Now here she comes. You know. So, like, one of the lines is, what's the matter with her lungs? I go, nothing wrong with her lungs. She held her breath like a dolphin. But it goes like, you know what I mean? Like, it's amazing, you know? It's awesome.
I think you just
other ones that go, and I couldn't believe it. I improvise every once in a while. Like, my daughter comes in, she's got a sour face. There was no line between her walking in. She looked miserable, sat down. I go, what's with the face? You got a problem with your she-gina? They go, what? They started laughing. Jimmy, you can't say that. Okay. You got a problem with your lady-gina? I
think it's the gina part.
And I went like this, inner walls? No. They left she-gina in because it was...
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they thought, okay, that's not so bad.
Right. Good for you.
Not better than inner walls.
Right.
Had you turned down network TV before, or is this something that you avoided for a long time and now you finally saw a script you like?
Yeah, because, you know, the truth is there's this unwarranted stigma. You know, always that. Listen, I turned Brian's song down 4 times for the wrong reasons.
Man.
But, you know, you got to behave the way the people who... are you ordering pizza, by the way?
No, I was ready to take a picture of you because you're a legend.
Oh, no, I mean, if you want,
really
I
need
want
to know.
any anchovies.
No, if you really need to know.
I thought I was out with one of the, you know...
I'm sorry. If you really need to know, you're a legend. I'm taking a picture.
Some kind of sex gland, these girls now. You know, that like whenever they text...
It's on the tip of the finger now. That's where the G-spot is
James,
now.
smile. If we're going to do this, let's do this proper.
So far, you guys have made me laugh, okay?
Well, you're making us laugh, though.
Yeah. Please.
So the phone's down.
So you turned down Brian's song 4 times. Why'd you turn it down?
No, again, because
it was a TV movie, right?
You know, like at that time it was like if you did television, you're out of the business,
right?
You know? So you had to behave the way the people who are hiring you, who are running your life, the way they thought, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'm so sick that I literally thought after 3 or 4 times that we're going to Rensselaer, we're going to work out the back. And I thought I was better than the back they had. I had a guy named Don Shy. And in my mind, I said, you know, I played a little of it, but very little.
Mm-hmm.
So I really thought I could make the team. And I was in the middle of every scrimmage. Oh, the producers were going crazy. Those guys killed me. I said, hey, after my 12 hits, 10 hits, I go, listen, I'm an actor. Leave me alone.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you know, phone, you know, butt kiss. I mean, just boom.
Wow.
But the same with this, you know, and my son started yelling at me. He goes, what are you? And the truth is, the pictures today, I mean, I've lost my ability to fight prehistoric monsters and jump from building to building, what have you. You know, I just, my birth certificate is not so good.
There's not the stigma on television
so
anymore
I don't get
either.
the girl, I accept that. So, you know, I'm not putting on any funny costumes. They don't look that good anymore. So, I mean, what's left are basically, you know, anything that I like. I did one with a great director named Guillaume Canet, who's married, or lives with, but they're French. You never know the difference.
Yeah.
With Marianne Coutier, who's just brilliant, you know. And Zoe Saldana, Clive Owen, Billy Crudup. I mean, a great cast. So that was one. But the other 3 or 4 that I was forced to do, they asked me what the name of it was, and I said, what was the name of that picture? I called The Rent. Every one of them was called The Rent. I mean,
just to make the money.
I really like, you know, the integrity that you try to hang on to. You know, there's a point. I got 4 wives and 5 kids. I got to
Jesus Christ.
When you did The Godfather and you started shooting, and obviously that changed your life. How did Brando treat you?
We got along great.
Oh, you did?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Before and after, I'd say anything and he'd laugh. I mean, it was just.
Shit.
Was that the part you initially read for, or no? Was Sonny the part you originally went for, or did you go for? Had you gone in for another screen test first?
No, that whole story is such
bullshit.
Nonsense.
It is.
When Francis got, I had done with Duval, who's like my oldest friend in the business, you know, or in the business, period. One of the two. When Francis got the picture. I was with the Evans at the time, and first they were looking at Gus Garvis, who did see it, wonderful. But Francis was so perfect because he's a Mediterranean Italian. He ain't a Brooklyn Italian, you know. So if you look at the picture, I think the success of the picture had to do with you condoned everything because it was for the sake of family. You know, people would say, "Was that a real horse's head?" That's all I cared about. 80 people got their heads carved. But it's true, you know.
Yeah.
But you know, if you did it for my sister, I did it for your brother. You did it. So, and that's what made it, I think. And he was like, you know, music and art, and anyway, this first cast immediately was Bobby and Al, who you know we didn't know at the time. Myself and Brando. So the geniuses will now take all the credit. If you mention Brando's name again, you're fired. You can't mention him. And then Al, you know, Al was wonderful, but I don't know, he was sort of shy. I don't know what it was. So he wasn't shining on these. And we went up to Zoetrope, and for about the price of 4 corned beef sandwiches, we did these tests on 16 millimeter, you know. Eleanor, his wife, gave us a haircut with a bowl on the head. It was like a bad picture.
That's unbelievable.
Swear to God.
Yeah.
And so then we went home, see you later. It was the cast. Wow. Now all the stuff started. You know, these people who think for a living, or get paid to think for a living, rather. They, you know, oh no, you can't. Brando, we don't want Al. So about 2-3 months later, Francis is preparing everything, and he calls me one night. So it had to be about 3 in the morning. Their times. He goes, Jimmy. I said, what? I had done the Rain People with him already. And he says, they want you to come and test. I said, what, you got a Porsche? You want me to drive around the block? He says, no, please, don't even go there. I said, please, just come in. So I go, and now all of a sudden I'm testing for Michael. They want you to play Michael. Michael? No. I mean, but I knew Francis. Francis was not one of these guys that hit and miss. This guy was like the best.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at the time, you know, other things, you know, happen in life. He's still, you know, brilliant. But then there was nothing better. But he had, you know, visions. He wanted Michael to be the Sicilian-looking one, the authentic, you know, and Sonny was the Americanized version of, you know, so he had even the looks that he wanted.
Wow,
right?
yeah.
So I knew that was wrong. I made it was horrible. And then they tested the Bobby thing, and you know, and Puzo wrote a book, The Making of the Godfather. This is serious radio, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You go ahead.
For it.
So
Go for
so
it.
Mario in a book said if Caan had tits, he'd have played K. So, but I knew what Francis wanted. So at the end of the day, he'd sneak Al in again, you know, and do that. They'd go crazy.
They really didn't want Al. Wow.
No, but here's the and every actor you can name was sitting in this room on this huge room, sitting against the floor. It was disgusting. You know,
wow.
You name them. The big, with stupidest accents you ever heard, Italian, you know, Irish, whatever. Didn't matter. They were all there. And after this all day, poor Francis, and I go home. And then at one point they had this Carmen Caridi going to play me. I was going to play Michael. I was nauseous.
Yeah.
I go home, and then Ruddy and the girl that was one of the runners of Paramount at the time. Oh gosh. Anyway, senior moment. They came into the, and I said, stick this picture up your ass. All right.
Wow.
And
yeah.
Bobby says, I'm throwing him out of the 30-story window. I'm going. And I jumped on a train. I was in such a hurry. I'm not testing again. Jumped on a train and went and did this 10-day part that they made part of the deal. Jimmy, would you do this before you come to do The Godfather? So I did this picture in Chicago. And then that night they called back and everything was set.
Wow.
So basically my point is they spent, at the time now, $450,000, which is like $40 million today.
Yeah. That's a whole movie budget.
On tests. And they wound up with the same cast they had for the four
that
Corby
they started.
When they started.
Right. Corby sandwich. That's like a General Electric product. Progress is our most important product, you know.
When did you know the movie was going to be a masterpiece? When did you realize, holy crap, we got something? Never?
No, look, I mean...
Because you never know officially. You could have a great cast and all that.
Answer.
Right.
I knew, and which to me is a huge ingredient, you know, like, that we all liked each other. I knew I was really good people. And we laughed, you know, and that's, I don't care. You can go to movies and I'm not one guy that says that, like any other guy, either get moved, I don't get moved, I have a good time, I don't sit there and analyze it, but you can always tell inadvertently that these people are liking each other. I don't care what the subject matter is, somehow it comes off the screen. So we had that. I had great actors with me. The head of every department, this is all Francis is doing. Like Dean Tavaleros was nobody. He became like, one of the great secretaries. Walter Murch became the sound guy in the business. Gordy Willis, became so every one of these departments had Dick Smith, who's like a genius, with special effect, makeup, special effect. All these people were put together by Francis,
And they wound up being like amazing
the top in their field.
artists.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a talent, being able to just identify
that's the point,
that. And how old was Francis at the time to be able to butt heads with a studio
33,
like that?
And he's making a masterpiece.
It's amazing. Yeah.
What was Luca like as a person? The guy who played Luca, because I'm hoping he wasn't really like that guy.
Oh yeah.
Was he really?
Oh yeah.
My friend who introduced me to him was here with me today, but he was, one of the great. I got so many great stories with Luca. He's the big, scariest son of a gun.
Yeah.
But when he's on a set, he was like a little girl, like
really,
and he talked like this, very almost he had feminine moves,
really,
So, and this is genius of Francis. It's a good story, and and you got a long, boring show. So
Absolutely. Believe me, until you walked in, it was 3 hours of mediocrity. We need you to stay till tomorrow.
So Lenny comes in. Now, he weighs about 350, about 6 feet. He had hands like shoe boxes. I mean, his ears were this big. I mean, his fingers, like, he was just... He was the Masked Marvel years ago in the wrestling world, which was like a famous wrestler. And anyway, you know, he did work with, you know, with some friends. They, you know, whatever their business was. Anyway, he was, you know, he was just one of the fellas, you know.
Right.
So now they see this guy. They go, "Oh my God, you know, it's Luca Brasi." So I think one of the first scenes we did, and he was like so scared. I can't explain it to you. His chest. I mean, they don't make clothes like that. So. He had this dark Indian. It was a real black Italian, what they call black. It looked like, you know, this Indian. So he's walking around. And the first scene, he had to come in the door. So I had a close-up. The door opens. Brando's behind it. And he comes in. Luca comes in. And he says, "Don Corleone, I am happy to be here on the day of your daughter's wedding. May your first child be a masculine one." Francis goes, "Cut." All right, Lenny, a little more. Whatever.
A little more something.
Okay, boss. Don Corleone. I am, but that staccato thing, you know. Right. Now he grabs me on the side. Francis says, "Jimmy, do something." Do something. Me, I'm not even a scene. But he knows that I know. But my friend, you know, do something. What do you want me to do? Loosen him up. Do something. I don't care what you do, but do something. Loosen him up. So I take him over. I take him in the corner and we're talking. I go, "Lenny, hey, come on, we gotta have some fun. We gotta make us laugh." What? He's got a tongue, you know, looks like, you know, a shoe. So I said, "Look, when you come in, right, it's a close-up. When you say Don Corleone, stick your tongue out," and I put F-U on
You say it.
You can say
it. Fuck you.
No, far away. No. I put "fuck you" on his tongue.
Yeah.
And a piece of tape. But I said, "Come, let me put the..." "Jimmy, don't do this." "Come on, Lenny, stop. Please, don't do this to me like a little kid. Don't make me do this." I said, "Lenny, you got to do it. We got to have some laughs. It's just for laughs." Well, this took 20 minutes. Please, I'm not. Don't make me call my friend. Anyway, he does it. They open the door and he goes, "Don Corleone." Well, everybody laughed. Brando laughed. Everybody laughed. So Lenny felt pretty good. Okay, let's do it again, right? Don. Nothing changed. But Brando was so funny when he answered me and went, "Luca," and had "fuck you too." And I'll tell you the genius of Francis. This is really genius. That was shot. The interior of that was shot 3 weeks before we did the outside, the scene that preceded it. You know, the wedding?
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, it was never in the script. He's got Luca in the corner, if you remember, rehearsing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was perfect. You know, it was like,
to make that
Don Corleone, I am honored to be.
So he had to add that, obviously.
Now
he put that in, and it was great. So it was
now it
was
justifies how he sounded.
Yeah, it was a rehearsed
in the
speech
room,
that he was nervous, you know.
That's perfect.
That's a great story.
That's amazing.
And the kids ran in, and he just left it, right? Wasn't that an accident when the 3 children ran in during Luca talking to him? Yeah, I heard that the kids just kind of ran in, and he left that in.
I don't know. We left, you know, we did a lot of
hilarious
stuff, accidents.
That was hilarious because he practiced so much, and then the kids screw it all up for him. On your daughter's wedding, for your daughter's wedding. He fucking
No, but it was all perfect.
Oh,
but it all
great.
became perfect because you see him studying.
Of course,
like,
it brings it together.
Yeah. That's right.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, he really was. He did not give a smooth delivery. He was looking down at the paper. At least he had one thing to say. He's going to look at the paper.
Killer. That's what he was supposed to
be. He was a piece of work. Boy.
Yeah.
He was in The Jerk with Steve Martin. He played. I think he played Iron Balls McGinty. Steve Martin kicks him in the balls, and he's got a fucking metal balls, and Steve Martin hurts his foot.
They were all such iconic characters that everybody from The Godfather, when you saw them after that, you'd know, that's the guy from The Godfather.
Right.
No, Lenny was, I mean, off camera. I told the story last night. It's one of my favorite. We were all, a bunch of us, from, the city pals, all my good friends. And we decided to go with one of my friends who liked to, throw parties and this and that. Benny Goodman was playing in the Rainbow Grill, right? The whole band. And that's a small place, so you can imagine what the tariff was. It was like stupid. So Lenny was notoriously one of the cheapest guys. He never had more than $20 in his pocket. I saw somebody give him $10,000. He'd send $980 home to his wife, right? So he only had $20. So we go up to the Rainbow Grill. There's six of us at the table. And we're just having drinks, but it was a dinner show. But how do you pay Benny Goodman's band, So everybody's in tuxedos from Park Avenue paying. I don't know what happened. So all we had was a couple drinks, we'll listen to Benny Goodman, it was great, and this and that. And my friend, who always grabs the bill, you can't get the bill, he grabs the bill, he says, give me the bill, and he grabs the bill, and he never says anything, but this was so ridiculous. He says to me, he says, Jesus, he says, well, these are phone numbers. He says, what, we buy this freaking place? So and then with that, Lenny overheard, he goes, I'll take care of it.
Oh, no.
And we both looked like, this is impossible. These not, especially after guys said, these are tough. What'd you say? He says, my friend says, just to see what would happen. He goes, yeah, go ahead, yeah. So now Lenny's sitting, and he had a glass full of ice. And there was like 7, 8 guys behind us with 3, 4 women. This huge table. Took the ice, just threw it over his shoulder, right in the middle of the table. There we go. He goes, hey, you dirty this and that, you never. And it took Lenny about a half hour to get up. He went, ooh. And he stood up like that. He had 2 guys like holding him off the ground like this. Here come the manager, running over. Said, please, what are you doing? And Lenny says, whispers to him, you want this to happen every Saturday night? Give me the bill. He goes back and he says, come on, I took care of it.
Wow, what a great story.
Fucking horrified people in real life.
It's the real deal.
No, he was fun. He was a good guy.
We're being told you got to go. You got a lot of
You're
press.
a busy man.
We could talk to you all day.
Busy man today?
I'd like to sit here.
Yeah, really?
The rest of the crap ain't that interesting.
Who wouldn't?
I'm really comfortable.
Great, man.
The show is, and I saw the pilot. It was very funny, and the dialogue. It's very hard to believe that it's actually on network TV.
It's
but
really,
again,
it's really good to hear that they're going for it.
I'm not surprised the Cullen brothers are involved with this. I did not know they were until James came in.
No, but Rob, there are saner people locked up than
I know.
He's just mad, and the staff is great. Maggie and my cast is just unbelievable. Ben and the kid and the girl that plays Lulu is unbelievable. So I mean, it's really nice. The kids are great, and I like getting up in the morning, and that's worth a lot of money.
Yeah,
and I'll just say
unlike you guys who sit together every day.
Just miserable.
The show opens with you bashing a car window with a baseball bat. No, it opens.
Oh, they do the freeze foam.
Yeah. That's how the show opens, and it's just a very interesting opening to a sitcom. And it's called Back in the Game, and it premieres tomorrow night, Wednesday night, 8:30 on ABC or 7:30, wherever you live. You know what time 8:30 is here. It's all based on New York. Let's be honest.
Of course.
And it's fucking James Caan.
It's great.
And again, the Cullen brothers, very fucking funny guys. So I'm very happy they're involved.
Mark's married, so he's got to be. He is more executive like, or tries to control it. And when we first got together, and they wrote it for me, they said, right. And all I remember Mark saying, now I have 2 of them.
James Caan, what
was a pleasure,
blast, man. Thanks so much.
Well, thanks, guys.
Great time. Thank you.
I want you to come do my radio show.
Oh, where's that?
Not yet. I'm happy.
Okay, all right. We'll do that. we'll do it for sure.
The great James Caan, everyone.
Continues.
Are we all good?
I believe we're all good. Warren Haynes is setting up.
Nice.
I consider him a friend now, man. He's done our show enough.
Oh, yeah.
A very thin Warren Haynes. Lost a tremendous amount of weight.
Yeah, you lost a bunch of weight there, sir.
You did.
Thank you.
Looking good.
Thanks.
Nice.
It's not fun losing weight.
No.
No, it's not. I'm proud of it and glad to be doing it, but it's not fun.
What sparked it?
You know, I'd been the same amount overweight for years, and then one day I realized I'd started to gain weight, and I was like,
Oh, wow.
I can't do that. I've been comfortably overweight for a long time, but when it starts gaining, I said no. Plus, I have a 2-year-old son, and I got to be around to chase him around. So.
Do you find yourself looking at yourself? I find myself looking at myself naked in the mirror a lot more. No, because I lost weight, and I'm like, I just find myself standing in front of the mirror nude.
Well, I don't think I've quite reached that point. I'm hoping for that.
What are you craving that you're not touching? What's the one thing?
I'm not doing any bread and no chocolate. And I'm a big chocoholic.
Right.
But you know, I'm getting used to it. It's on the road. It's hard to not just reach for something in the middle of the night, and you know, I realized if I just, as we were talking about, just cut out a bunch of the garbage, you know, you can actually lose weight.
Mini bars are hard to hotel. You go to a hotel, a mini bar, it's like at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's impossible.
I
to
think
stay
you guys
out of.
just traveling like you do. I don't know how you do it. I don't know.
Food in those things.
Yeah,
there's just not. It's hard to find good food on the road.
Impossible.
I don't know how you do it.
And it's also when you get off work at midnight, who doesn't eat after they get off work? So it's like to not eat late at night, which is the rule number 1. You're not supposed to do that.
Right.
It's like bread is everything, though. Like everything you eat has fucking either a bun on it or it's some type of bread. It makes everything delicious.
Yeah, it does.
Damn it.
Over here?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I guess that's part of what you said. It's not fun.
But you know, it's a nice lesson in discipline. So
yeah, apparently.
And you know, last time I was here was with Patrice too.
Yes.
So, and what a tragic thing.
Yeah.
It still kills. It kills us to this day.
Yeah.
It's still very real and very new to us.
Oh man, he was.
It's been almost 2 years already.
Yeah,
and it feels like yesterday that he walked down that fucking hall. He was amazing for us and an amazing friend too. And you guys did a little blues number last time.
We did, yeah.
That thing was unbelievable. How great that was.
Yeah.
Just off the cuff.
Howlin' Wolf.
Yep,
Going down slow. And how almost like prophetic. You know, it was like
right.
But what a funny guy, man.
You knew Greg too, didn't you? Weren't you friends with Geraldo?
I was, and I do this charity show in North Carolina every year during the holiday season, and he was going to come down and be part of it. And then he passed. And I didn't really know him. We were just starting to kind of get to know each other and had mutual friends and stuff. But man, he was a real talent as well.
Yeah, he was brilliant.
He was
funny,
really funny.
Very funny guy, man. Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Starting to think Warren's bad luck.
Yeah, right? Comics, stay away.
It's me? I didn't.
At least you're safe, Jim.
Wow. Wow, low blow.
Yeah,
Yes.
but accurate.
Hey, Warren, what are we promoting today? Are we promoting Shout?
Shout, yeah. Shout came out today, or comes out today, however you want to look at it. Is it today already?
It's today already.
Today
Today's today.
That's your next song right
there. A little early for you?
Is it today already?
You know, it was a little early at 4:45.
Yeah, you were on Imus this
when
morning.
My car picked me up at 4:45, and I was like, yeah, I'm usually not asleep by then.
Asleep, yeah.
But it's been a good, productive day. I've gotten a lot accomplished, whereas normally I wouldn't even be awake.
Right. So now the rest of the week you could just sleep in.
Exactly.
You did very
38 hours.
Yeah.
There's 22 songs on this record too. Well, it's like long. It's
Warren and the guys, it's Government Mule. They're doing something cool here. The disc 1 is all the songs, and then disc 2 is all the songs done with other people.
Yeah.
So you get 2 versions of each song.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept. I don't think anybody's ever.
I can't think of anyone else that has done this. It's smart.
We did alternate versions of each song with different friends and great vocalists. So, disc 1 is all Government Mule, no guests, and it's all me singing. And then disc 2 is, as you see there, it's Dave Matthews, Ben Harper, Dr. John, Steve Winwood, Grace Potter, Elvis Costello,
Miles Kennedy, who did some stuff with Slash, and Glenn Hughes, who I think sang with Sabbath.
Oh, Miles Kennedy, that's right. Oh, man, does he have a voice.
Great. Yeah, he's
Miles,
tremendous.
Everybody on there is amazing, and they all did fabulous jobs, and everybody kind of took the song and made it their own. You know,
whose idea was that? Was that your idea?
I think so. I'll take credit for it.
Yeah, might as well.
I got to
No
ask
one's
you.
gonna argue.
I got to ask you a concert question because we were just talking about this yesterday. Maybe you could give us some insight. Metallica. We saw them at the Apollo. It was an amazing show, and I need to know if you guys, after a while, get sick of playing the same songs. Like as a fan, as someone in the venue, you can't tell whatsoever. Metallica they were singing it like they were singing it for the first fucking time. So it's not a problem with them, but for you guys. Do you get kind of sick of playing the same songs over and over again after a while?
Yes, and in a
word.
But I'll tell you our solution to that.
Okay.
We don't play the same songs every night.
No, because you guys are able to mix it up and change it up just enough.
Especially with Government Mule, over the course of a tour, we'll play a couple of hundred songs. And our audience understands that might mean that some of them are a little less rehearsed, but they like that and we like that. So, as an example, if we do 3 nights at the Beacon Theater or something like that, we won't repeat any song over 3 nights. And we play for 3 hours. So that's 9 hours of music with no repeats. And the reason is exactly what you're saying. I think the burnout factor is much more obvious if you're doing the same stuff night after night after night.
No, I got to defend Metallica. You wouldn't tell at all, but I'm just thinking some of these are songs they've been doing for 25, close to 30 years. So you got to think.
And they got the repertoire, so if they get sick of something, they can put it on the shelf for a while.
Little bit, right?
You know?
But they probably couldn't do 3 nights without repeating, because there's certain songs their fans demand. It's kind of cool your fans let you do that and just say, hey, man, whatever they're playing, we're going to enjoy. That's a great place to be as a performer.
We've been lucky that we kind of carved out this model of doing that. And I'm sure some people come occasionally if it's their only show and they don't hear their favorite song. Maybe they're a little disappointed, but everybody kind of understands that's what we do. You know?
Yeah, right on. Well,
like to hear something.
Yeah,
like to hear something.
Absolutely.
Sure.
What are we going to do today?
I'm going to do this song called. There's only a few songs that I can do by myself from the record, so I don't want to mislead anybody into thinking it's a mellow record, because it's definitely not. But this is one of the ones that I can do by myself. This is called "When the World Gets Small," and the alternate version on disc 2 was sung by Steve Winwood. When the world gets small, I feel like it's closing in. Through it all, there's you, my friend. When I feel like I can't go on, no reason to aspire, just can't rise above, there's you, only you. Voices of 1,000 years ringing in my head, yours is the only one that cuts through it all. When the world gets small, traffic on the highway, even more in my head, makes me long for another time and place. When life was so much easier, And while my friends were still around, and there was a big smile on my face. Yesterday I was flying high, high above the crowd, but I know I'm gonna need a place to fall. When the world gets small, in dreams I'm flying still, high above the mountain, but I know I'm gonna need a place to fall. When the world gets small, sometimes I feel like it's getting smaller every day.
Jesus.
Wow.
You gotta be kidding me. You've done that a few times, huh? Meaning saying
working
it's
on it.
unbelievable.
Thank you.
Warren Haynes, When the World Gets Small, off the Government Mule CD called Shout.
Tremendous.
That was really fucking good.
Wow.
What a great sound on the guitar. Holy shit.
That is a great sounding guitar.
That sounds really fucking cool.
What do those pedals do? I don't play music. There's two pedals. And I've seen guitar players always step on those pedals. And I don't know what they do.
Well, the first one is a tuner, and so when I step on it, it shuts the sound off and lets me tune to lights that tell you if you're in tune or out of tune. And the second one is tremolo, and I will demonstrate. No tremolo. Tremolo. So that's what it does. Sometimes you have that built into an amplifier, but in case it's not, I bring my own with me.
Damn, you should have that for your voice when you stand up, Jim.
That would be nice.
A little tremolo on some
Every
parts.
time
Yeah.
Every time the punchline's coming, I give it a little tremolo so it reverberates throughout the laughter.
Lets everybody know when it's coming.
A special effects person.
Yeah. Smoke dramatically rising as my joke is building.
When was that written?
About 3 years ago.
3 years.
That's actually one of the oldest songs on the new record. I wrote that song. It's the first song I wrote on piano when I bought a piano, and I've never played piano before, but I just bought one to learn.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Yeah,
you know, just buy a piano and play it
for the first time.
I just wanted to get good enough to write a song. You know, I'm
Opie
still
played
like,
air piano.
I did.
In a band.
I was in an air band.
He was in an air band, and he played air piano.
That's right.
Look, you're trying to own it.
I'm
trying to own it. He goes, yeah, that's right.
I'm bonding with Warren Haynes. That's what I'm doing right now.
Let me ask Warren, do bands like yourselves, do you guys respect air guitar bands?
But I wasn't a guitarist because they already had the guitarist, but I was recruited, Warren, to play the keyboard.
Define respect.
Oh, crap.
I was 18. Give me a break, please.
Okay, no, it's
what were you
right.
doing at 18? Probably playing a real guitar and getting chicks.
I have heard, though, people say that people that play guitar are terrible at the air guitar game, at the the Guitar Hero,
at like Guitar Hero and stuff. Yeah.
I've heard that if you play, it makes you worse.
Yeah, because you know how to play a real guitar, and it's nothing like it.
Yeah, apparently. I have heard that. So,
so why did you wait 3 years to put that song out? That's a beautiful song. You would think if you come up with something like that, you would want it out there immediately.
Well, the last Government Mule record was 4 years ago.
Wow.
And it's in between then I did a solo record, and that song didn't really fit into that.
Okay.
So I kind of saved it for this record, and it was great because I'm glad that I did, because it worked out that I was able to get Steve Winwood to sing the other version, and he just crushed it.
Yeah, I can't wait to listen to that.
Here's a great song by Government Mule, Forevermore.
Oh,
I love that song off that last album.
Yes.
I think you sang that the one time you were in here.
Maybe so, yeah.
Oh, is that a good song?
Amazing.
Thank you.
Now, all right. So Solo and Government Mule. What's the difference? Considering you're one of the, pretty much the main focus of both bands. What goes through your mind for the two different projects?
Well, Government Mule is more of a rock band, and the Solo project's more like soul music and blues and stuff. So if I write a bunch of songs that seem to lean more in that direction, then it's time to make a solo record, which is not very often.
Right.
It's more of a departure. And everybody said, well, couldn't that solo record just have been a Government Mule record? And I was like, yeah, but it's a little more traditional than anything we've ever done. And
but I think your fans would be cool either way, right?
Yeah, and it worked out good because Government Mule wanted to take a hiatus, and I was able to record while we were on break, which was great.
And it's also you don't have to split the money with all those other guys. That's the
always thinking.
But the confusion continues. Government Mule wanted to take a break, but you're in Government Mule, so that part of your brain only wanted to take a break, but the Warren Haynes part didn't.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Whatever part those are.
How many people in Government Mule? How many guys?
4.
Okay, and your solo band has how many?
6.
Oh, actually more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the solo band has saxophone and more harmony vocals. There's a girl singer, Alicia Shakur, who's awesome, and Nigel Hall, that plays keyboards in my solo band, is also a wonderful singer. They're both working on solo records of their own.
Nice.
When you write a song, and do you get hit with, like, are you in the shower or do you wake? Because I heard Phil Spector woke up and wrote, to know him is to love him, because that was written on his father's tombstone, and he just woke up and he had dreamt that song. I mean, do you work like that, or will you actually sit down and go, I need to write a song?
Actually, that's more often than not. I write when I'm really tired, late at night, 3 o'clock in the morning or something. I get an idea, and if I'm awake already, I start working on it, and if I'm not, I make myself get up, because that's when I probably do most of my writing.
The analytical part of your brain goes to sleep a little bit. And
yeah, there's something about removing the filter, because I think we kind of block a lot of creativity just by being awake. And you ever get that feeling when you're really tired, you think of something that you would never have thought about, and it turned. I mean, I'm sure from a comedy standpoint, the same kind of thing.
We were just talking about this last week. Lorne Michaels goes with that. That's why he makes his people stay up so freaking late.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Because they get a little more creative because they're sleep deprived. We were just discussing this with what's his name who was in here.
Michael Che.
Michael Che said the exact same thing.
And your inhibitions drop a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get punchy.
Have you written a line? Can you think of a line you've written that seemed like kind of good and poetic, and the next day it made you want to vomit?
I've written entire songs that I thought were awesome, and then
that's great.
And then look the next day and go, that's horrible.
It sucks.
You ever hear some of your really old songs and go, oh man, I wish I could go back, change that one little word or a little riff or something?
Yeah, sometimes you go back and change something, but.
No, wish you can, because it's already out there as is.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I think for the most part, you kind of wish you could change everything a little, but you just kind of live with it and move on. Like almost every record I've ever done, there's something about it you'd want to be different.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah, like anything else. What are you going to do, right?
Could you play another one, or is it too early for you?
Yeah, I could do another one.
Sure. Yeah? What do you want to play? Anything you want.
How about there's a song called Captured on the new CD, which is the alternate version of that was done by Jim James from My Morning Jacket. Never wanted to be swept away. I thought I might lose myself. Nobody told me there'd be music, sweet music. And now I got that sinking feeling, and though I try to brace myself. I can feel me start to surrender, sweet surrender. Everything I needed to remember, everything I needed to forget. When I see a smile, I am a child, I'm captured. Never thought I could love someone more than I love myself. Nobody told me about forgiveness, sweet forgiveness. And now we're waving our flag in the air. The one we sewed together. We're planting our seeds in the ground. Roots are growing. Everything I needed to remember, everything I needed to forget. When I see a smile, I am a child, I'm captured. Whoa, I'm captured.
Fucking amazing.
Man, that's amazing.
You gotta be honest. Sometimes when people play it here in live in here, fiddle around with your phone a little. You do. That's just fucking like
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write that shit in a Valentine's Day card. I'm gonna get a blank card and I'm gonna write that shit down.
Where do you think I got it?
Oh my God.
That'd be the worst, wouldn't it? If you woke up one day and realized, oh, did I steal that from a Hallmark card?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you realize you got it from a Limerick or something. You're like, I knew that man from Nantucket line was wrong.
I gotta say, after hearing you perform the two songs off Shout, the new Government Mule CD record, whatever people want to call it these days, I've always loved your voice. It's gonna be tough to hear these songs with the other guy. Even though it's a great concept.
It's very cool because you get two interpretations,
right?
Which I think, at a minimum, you get a better understanding of the songs themselves. Because when you hear like Elvis Costello sing "Funny Little Tragedy" and my version of it, they're completely different. Toots from Toots and the Maytals singing "Scared to Live" is amazing. Everybody did an amazing job, but I just think it's cool to. Well, for me as a songwriter, it's just great hearing other people interpret
sing your stuff, right? Yeah,
and you've always loved having other people work with you, obviously.
Yeah, it's something that kind of keeps me.
The one thing when I go see the Allman Brothers every year at the Beacon is the guest every day is just coming in and you guys fool around with it. It's awesome.
And we do that at the Beacon more than any other place.
Really,
but that's cool. Because if we're there. 11 shows or 13 shows or whatever we do, it just kind of makes it interesting every night.
Absolutely. I've seen you guys there, I don't know, it's got to be 5 or 6 times now. Whatever. Another band you got to worry about. I don't know what else to do with Warren Haynes. To be honest with you, I mean, that song just blew me away.
I think the music spoke for itself right there.
You're just great, dude. The voice is great, the guitar playing. I'm watching your fingers while you're doing that, and it's just so effortless and making such a nice sound. And I'm like, I could never do that. If I had 8 fucking hands, I couldn't do that.
You'd be clunking something, right?
But it's just amazing to watch this beautiful.
If I had 8 hands, I could save a lot of money. See, I'm thinking like you now.
That's true. Play the drums. He's fired. I'll play the fucking harmonica. Harmonica. That would need 2 mouths. I fucked it up already.
What about where are we at with tour dates with Government Mule?
We start in Atlanta day after tomorrow.
Oh, okay, you're ready to go.
And so we're going to be on tour for about a year off and on, promoting the new record because it's the first one in 4 years, and we're psyched to be back out on the road.
So how do you handle that with the 2-year-old?
He comes out sometimes, and we try and strategically book the tour where I can go for a few days and come home and that kind of stuff. And it's nice to have him out for a few days at a time. He actually came out for 10 days one time, which was the most he's ever been out.
Oh, wow.
But I'm torn between thinking that's, for me, selfishly, I like having him out there, but I'm not sure it's the greatest place for him to be.
Right.
But I sure miss him when he's not there,
Would you like him to be a musician?
If he wants to be. He seems to have some sort of knack for it, and he's got good rhythm and coordination. He doesn't just bang in the normal baby way. He bangs kind of in a rhythmic way, and it's. But if he wants to be a baker, that's okay too.
That's cool. That's the way it should be, right?
Yeah.
All right, Warren.
Great, man. Wow.
The great Warren Haynes, and you're Warren Haynes. Oh, it's the Warren Haynes on Twitter.
Oh.
Okay,
that's great.
That means there's another Warren Haynes somewhere?
So good.
Looks like he might not be a tweeter.
Warren may not be twittering himself too often, but
I still have a rotary phone.
He writes enough. He doesn't need to be writing, on Twitter.
And warrenhaynes.net. Allegedly.
And Mule.net. Mule.net's a good place you can go to Mule.net and kind of link up to anything.
Very cool.
Well, shout us out today, and the 2 songs you played were beautiful. So
absolutely.
Thanks. And again, the record's not a mellow record. Those 2 songs may seem that way with me standing here by myself, but it's rocking, and it's I think it's the best thing we've ever done. I'm really proud of it.
One last question. Have you ever put out an acoustic CD?
The only thing I did one year at Bonnaroo, I played a solo acoustic set, and we released it.
Wow.
So it's just me live at Bonnaroo, but I've never gone in the studio and done that, which is something I really want to do.
I'm going to search that out now, the Bonnaroo set.
Yeah, it's just like the entire set that I played that day, warts and all.
Cool.
Which opens up with a Radiohead song. So it's like
which one?
Lucky. You know that tune, Lucky.
I'm not going to fake it. I don't know.
It's a really cool song.
Yeah.
But I didn't do it thinking it was going to be a live record. I had to play it like 12:30 in the afternoon, and I was like, well, what can I do that's going to kind of freak people out? So, so open with a Radiohead song, and we wound up using it for a live record.
Oh, nice. All right. Warren Haynes, everyone. I think we're done for today.
I have one plug.
Yes.
November 1st, I'm at the Beacon Theater with Dice. And I don't know where tickets are at. I know they were selling extremely well, so hopefully there's tickets left for that. But go to Ticketmaster, and we have one show together.
Sure.
That's it.
And Government Mule's at the Beacon the 30th and 31st of December for the New Year's shows, and I think tickets go on sale October 4th.
Oh, wow, New Year's Eve there. Huh? 31st? 30th and 31st? Great. Cool, man.
Thank you,
guys.
Warren.
Thank you, sir. You've probably heard about the whole home HD DVR. It's called the Hopper. If you haven't, you're living under a rock, aren't you? One of the most amazing features is the auto hop, and it gives you the power to skip all those commercials on most of your major network primetime shows. If you don't like watching commercials during all your great shows, all you got to do is enable it once the first time you play a show back. Then you put down that remote and let the hopper skip all the commercials. Then we could try skipping, fast forwarding, rewinding. Oh, what a pain. With the Hopper from Dish, you can finally watch your favorite shows totally uninterrupted, all the way through from beginning to end, completely commercial-free. If you love watching primetime network shows but hate sitting through those commercials, the Auto Hop is perfect for you. And you can only get it with the Hopper from Dish. Watch more TV, watch fewer commercials, all with the Hopper from Dish. Call them 1-800-WATCH-TV. Easy number, right? Get Dish Network today. Plans start at just $29.99. That's 1-800-WATCH-TV. See you tomorrow.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM. This is After Opie and Anthony Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
We're just planning out this week's podcast. The Opie and Anthony podcast is on iTunes and everywhere else, but there'll be a new one up tomorrow that should be a lot of fun. In the meantime, this is After Opie and Anthony Live, so call up 866-WOW-1-WOW, 866-969-1969. I've been, Art Bell. You know who Art Bell is? He's he's a legend in radio. He does late night radio. And apparently he lives out in, Roswell by Area 51. And it just talks about, aliens and paranormal and all this stuff. It's not like Alex Jones conspiracy theory stuff. It's more UFOs and paranormal and supernatural and things like that. But that's been my go-to morning show lately. Because it's on, I guess it's on the Indie channel late at night. And then when I drive in at 4:30 in the morning, they're replaying it. And he opens up the phones, and that's what made me think. I just want to open up the phones and listen, because he believes everyone. Somebody calls up and goes, today they called up and said, we lived in a house, and my son said there were UFOs outside, and I didn't see any UFOs, but my wife told me while I was gone that every time she would see glowing feet under the door. And he'd go, really? Glowing feet? As opposed to being like, what are you talking about, you crazy person? There's no glowing feet. He'd be like, oh, well, this guy saw glowing feet. Let's try to explain. And then he'd open up the phones. Who else has he'd go, but he'd do it subtly. He'd go, who out there has seen glowing feet? And I don't know. And then people call up if they've seen glowing feet in their house. But I listen to it all the time.
Art Bell is good. I used to listen to Coast to Coast on when it was on AM.
Well, now it's called Dark Matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but because I guess it's international. It's more than Coast to Coast. It's in Canada, too. But it's amazing that he just believes whoever calls him. You know what I mean?
Who is he to judge everybody else?
You're right.
He wants answers himself.
But you call with the craziest... Somebody called this morning, and they go, hey, Art, I hear you talking about aliens and UFOs and stuff like that. I just want to know, do you know anything about furries? And
that has nothing to do with it.
He goes, well, what's a furry? And the guy goes, well, it's people who like to dress up in big animal outfits with tails and masks and stuff like that. And Art Bell is like, well, no, I don't know. But the genius of Art Bell, he goes, sir, are you a furry? And the guy goes, I might be. And you kind of immediately realize that the only reason he was calling in was because he's a furry, and that's all he wants to talk about.
He's looking to connect with other furries.
Yeah, that's it. He just wants to talk about being a furry, and he's embarrassed. He's hoping Art Bell was a furry, too. But Art goes, well, what do you dress up as? And the guy goes, well, sometimes I might go out dressed as a lion. He didn't get into the sexuality of it. I think Art Bell was lost on it. He just thought that the guy likes to dress up as a lion. But it's a very... It's an interesting show to listen to at 4:30 in the morning. 417, you're on After Opie and Anthony Live.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you, Sam, I went to the zoo the other day and seen a hippopotamus.
Hippopotamus. And who out there has seen a hippopotamus? I guess we'll never know. They're popping up all the time. That's what Art Bell. And then everybody who's ever seen a hippopotamus gets to call up.
You know what? It's such an easy way to do a show because there's no confrontation and everything just fits.
Yeah, if you don't judge anybody and then... finding the craziest people you can possibly find and just treating them like they're experts. You're right. It is just it's the easiest radio you could have. And he doesn't screen any calls. He just goes, dark matter, you're on the air. And the guy goes, oh, I saw a hippo dressed as a lion. And Art Bell goes, oh, that's amazing. 734.
Hey, Samuel, how you doing today, sir?
Good.
I know a little bit about the furry thing because I used to go to sci-fi conventions, and I collect a lot of artwork that's anthropomorphic artwork, as they call it. And we used to see all the fursuit guys, and they creep me out. It's kind of like the Trekkie thing. I like Star Trek, but the guys who know every little bit of trivia kind of frighten you a little bit.
Yeah, the furry thing gets weirder, though, because for the most part, even extreme hobbies are just that. They're just hobbies. Where it starts to get weird is where you start to introduce sexuality into it. Because the furries are just, I don't know where in their sexual development things got weird, but it seems like they just want to put on fursuits and just rub on each other.
I did, and that's exactly what they do, Sam. And I remember, Rogan had one of his podcasts was talking about now. I haven't been to a convention, a sci-fi convention, in a long time since I've been a truck driver now.
Right.
I don't really get a chance to get out to them anymore. But he was telling me it's getting to the point where these guys stay in their fursuits, use litter boxes in the hotel room.
What?
Drink out of bowls and shit, man.
They're shitting in litter boxes in their rooms?
Some of them use litter boxes, dude. That's what Rogan was saying in one of his podcasts. And I never saw this shit happen.
That's getting into some weird, scat coprophilia type of porn. When you start having to change the way you use the restroom to kind of match with your sexuality, it's creepy.
He was mentioning how horrified, obviously, the people who do clean the hotel rooms, seeing these bowls, drinking out of bowls and shitting in big litter boxes.
Have you ever, at these conventions, just gone for it and been like, let me try to have sex with one of these furries, let me see what it's all about?
No,
no.
Sir. Like I said, I went these furry conventions. I go to artwork and whatnot, and I'm not saying I'm not, people won't think I'm weird.
Yeah, but you're not trying to fuck a painting, you know what I mean?
No.
Right. Thank you, buddy. Eric, I could see you being a furry.
No.
You're not?
No.
Have you tried it?
Nope.
I'll bet if you tried it, you'd really enjoy it.
No. The closest I've come to being a furry was the chubby bunny.
You get a little plump in it?
No.
You didn't like the way it felt against your penis?
I get overheated really easy.
That's why you can't be a furry. You'd be sweating too much?
Yeah. Plus, I don't like being hugged by people like that.
Well, I want you to do something. Next time you and your wife are intimate together, could you at least experience foreplay in footy pajamas and just see if you like it, and that'll be the first step.
I will never wear footy pajamas.
Why?
Because I get too hot. I can't wear that stuff.
You just gotta let the balls breathe, huh?
Shorts and a t-shirt always.
And let them hang out the leg, buddy. 512.
Hey, Sammy, you're not talking about Art Bell anymore?
We'll talk about Art Bell. This is Dark Matter.
All right, cool, man. Yeah, when I was younger, we used to go on road trips, and Art Bell would always be on the overnights, and he would take any stupid topic, like werewolves. The dude would call and say it was a werewolf. And at first you'd be like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but Art Bell would make it interesting somehow.
You leave, and not only did he make it interesting, but he'd go, there are a lot of werewolves out there, and you never know when you're going to encounter one. There could be many listening right now. And this morning, like you leave listening to that thinking, he's right, there may be some werewolves. I swear to you, what's your name?
This is Marshall from Texas.
Okay, Marshall, I swear to you, Marshall, let me tell you, this morning, and this is not a lie, somebody called up and said, hey, do you still have that audio from hell that you played a while back? And he said, are you sure you want to hear it? And the guy goes, yeah. And Art Bell goes, okay, well, this is a real news story, and some Russian guys were drilling, and they drilled as far as they possibly could until they're 9 miles deep. And then their drill went crazy, and all they could do was get a microphone down, and they came back with this audio. And it was like audio of demons screaming and stuff, and he was like, I don't know what it is, but it could be hell. And you're listening, and you're going, yeah, it could be.
It was a 14-year-old Russian hacker or some shit that probably steals American credit card numbers.
That's it.
But yeah, dude, he does this thing where he's like, oh, I don't know if I believe you, and then he allows himself to gradually be won over until he's convincing you the damn thing is real.
Yeah, he knows. Thanks, buddy. He's not about confrontation. Because he knows when you argue a point, somebody's got to win. If he'll just let himself be won over, you could talk about the same thing for hours. He had Michio Kaku on his show for like 2 hours. Dude's exhausting.
It's easy to do a show when, you have no confrontation.
None. I mean...
Just everything seems credible. Go with it.
It's all credible. Like, why fact check? This is audio from hell. It is? Oh, okay, it is. From hell, where Satan lives.
Everybody, this is audio from hell. It'll be up on the website.
817. No, 817, you're on the air?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
Oh, dude, I didn't know you were talking to me. Sorry, buddy.
It's okay.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to call and say, I just discovered you guys about a month ago, and I just want to say, man, you guys are awesome, and I love the fact that you guys are a straight shooter, and Sam, the fact that you're a wrestling fan too, it's really cool, and I was just want to know if you're pretty geeked up about the new WWE game coming out next month.
I am. I love WWE games, and I will be sitting there nonstop playing that game. But what I want to know from you, I know you're a wrestling fan. I know a little bit about you. You ever have any experiences as a furry?
No.
No, you've never had.
I do have a hairy chest, but I'm not a furry. So.
Okay, so just a bear.
Yeah. Whatever, man.
All right, thanks a lot. Yeah, I'm very pumped about that WWE game coming out. 303, you're on After Opie and Anthony Live.
Hey, Sammy.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, if you have any interest in Art Bell, you need to find some audio of Phil Hendry doing Art Bell. That is...
See, there's very few. As we approach Jocktober, which is next week, Jocktober starts next week, and that's where on the Opie and Anthony show, we celebrate the entire month by just unmercifully mocking other people's radio shows. And I go out of my way to find the worst radio across the country and mock it. There's very few people who I don't feel are mockable, especially in my position, because I'm bitter about everybody. But I don't have anything to mock Art Bell for, or Phil Hendry for that matter. Those are the few. There's a handful of talented people left. And Art Bell, for whatever he's doing. Although I wish somebody had told him that furries were a sexual thing. He was just on talk. He thought like it was just a hobby. Like they rub butts in fursuits.
Like something from Star Trek, like Tribbles.
Yeah. Don in Alaska.
Hey, Sammy. I've met Art Bell down at one of those paranormal conventions down in Florida a couple years back.
Yeah.
And I had to ask him, because I've listened to Coast to Coast, and everything. And I had to ask him, I said, do you believe, like, these fucking weirdo callers that call in and with their stupid shit? The look on his face that he gave me was basically, go fuck yourself. He doesn't believe none of that shit.
Oh, really? Like, get out of here.
None of it. He's collecting a paycheck, just like you are, for just listening to crazy people that are off their meds.
Yeah, he's sitting there. I got 4 hours to fill at midnight. You think I believe any of these idiots?
Exactly. I mean, he just sits in his fucking living room with a bunch of radio equipment and takes phone calls all night.
Yeah.
All
right. Thanks, buddy. Nate in Pennsylvania. Or Nat. Yeah, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Sam? What's up?
Chilling.
Hey, where do you stand on ghosts?
I don't believe ghosts exist until anybody tells me they do. And the minute anybody has any type of ghost story, I go, ah! Oh, shit!
I've got a ghost story.
Oh, no. Okay, go ahead.
All right. We used to live in a house that was definitely haunted. As a matter of fact, there was one of those mediums, those people that supposedly know shit about paranormal.
Yeah, sure. That movie, The Conjuring, was all about that. It was the people who found the Amityville Horror House and they get to communicate with the dead.
Yeah, well, guess what?
What?
My brother, who was in L.A., she was talking to one of these crazy people, but apparently she wasn't crazy because she asked him if she could wear his wedding ring. He had never met this woman before, ever. So she puts on his wedding ring. She starts to tell him all about her grandmother, like things she could never possibly know.
It wasn't some Long Island medium bullshit where she's just kind of throwing out some loose facts and you fill in the rest for her.
Absolutely not. It freaked my brother the fuck out. And here's the other thing.
Yeah.
She started telling us about the ghost that we had in the house that we lived in when we were kids. And his name was Matt. He died of polio when he was 7 years old.
Oh, little kid ghosts are the worst.
Little kid ghosts. And we knew there was a ghost in the house because shit used to disappear and then just reappear. Like, you put something down, you go to get it, it was gone. You come back later, and it's right where you left it.
You sure you weren't just forgetful?
Nope.
Oh. All right.
So that is my ghost story.
Oh, that's creepy. I got to tell. Do you like Warren Haynes today?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you have won an autographed Government Mule shout CD. How do you like that?
Wow. That thing sounds pretty groovy.
All right, buddy. I'm going to put you on hold, and the guy's going to take your address.
How many of those do we have?
One.
Oh, that was it?
And Nat won it.
Wow, good for you.
Why, did you want one?
No, I didn't know we were giving away stuff.
Yeah, I'm giving one to Nat. Yeah, you watch that movie Insidious? I'm telling you, when the little kid ghost jumps out from under the table, it's fucking scary. Little kid ghosts are way worse than any other type of ghost. Justin in California. Justin, you got more about furries?
Yeah, Sammy Roberts, professional broadcaster.
How's it going, buddy?
Good. How you doing, man?
Good.
Yeah, I work in Irvine, and it's not just a hobby, because these furries have a convention every year at the Irvine Marriott right across the street from my work. And we always take time off to go and get a cup of coffee and watch them check in. There's nothing like seeing a bear and a bunny rabbit standing in front of the check-in to get a room.
When they're checking into the hotel, do they have like a luggage rack on wheels with an animal suit on it, or are they checking in already outfitted?
No, they're checking in outfitted. And as a matter of fact, one time there was a guy that walked in, no costume, but he brought in his dog on a leash, and the dog was walking on all fours.
Well, that sounds like he was just walking his dog.
Well, yeah, but the dog was a person in a costume.
Oh, shit. I guess I missed that part. That's like some weird dominatrix thing.
It's unbelievable. He even put out a little cup of water and had the dog, I mean, there's no mouth in it, but he had the dog drinking from a little bowl of water inside the Marriott Hotel.
Have you? Did you get to see any of the the creepiest thing about the furry thing to me is that you ask about like what about the sexuality of it, and all of it is sexual. Like making somebody dress up as a dog and then watching him lick water out of a bowl while you have him on a leash. How is? I feel like furries are an inch away from fucking animals.
Oh, it's a total dominatrix thing. I think. I mean. They love
it's like a dominatrix who's into bestiality.
Exactly.
It's horrible.
It's hilarious.
It should be outlawed. It's very strange. And there's a weird. All right, so you have elements of dominatrixism in there, right? You got bestiality, and there's this weird sort of youth thing going on, like a retarded childhood. Not like a retarded kid, but retarded meaning its growth has been stunted. In the sense that like they're dressing up in these cartoonish outfits like Disney World or something, so that now they're infusing elements of like childhood cartoons into their sex.
And I can't imagine what those hotel rooms look like when they're done with them.
Oh, and they probably leave their outfits behind, and there's just jizz-stained football mascot uniforms. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Oh, thank you, Justin.
Yeah, one last thing before I go.
Yeah.
Slavo!
Good for you, buddy. Good for you. He did squeeze in a good one. That was a good call, was it not, Eric?
Sure.
It was. You got to give him credit.
Who am I to say it's not a good call?
You got to give exactly. Well, it was a good call, and you never know when you're gonna run into another person that's shouting Slavo.
3 hours and 30 minutes left.
Yeah, yeah, and he's just sitting there. I love when he teases before break. We're gonna go to open calls when we return. Open calls. And it's like, okay, but yeah, I mean, that's what SiriusXM needs to do. Some kind of furry show. Those things are so weird and fascinating to me. I would listen to people talk about furries like all day because I don't understand the culture at all.
Weren't you supposed to go to a convention?
Well, I'm not going to. Yeah, I was going to go. A couple years ago, they wanted me to go to a furry convention. But the problem was that, and this is why it's so creepy and weird, they don't allow any recording. Like, they said no video, no audio recording, no nothing. And so that's why it's a mystery as to what happens. And that's why I never ended up going to a furry convention, because I wasn't going to be able to record anything. And if I can't bring back any data, what's the point? Jay in Pittsburgh. Hang on, let me hit the button. Jay.
Hey, Sammy, what's going on?
How's it going?
Not too much. A couple years ago, I went with a girl. We went to a hotel for a weekend, and we went downstairs to the bar, and the bar overlooked like this banquet type facility, and there was a runway show of furries and people dressed up in anime characters.
Like a fashion runway thing?
It was a fashion runway where the anime was the lead, and they had their furry pet on a leash.
What the fuck goes on?
And I would just look at it, and the girl I was with, she was very proper and didn't like anything like that. I was just laughing my ass off.
Yeah, I mean,
drinks.
I don't care how proper you are, and it's like, oh, I don't want, like, you have to be able to watch something like that and be amused, at least, or at least be fascinated. Like, at least watch it from the point of, let me get a cultural education right now, because this is beyond me.
Yeah, and we had a couple drinks in us, and we watched this for a little while, and she's just, let's go upstairs to our room. So we're walking, trying to get to the elevator, and there was just a gaggle of these furries and anime people. So we took the stairs, and we got to the third floor, and she's like, screw it, let's take the elevator. So we went up on the third floor, got the elevator, and there was an elevator full of these anime masters and furry pets. And the smell was unbelievable. I mean, it was disgusting.
Did it tell me this? Tell me this, Jay. Did it smell crusty?
It was nasty body. It was disgusting. And I'm in the military. I was in the Middle East, and I smelled a lot of disgusting, stinky people, and it just brought me back to being in Iraq. I'm like, these sweaty, disgusing fucking people.
You've seen some horrible things. This is the worst.
That took the cake. And I'm in the elevator, and we have to go up to like the 10th floor, and there's people getting off at every floor. Doors are opening, and regular people, I guess, would just look in the elevator. There's all these characters, and then there's me and my girl.
And you're like, I swear, these are not our friends. We're just trying to get to a room.
And yeah, and my date was disgusting. She said something to one of them, and they just started on her like she's not accepting. She doesn't get them.
You know what? It's one thing to be accepting, but human beings need to be accepting to a point. All right, we're in 2013, and we're just getting to the point where the general population is okay with people being gay. Do you really, like, how much do you expect of human beings that we now have to put up with anime, people dressed up as Japanese cartoon characters, walking around with grown people in pound puppy costumes with leashes?
Yeah, and the confrontation escalated to where these furries wouldn't break character. They were panting and meowing and angrily barking.
So, like, finally, you're in a confrontation, and you're being like, would you, like, somebody's literally barking at you. How seriously can you possibly take anybody who's like, okay, seriously, you're offending me now? And you know how I show you that? By meowing.
Listen, I was trying not to laugh, and my date, she was a little intoxicated, and she's just antagonizing him. And finally, I kind of stepped in. I'm like, hey, let's just all relax. And I touched, like, one of the animals, the furries, on their chest to, like, just relax.
Hey, bro, calm down.
He barked at me and tried to bite my hand. And,
like a dog would. Like a live dog would.
Like a dog would, so I figured, let's enjoy this, and I slapped him on the nose, and I said, bad dog. He broke character, and he told me to go fuck myself. So
Look, you did the exact right thing, because if you're in an elevator and a dog tries to bite your hand because you pet him or you put your hand on him, you're going to slap that dog across his snout.
Yeah, bad dog.
You know what you should have done? From now on, next time you're near a furry convention, bring everything you need, because I would have euthanized that fake dog right in the elevator.
Oh, I wish I had mace.
Put him to sleep. Put him to sleep.
Next time I do that, I'm wearing a Michael Vick jersey.
Good. Yeah, in that case, I would have fully supported Michael Vick if it turned out that his dog fightings were actually just furries.
Yeah,
just furries fighting to the death.
That was my it's one of those things. It's like afterwards, it's like, what the hell did I just experience?
Yeah.
This is not normal life.
But that's what makes life worth living. Hey, Jay, do you like The Walking Dead, that show?
I love The Walking Dead. Me and my daughter's 7, and she's never missed an episode.
Okay, well, you see, for season 2, they put out a deluxe DVD set that looks like the governor's cooler full of zombie heads.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'm going to send you one. Is that okay?
Oh, thanks, man.
You got it. I'm going to put you on hold, and you just want a deluxe Walking Dead Blu-ray.
What, we're giving that out, too?
All right, hold on. Eric.
You've got a lot to give out.
I'm feeling like Santa. I'm feeling love, so I want to give it back. Let me go to...
What else do you have?
Scrambler.
Hey, Sammy.
What's up, buddy?
We have a gigantic, in Chicago here, a gigantic costume shop, and it's open all the time, but for like a month around Halloween, it's open 24 hours a day. So you can imagine, like, the characters that you get in this place.
Yeah.
And we went in there one day just to kind of look around because it's so busy.
Mm-hmm.
And I was curious. I asked the woman, I said, what do you do when people come in and ask, because they rent costumes, I said, what do you do when people come in to rent animal costumes? I said, do you just, do you kind of have to size them up? And she said, they know when all the conventions are in town.
Yeah.
And there's like the costume shops, people, it's like the equivalent of like a message board. If they have people come in that they are like, they know that they're just going to destroy costumes and bring them back just completely just awful from these furry things.
Oh, that's funny.
It's like when people write bad checks and they say like, don't take a check from Cindy Jones.
See, in my head, I would think when the furry convention is in town, it means they're going to stock up on animal costumes. I guess I didn't even remember the fact that they really don't want the costumes back after people have had sex and used litter boxes in them.
Right. So
disgusting.
They have to know when these things are going to happen because they have to deny people costume rentals because they'll come back just like a rental car.
Yeah, no, I bought
a rental car, but it's a furry costume
Look,
covered in whatever.
I bought the $5 insurance on the chicken outfit. I should be covered. Yeah, no, yes, that is a burn mark on it, but don't worry about it. I'm covered. All right. Thanks, Scrambler. I would give you something, but I've ran out of prizes. And real quick, let me go to Vinny in Queens. What's up, buddy?
What's up going on, Sam?
How you doing?
I got a little couple things. I got scalies for you, and I got bronies.
Okay, I know bronies. Bronies, like, are, I think My Little Pony, the new one that's on television, like, now, has got this whole following of, like, adult, or, like, semi-adult men.
Yeah.
Who dress up like My Little Ponies and stuff. Is that right?
Yeah, and it's not even that. They call it clopping, but it's like they have sex in the brony costumes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Unfortunately, I don't even really have time to get into that because that's a whole show in and of itself. What's a scary?
Scaly? Well, it's not scary. It's a scaly. It's basically like scales with like fucking dragons.
What the fuck goes on? How do people even get these ideas?
I don't know. It's just like, because my friend, I talked to him online, whatever, but he's like, oh my God, scaly, man, what the fuck?
And it's clopping when they dress up as My Little Ponies and have sex with each other?
Yeah, it's called clopping.
Oh my God. Thank you, Vinny. That is really weird. We'll talk about this more some other time. But what I meant to tell you about was Unblackened. Have you heard about this? It's the new live performance DVD from Zach Wiles' Black Label Society. Ron Bennington, have you heard about this? It gives fans the chance to see the band like never before.
Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, they recorded it earlier this year in high definition at Club Nokia in Los Angeles. Unblackened showcases the band's songs in a more intimate setting without losing any of their power and intensity that fans have come to expect from Black Label Society.
Oh, good, because I was worried when I heard it was more intimate. I didn't know whether, I'm like, well, what's going to happen with the power and intensity?
No, it's still there. It's still there.
Good.
Legendary guitarist Zach Wiles performs on both guitar and piano, demonstrating the subtler side of 17 Black Label Society classics, including Stillborn, In This River, and, of course, Losing Your Mind.
I didn't get a chance to hear everything. Are they doing Stillborn in this?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, Stillborn will be there.
All right.
Wild, he's proven
it's a sad song.
Yeah, well, especially on piano.
Yeah.
Time and time again, Zakk Wylde has proven that his songwriting, guitar prowess, and onstage persona, along with his larger-than-life personality, have made him a force to be reckoned with. In addition to the concert, wait till you hear this, Unblackened is rich in bonus material. A new interview with Zakk, a photo gallery, a music video for Losing Your Mind, and a feature with Zakk Wylde visiting HM Prison Stockton in the United Kingdom are all included. Ron, Unblackened is available now on Blu-ray, DVD, 2 CD, and digitally. So that's something for you to look forward to.
I'm going to, because Unblackened was the nickname from my neighborhood.
Is that right?
Now, I understand that you're giving out prizes?
I was. Did you want a prize?
No. I just I think it's great to buy calls.
Wait,
I think that's fun.
I'm not buying calls. I didn't tell them I had prizes. And then I picked up the call, and there were a couple I liked. So
yeah,
there you go. Government Mule for you, buddy. Signed by Warren Haynes.
That's really nice.
You guys give out prizes all the time.
Not for calls.
Just Twitter?
I don't know how we give them out. I'm going to be totally honest with you.
You don't get your hands dirty on that
stuff. I don't know how that works. The Government Mule is fantastic, huh?
Yeah.
Unblackened is...
No, that's not Government Mule. That's Black Label Society you're thinking of.
Yeah. That's Stillborn song, Jesus.
What's going on around Fez today?
Well, it's going to be a big one. Today, Lizzie Kaplan is stopping by.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's got like a little thing for her.
Of course. Well, she was in everything she's done has kind of had a cult thing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She was in Freaks and Geeks. She was in
Party Down, which is fantastic.
Mean Girls.
Mean Girls, and then she did something bad with vampires or something once.
Right. True Blood. Now she's in Masters of Sex is the name of the show, right?
Yeah.
Very exciting and titillating.
It is titillating because you get to see both ass and breasts.
Yeah, and on YouTube. Did you
never any vagina?
None?
I don't think so. I think that puts them in a whole nother thing when they show vagina.
The first episode's already on YouTube. I saw it last night, and there's titty on the YouTube.
Oh yeah,
it's amazing.
Well, that's because you got the adult. You got the adult thing.
I did just turn 30.
But you heard Fez is pretty bad the other day. And it's still bugging him.
It is. I was about to ask, is Fez okay with me or no?
No.
Well,
no.
Well, what did I do that hurt him?
You didn't try to be funny. You weren't teasing him. You just made just straight statements of logic.
Well, he can't be upset that I didn't try to be funny. You looked at him, and you said, I want you to say one funny thing on tomorrow's show.
Right.
And then he came into that show.
Yeah.
And you asked him, what's your one funny thing? And what did he say?
I don't got anything.
Yeah, well.
I don't got anything.
Well, then we don't operate in the level of funny. We operate on truths.
Okay.
You know?
So now you're the king of truth.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's something I'm developing.
Liking this crossover.
Yeah, me too.
When are you getting Zakk Wylde on the show?
I don't know if Zakk Wylde's coming on the show.
Then I must be thinking of Buck Wild. Is that still happening?
I don't know.
What was Buck Wild and his partner called?
Buck
Wild wasn't Buck Wild like a...
Oh, Star and Buck Wild. I thought you meant the MTV show where the kid ended up dying.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, they tried to do like a Jersey Shore except with rednecks.
Oh, and Buck Wild died?
Well, after the first season got filmed, they found one. He had passed out in his truck or something with the exhaust running.
Buck Wild went truck wild.
The truck was stuck in mud, and he asphyxiated himself.
Yeah,
How could you die being stuck in the mud? How deep was the mud?
I don't know, but he kept revving it to try to get out, and then just
smart idea. That's the brilliant idea.
Right.
Fill that thing with exhaust.
Well, he had big tires, so.
Yeah, but it's at a certain point you would throw up and say, "Oh my God, there's exhaust in here."
Not if you're Buck Wild.
Yeah, that's the problem with losing the sense of smell. Speaking of which, how's your hearing after the other night's show?
It's okay now. Sunday morning and a little bit yesterday was rough. That was a loud show, man.
I want you to know something because you don't know this at 30. You've done permanent damage to your hearing, and it won't start to happen until you're 40.
You think one show will do that?
My hearing is fucked up from 2 shows. One was Metallica years ago,
and
another one, believe it or not, was a fucking bar band that was so loud that I got that ringing like you had for like 24 hours.
Yeah.
And then my hearing, like years later, my hearing started to fall off.
So the ringing goes away, and then like 10 years later, it just starts to deteriorate.
You don't know if you've already done damage to it. Just like when people end up getting knee and hip surgery
Right.
because they played football when they were in their 20s or something, it's the same thing. You fucked yourself up.
Yeah, but at least I got to see Metallica at the Apollo.
Was it too intimate for you? I mean, it didn't. Was it still powerful because it was that intimate?
Yeah, it
in
was
a
still-
Zakk Wylde type of way.
It was, yeah. You know I don't like intimacy.
No, it's too much.
I need power.
You weren't disappointed that they didn't play anything?
No, I was okay with their set list. I mean, I don't think, did they play Stillborn? I didn't hear them.
No.
Okay.
And I wanted a Stillborn cover.
I would have liked that, but no, I mean,
Is Stillborn is that like based on a true story?
I don't know.
It'd be really sad if it was.
maybe you should unmask Zakk Wylde one day and just get to the bottom. You don't think so? You don't think so?
Would you be talking about him if you didn't have to read?
Today or in general?
In general.
I could see myself talking about him at some point.
Giant fan?
The biggest, I would say.
Okay.
Among the biggest.
I'm probably 10th biggest.
Okay, cool. So we got that going. Listen, Lizzie Kaplan is not running Fez today, so I'm going to let you start your show.
Thank you, man.
And
Appreciate it.
you tell Fez, I hope he feels better, and I have confidence that he's going to knock it out of the park today.
He's going to say something funny in honor of you. Tomorrow, your big show, your Wednesday show.
Why'd you have to bring up Wednesday?
That's the badass show that I love the most.
We could have just ended on a nice note.
It is nice.
Okay,
I
well-
love where your energy's at on Wednesdays.
I think we've talked about this before, but I won't be here tomorrow. It's Wednesday. However, Ron and Fez will be here next. So stay tuned. You've always liked my segues.
Yeah,
you always said that they were really
cheap
good.
and professional and hack.
Thank you very much. Stay tuned for Ron and Fez. Goodbye.
The Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey.